India after Naxalbari. Unfinished history. Bernard D. Mello. Dedicated to the memory of Anuradha Gandhi, 1954–2008. She led the struggle for bread and roses, the fight for a richer and fuller life for all. Nirmal Kumar Chandra, 1936–2014. One of India's finest radical economists, whose aspirations lay beyond the limits of acceptable scholarship. P. A. Sebastian, 1938–2015. Indefatigable lawyer, crusader for democratic rights, pioneer of Russell tribunals in India. Acknowledgements. As I write these words of gratitude, I am filled with sadness upon hearing about the passing away of Comrade Vikas. Arvind was his other alias, a Politburo member of the Communist Party of India, Maoist. In the mid-1980s, as a journalist associated with the Kolkata-based radical left weekly, Frontier, on a visit to the countryside of the district of Gaya in the state of Bihar, I first met Vikas, who was then a prominent leader of the Mazdoor Kisan Sangram Samiti, Worker-Peasant Militant Struggle Association, and the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, Party Unity, one of the predecessors of the CPI, Maoist. Vikas related to the poor and landless peasants in an utterly egalitarian and democratic manner. He seemed to have earned their affection, loyalty and respect by his deeds. On this trip, when I was leaving a village on my way to the next one, an elderly man under the care of his grandson insisted on accompanying us, me, a frontier companion, and our local guide, right to the outskirts of his village. When the time came to say our goodbyes and lal salams, red salutes, I told him that he should not have taken all this effort to come so far with us. To which he replied, "You have come all the way from Kolkata to learn about us, our lives, our struggles, and our concerns. You care about us." I never forgot Vikas or what this peasant comrade told me, and was inspired, much later, when I felt adequately intellectually equipped, to write the essay What is Maoism? And now, I've penned this book. Hundreds of millions of people have been the victims of Indian capitalism's irrationality, brutality and inhumanity, and it is the actions of those who could not remain unmoved and were compelled to revolt that have motivated me to write this book. But as I write these words of a sense of obligation, I record with sorrow the death of Ashok Mitra, my favorite columnist, whose weekly columns, taken together, constitute what I have called a Guernica of political prose, so full of life, of anger and indignation, as well as empathy and compassion. He had given me some sound advice on finishing what I had begun, this book, and looked forward to the end product, but now he's no more. The New York-based independent socialist magazine, Monthly Review has, over the years, been an essential part of my education, and it's wonderful that Monthly Review Press is publishing this book. The Marxist intellectual underworld in India has proved to be one of the best circles for my political education. Samar Sen, Timur Basu, P. A. Sebastian, Sumanta Banerjee, C. V. Subbarao, K. Balagopal, Tilak Dasgupta, Ajit Roy, Sidesh Vaid, Gautam Navlika, and Rajini X. Desai come to mind at first thought. Besides the ones I mention, there have also been left party activists, feminists, ecologists, Dalits, oppressed nationalists, democratic rights campaigners, and pacifists, from whose insights, probing questions, and criticism I have learned a great deal. I was very fond of my thesis supervisor, the radical economist Nirmal Kumar Chandra, who later became a good friend and encouraged me on the unconventional path I took, which has eventually led to this book. And, I cannot forget my first editor, Samar Sen, S. Homer Babu, founder-editor of Frontier, celebrated post-Tagorian Bengali poet, who encouraged me to widen my intellectual repertoire. Initial versions of what became chapters 6 and 9 first appeared in the Economic and Political Weekly, EPW, whose then editor C. Ramanohar Reddy's comments and suggestions helped improve both form and content. The preliminary text of Chapter 9 was in the form of notes that I had prepared for a Sheikh Abdul Rauf Memorial lecture I delivered at Thrissur, in Kerala, in March 2014. I presented an embryonic version of Chapter 8 at a seminar organized by the Committee for the Protection of Democratic Rights in Nagpur, and in a lecture organized by students of the Radical Study Circle, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, TISS, Mumbai, both in 2015. Parts of Chapter 10 were presented as part of the first Randir Singh Memorial Lecture I was invited to deliver at New Delhi in January 2017. Chapters 1, 4, and 7 first took shape in a series of lectures I gave on the Maoist movement in India for a postgraduate course on state, democracy, and conflicts in India, taught by Professor Farooq Fahim at the TISS. I also benefited from a conference on Marxist revolutionary movements across the world at the University of Oxford in July 2011, organized by Professors Alpa Shah and Stephen Foyt-Wong, where I presented a paper on the Maoist movement in India. The Monthly Review Foundation's former online magazine, MRZine, with Yogi Furuhashi as editor, and the Bengali small magazine, Ainik, with the late Dipankar Chakrabarty as editor, were open to my ideas and analyses presented in occasional journalistic pieces, which, taken together, made the penning of Chapter 7 a lot easier than it would otherwise have been. I thank Subhas Ikat of the Kharagpur-based Cornerstone Publications, Rajani Desai and Girish Srinivasan of the Mumbai-based Research Unit for Political Economy, Alpa Shah, Swapna Banerjee Guha, Ajmal Khan, and Arup Sen for readily responding to my requests to locate and send me certain essential books and papers. The construction of the maps I owe to my EPW colleague, Abhishek Shah, and I am grateful to him for devoting precious hours to the task. For the photograph of Maoist guerrillas on the march that graces the book's cover, Monthly Review Press and I are obligated to the well-known documentary filmmaker Sanjay Kak. The writing of this book put an unintended additional load on my EPW colleagues, for I was on leave from my job for a year and a half. I express my sense of obligation to them. I am grateful to John Mage for reading a first draft of the entire manuscript. His classical approach to Marxist analyses, his queries, his pointing me to errors, his encouragement. John, I needed the kind of gentle assurance and guidance you provided with regard to my ways of looking at and thinking about the subject matter of this book. Uma and Anand Chakravarty's helpful comments on a draft of the appendix on caste were valuable. Swapna Banerjee Guha's reactions to a draft of Chapter 1 gave me the confidence I needed to plot on, for she had been what social anthropologists call a participant observer in Kolkata in the course of Spring Thunder. Phase I. Stephen Rego, who copy-edited the entire manuscript, actually did much more than that. His observations on Chapters 1, 4, and 7 have enriched both form and content. Michael D. Yates, Director, Monthly Review Press, read the entire manuscript after it had been copy-edited, and helpfully pointed to transatlantic differences with regard to commas and much else that both Stephen and I had overlooked. Michael's words, "I enjoyed reading your book and learned a great deal from it," mean a lot to me. Thank you, Michael. I must record a big thank you to Martin Patio and Susie Day at Monthly Review Press, and to KK Saxena, publisher, Ayakar Books, Delhi, for all it takes to reach out to readers and keep the enterprise going. Finally, words would never suffice to express my gratitude to Ma and Pa, Jean Florence Abrahams and Charles Francis de Mello, working-class parents who raised me, to Pauline Menezes, my partner, who has stood by me through my darkest nights, kept me from the brink of the abyss. And, to our son Samar and daughter Vera, I am now in debt to the tune of 5 holidays in the hills and by the riverside. Bernard de Mello. Mumbai, May 1, 2018. Introduction. Alongside China, India has been hailed as one of the world's most significant emerging economies/markets. But one might well ask, in what way has India been emerging? Open to the expansion of northern multinational capital that is driven to exploit global labor arbitrage opportunities? Open to international financial capital in its perennial hunt for capital gains? Unlike India, it is China, with huge current account surpluses on its balance of payments, deriving mainly from export of manufactured goods, which has proved capable of setting the terms of its economic openness and successfully directing the accumulation process to its own national development. While China has been open to capital exploiting the global labor arbitrage opportunity it offers in the production of manufactured goods for export to northern markets, India has been offering the same in information technology, IT, enabled services. India's international competitiveness in IT-enabled services derives from the fact that the value created by its IT workers is a multiple of what they are paid, and much of the surplus value is captured through exchange by the northern clients of the Indian IT-enabled service-providing firms. But despite being a successful exporter of IT-enabled services, India continues to systematically run a deficit on the current account of its balance of payments. And it has been dependent mainly on inflows of speculative capital to finance that deficit. Its foreign exchange reserves have been built up mainly because net capital inflows have been exceeding the current account deficits. India's fiscal, monetary, and financial policies are significantly tailored to entice international financial capital and retain it, for a steady depletion of the foreign exchange reserves could possibly set off a capital flight by financial speculators, leading to quick disappearance of these reserves. After all, it doesn't take much northern money to push up stock market prices, nor will it take much to generate a capital flight and a sudden collapse of those prices. The emerging Indian stock market can suddenly turn into a submerging one. At $2,088.5 billion and $1,590 in 2015, India's gross national income, GNI, total domestic and foreign value added claimed by residents and GNI per capita are merely one-fifth of China's. Moreover, India's monstrous income inequality is worse than China's. The proportion of India's population below an international poverty line of $3.10 a day in 2011 was 68.0%, more than Bangladesh's 63.0% figure, while the same was only 19.1% in China. In 2015, India's under 5 mortality rate, per 1,000 live births, and maternal mortality rate, per 100,000 live births, were 48 and 174, respectively, compared to China's 11 and 27, respectively. The percentage of children under age 5 who are stunted, a largely irreversible outcome of inadequate nutrition and repeated bouts of infection during the first 1,000 days of a child's life, is 38.7% in India, higher than Bangladesh's 36.4% figure, compared to 9.4% in China. 1 Mother India, yours is a sadness that fails to comfort the children crawling over your barren breasts, the radical Telugu poet Sharabanda Raju would have lamented. Indeed, the percentages of India's urban and rural populations not even able to access the minimum calorie norms of 2,100 and 2,200 calories per person per day, 65% and 68%, respectively, in 2011-12, is indicative of mass hunger. The corresponding figures in 1993-94 were 57% and 58.5%, respectively, and so there is growing mass hunger. 2 To give meaning to the above-mentioned development indicators in a world context, one must emphasize that in 2011, as much as 17.5% of the world's population resided in India, and 19.4% in China. One can go on, but the sharp differences between India and China on key indicators of development is there for all to see, and one begins to feel India's misery. India remains among the most poverty-stricken countries of the world, with most of its population still inadequately fed, miserably clothed, wretchedly housed, poorly educated, and without access to decent medical care. Its deeply oppressive and exploitative social order is crying out for revolutionary change. I am, however, not going to say that China did this and that, which India did not do. India gained political independence in 1947, China accomplished a popular, national, anti-semi-feudal, anti-imperialist revolution in 1949. This is a result of a protracted class struggle from 1927 to 1949 led by the Chinese Communist Party, independently of Chinese big business. This revolution succeeded in changing the class structure and social institutions to create a distinctively egalitarian society. But China's post-Mao leadership, from the late 1970s onward, steering the same non-capitalist state, gradually, one step leading on to the other, worked to bring back capitalism in the economy, leading to an appalling maldistribution of income. With an extensive revolutionary history, however, revolutionary consciousness and motivation is unlikely to just fade away. New waves of revolution are likely to come again. Even as the Chinese and the Indians have been making their own history, they have not been able to, indeed, cannot make it as they please. The revolutionary process has been developing unevenly and more slowly in India, thwarted by its inevitable accompaniment, counter-revolution, whose principal base has been in the overdeveloped Indian state. India's unfinished revolution has, nevertheless, been gathering strength and augmenting its forces against the counter-revolution. However, more recently, a major section of the latter, with a fascist ideology and a powerful, reactionary mass movement backing it, has gone on an offensive against the forces of liberal political democracy and the left, this by using a mix of electoral politics and illegal violence to advance its goal of instituting a Hindu Rashtra, nation. To be able to write wisely about India's present, one needs to know where India is going, for which viewing the present as history is a must. To understand India, it is essential to get to the roots of the poverty, the misery, the degradation, and the injustice that the majority of its people suffer. And importantly, one must comprehend, recognize, and empathize with the struggles, the unrest, and the ideas emanating from the exploitation, the oppression, and the domination that often become unbearable. Chapter 1, titled Naxalite. Spring Thunder, Phase I, begins with an account of a revolutionary armed peasant uprising in 1967 in Naxalbari, at the foot of the Himalayas. I view this rebellion as part and parcel of a, then, contemporary, worldwide impulse among radicals embracing the spirit of revolutionary humanism. It was this revolutionary struggle that inspired the creation of the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, in 1969. The uprising at Naxalbari stimulated insurrections in other parts of the country, and so, when Charu Mazumdar, the leader of what became the Naxalite movement, predicted in the fall of 1967 that Naxalbari will never die, he was saying something about the ability of his followers to survive, continue, and expand the movement in the face of ruthless repression let loose by the Indian state. Naxalbari came to stand for the road to revolution in India, and the term Naxalite found a place in the lexicon of world revolution. In Chapter 2, titled 1968 India as History, I try to understand the 1968 decade, a world historic turning point in India where, 2. Revolutionary humanism came to the fore but was sought to be extinguished by extraordinary state repression. I touch upon a number of social movements besides the Naxalite revolutionary uprising, the civil liberties and democratic rights movement, the Chipko ecological movement, the Dalit Panther movement of India's untouchables, inspired by America's Black Panthers, the evolution of the women's movements, militant movements of workers, and so on. The 1968 decade was marked by brutal state repression, with the unleashing of political barbarism in a setting of unabated colonial policy. In many respects, independent India has failed to make a break from its colonial past. The 68 ERS of the various social movements and the Naxalite insurgency drew their inspiration from the democratic and anti-imperialist proclivities of the many peasant uprisings before and after 1885, the year the Indian National Congress Party was founded. That party, supported by Indian big business, led the national movement for independence, successfully disguising what was a class project as the national project. I view the longer process, from colonial times to the present, in terms of a series of rebellions for justice and well-being by ordinary people that incurred the wrath of the state and were crushed by brutal repression. What followed was reform, with laws to that effect, accompanied by encouragement of a reformist strand among the political elite. The latter's dependability was gauged by the extent to which it went in condemning the rebels/revolutionaries and expressing faith in the establishment's will to bring about gradual, progressive change. Opportunist to the core, the political elite took advantage of the persistence of militant struggles to enhance its own bargaining power vis-à-vis the ruling classes. Its omissions and commissions guaranteed the failure or the falsity of progressive reform, and rebellions recurred, in newer forms, like the many Naxalbaris in 3 phases over the last 50 years. In different ways and in changed contexts, India's 1968 is still with us, in the questions it raised about the future, and in its quest for an egalitarian, democratic India. Chapter 2 takes a voluntarist view of the present as history, focusing on the determination and the willpower of the protagonists, inspired by their respective collective memories of India's modern past. In sharp contrast, Chapter 3, titled Unequal Development and Evolution of the Ruling Bloc, takes a determinist view of the present as history, focusing on the ways in which history and the given conditions existing on the ground have determined what has been happening. Neither approach is radical enough without the other. The two, the voluntarist and the determinist, have to be intelligently synthesized to gain a fuller understanding of the present as history. Chapter 3 tries to throw light on the principal characteristics of India's underdeveloped capitalism and the process of dependent and unequal development, steered, during the last 6 to 7 decades, by an Indian big business state multinational capitalist ruling bloc. The chapter traces the evolution of India from a petty commodity, tribute-paying social formation in the 17th century to company-state Raj rule, and the switch from old to new colonialism in the 19th century, metamorphosing gradually into imperialist domination in the Leninist sense as that century drew to a close. The process leads on to a blossoming of Indian big business during the two wars and the interwar period in the 20th century. Following political independence in 1947, an ambivalent, integrated industrial development unfolds, especially from 1957 onward, leading on to the present 21st century high point of Indian big business, the multinationals and northern speculative financial capital in command, together shaping economic outcomes. The colonial state was overdeveloped in relation to the economic base in terms of its powers of control and regulation, and the bureaucracy, the military, and the polity in independent India had a vested interest in continuity rather than change on this score. So also the services sector of the colonial economy relative to the physical commodity-producing sectors, even though, at independence, the primary sector remained dominant in terms of its contribution to India's gross domestic product and livelihoods. But, it was a matter of time, in independent India, when a bloated services sector relative to the primary and secondary sectors would become a systemic necessity, essential for the realization of the surplus generated in the latter sectors. This was because vast numbers of people got left out of the development that was supposed to accompany the growth of modern industry, and there was no way by which agriculture could have ever reabsorbed them. The historical roots of both the contemporary huge reserve army of labor relative to the active army of wage labor and the huge mass of petty commodity producers of goods and services as part of this labor reserve must be located in the drain of part of the surplus of the economy, siphoning this out without any quid pro quo and in the process of deproto-industrialization during the colonial period. Chapter 4, titled Naxalite Spring Thunder, Phase 2, basically shows how a significant section of the Naxalites, in the period 1978-2003, take Mao's dictum that a people's war can be waged only by mobilizing the masses and relying on them seriously in their practice. They build a worker-peasant alliance. They set up women's organizations and link them with the peasants' and workers' organizations so that both men and women get joint titles to the occupied lands that are distributed among poor and landless labor households. They assign great importance to the caste question, for caste defines the culture of exploitation in the Indian countryside. And, they build village militias and armed guerrilla squads, which gradually coalesce into a people's guerrilla army in the face of full-scale counterinsurgency operations launched by the Indian state. Chapter 5, titled India's 1989 Financial Aristocracy and Government Bon March, covers the 1989 period, another world historic turning point in India, a sharp reactionary counterpoint to 1968, leading to monstrous income and wealth inequality and the emergence of a financial aristocracy. The latter gets its additional wealth more from pocketing the already available wealth of others, including public/state wealth, than from the appropriation of surplus value, and the surplus product, in production. Poor peasants and tribal forest dwellers, their habitats and environments violently and catastrophically uprooted in the course of capitalist growth of modern industry and infrastructure, have been left with no alternative but to either passively accept their relegation to irrelevance or to actively resist. Rosa Luxemburg defined imperialism as the political expression of the accumulation of capital in its competitive struggle for what remains still open for the non-capitalist environment within a capitalist country's own borders and beyond, through militarism and war. In this respect, one senses continuity vis-a-vis the colonial period, evident in the ongoing penetration of Indian big business and the MNCs into the tribal areas of central and eastern India, and the Indian state's engagement in a war against its own people as part of the land, mineral, and other natural resource grabs over there. I try to throw light on the state's handover of scarce natural resource and other public assets cheap to Indian big business and multinationals, assets that are then commoditized, and become the source of capital gains. I attempt to unravel, in the specific context of the natural resource grabs in the tribal areas of central and eastern India, what drives the economic process, and brings on the unbridled greed of the financial aristocracy, the political violence, the contests for political power, the fraud, the looting, the incapacity to recognize the value of older, nature-revering cultures, and the resistance of the victims, led by the Maoists. In short, I endeavor to understand what brings on the imperialist onslaught in Rosa Luxemburg's sense of the term of the Indian state and big business, within India's own borders, against their own people. Chapter 6, titled The Near and the Far India's Rotten Liberal Political Democracy, argues that capitalism in India is incompatible with liberal political democracy if the latter is understood as governance in accordance with the will of the people. Liberal political democracy is, however, seldom viewed in this way. Rather, and correctly, it is identified with free competition among two or more political parties for votes and political office, the counterpart of free competition for profits in capitalism's economic sphere. But, just as, in reality, oligopoly and market power rule in the economic sphere, so, in the political realm, the party that commands the most money and naked power is most likely to be voted into office. Political rights are invariably violated in situations where bourgeois private property rights are threatened. India's liberal political democracy requires the violence of the oppressed to be pressurized to deliver justice. The main reason why India's liberal political democracy is rotten is because the process of capitalist development from colonial times to the present has essentially been a conservative modernization from above. And the caste system and discrimination on the basis of ethnicity, nationality, and religion have, so far, inhibited any stable, long-lasting unity of the oppressed and the exploited aimed at progressive modernization from below. This shackling of modernization from below, accompanied by severe state repression when a section of the oppressed unite and resist, has, so far, worked to deny the Maoist revolutionary movement, and indeed all progressive movements, evolution in accordance with their inner logic. In Chapter 7, titled Maoist Spring Thunder, Phase 3, I look at the Maoist revolutionary movement in the period 2004-2013, now with a significant guerrilla army in place, but yet grappling with the predicament of not being able to develop in accordance with its inner logic. The revolutionary movement suffers a major setback in the province of Andhra Pradesh, now split up into Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, when the ongoing counterinsurgency operations of the state manage to hunt down many of the main Maoist leaders. But the movement proves resilient in the Bastar region of Chhattisgarh province despite the unleashing of a state-backed, state-armed private vigilante force, and later, a centrally coordinated, massive deployment of central and provincial armed police forces, that came to be known as Operation Green Hunt. A very promising spread of the revolutionary movement in parts of Jangal Mahal, the tribal blocks in West Midnapur, Purulia, and Bankura districts in the province of West Bengal, however, suffers defeat. At the heart of Phase 3 of the Maoist revolutionary movement is unrelenting resistance to imperialism, the latter, as understood in Rosa Luxemburg's sense of the term. I round off my presentation of 50 years of the Naxalite/Maoist movement with an explanation of the persistence of revolutionary mobilization and my understanding of where the movement is going. Chapter 8, titled Rotten at the Heart, the Secular State, deals with the abysmal failure of the Indian state to abide by its duty to safeguard individual and corporate freedom of religion, to treat individuals as citizens with human rights irrespective of their religious affiliations, to not identify itself with any particular religion, and to not promote or interfere with any religion, thus separating itself from religion. I look at three major communal hate pogroms, Delhi 1984, Bombay 1993, and Gujarat 2002, to pinpoint three grave omissions and commissions of the executive of the Indian state. 1. Powerful sections of the executive of the Indian state encouraged its law and order machinery to turn a blind eye to the terrible mass crimes that were being committed under its very nose. 2. They considered the perpetrators of these crimes to be patriots and those who wanted to bring these xenophobic liquidators to book as betrayers of the nation. 3. They demanded of the public prosecutors and the investigative agencies that they protect the patriots accused of committing the terrible crimes. I also focus attention on the fact that the country's two major national political parties, the Congress Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party, acted in a manner prejudicial to inter-religious harmony, and engaged in unlawful activity with the intent of causing harm to particular religious communities. Chapter 9, titled Little Man, What Now? In the wake of semi-fascist and sub-imperialist tendencies, discerns a semi-fascist regime in the making following the assumption into office of Narendra Modi as Prime Minister in 2014. I also trace the emergence of India as a nascent sub-imperialist power. In trying to conceptualize semi-fascism, I search for clues from historical fascism, even as I caution against permanently fixing the meaning of fascism based on its historical forms in Germany and Italy. Semi-fascism in the making in India encompasses an authoritarian democratic regime and a sub-imperialist power, with the regime maintaining a close nexus with big business, nurturing and supporting the Hindutva nationalist movement to the extent of being complicit in its criminal acts, and insisting on controlling its necessary enemies through the use of terror. My conceptualization of sub-imperialism draws from the ideas of the Brazilian radical scholar Rui Moro Marini. I emphasize India's strategic alliance as a junior partner with U.S. imperialism, but with the privilege of prior consultation with Washington in matters of common concern in South Asia. I draw attention to the global face of Indian big business with its own multinational companies, state-led infrastructural projects in South Asia, super-exploitation of those who produce the surplus value and the surplus product, and the escalation of militarism with Washington as New Delhi's major defense partner. I emphasize the regional geopolitical military dimension of Indian sub-imperialism. I also draw attention to the importance of the notions of Akhand Bharat undivided India, geographically as it existed prior to partition in 1947, and Greater India in defining the nation's geographical borders and ideological frontiers, respectively. I suggest that India's semi-peripheral status and its sub-imperialism are conducive to semi-fascism. And I include as an integral part of this sub-imperialism, the teaming up of the Indian state and big business, Indian and multinational, driven by the dynamic of accumulation by dispossession, to advance their power, their influence, and their mutual interests in the non-capitalist areas within the country, where all this is utterly disruptive and traumatic for the victims who are left with no other option but to uncompromisingly resist. Where then is India going? Will what remains of India's continuing 1968 bring 21st century new democracy to the collective agenda? Or will the ongoing regression of 1989 lead the way to full-blown semi-fascism and sub-imperialism? Chapter 10, History, Memory, and Dreams. Reimagining New Democracy, as its title indicates, senses the need to reimagine and state up front what kind of new democracy the united front against the sub-imperialist capitalist order needs to institute upon coming to power in the course of a national, popular, democratic, anti-imperialist, anti-semi-feudal revolution in India. The sub-imperialist capitalist order and present-day Indian society have proved to be totally incompatible with democracy when the latter is understood in terms of its basic principles and aspirations: liberty, equality, and comradeship. Fraternity is not the appropriate word now. While keeping in place its historic legacy, new democracy needs to be reimagined as part of a truly democratic, human needs-based political transition period on the long road to a communitarian basis for socialism. Taking the perspective of the small voices of the present as history, and in empathy with those voices, I relook at the classic peasant question and the agenda of radical land reform and conceptualize the contemporary peasant question in terms of a series of peasant questions. I also stress the need for an interim program to first win the political battle against Hindutva nationalism and semi-fascism. But, more importantly, and in the light of the core political question that I pose in this book, semi-peripheral underdevelopment or revolution, I reimagine the revolutionary horizon of India's Maoists, hoping that my scholarly doggedness and their political efforts might converge. 70 years have gone by since India's independence, and my analysis, and conviction, is that capitalist development will not be able to overcome underdevelopment, mass poverty, misery, and degradation stemming from super-exploitation, oppression, and domination, technological backwardness, and economic dependence. Behind the affluence and luxury of the few lies the poverty and misery of the many. Behind the apparent civilization of the few lies the degradation of the many. From the latter half of the 1950s onward, the process of unequal development has led to a transition from peripheral underdevelopment to semi-peripheral underdevelopment. This is evident in the greatly enhanced power of the Indian state and the burgeoning wealth of Indian big business, but with the extreme backwardness of the periphery remaining in large parts of the country. There are definite limits to development in a semi-peripheral underdeveloped country like India, its sub-imperialism notwithstanding. I'd like to say a few words about my analytical approach to the subject matter of the book. When I started work on the book, I was not sure of the most fruitful approach, so I indulged in a bit of trial and error, and retained what I thought best. Reality, I was convinced, is fluid and ever-changing, and so one's definitions, concepts, and framework must be open-ended and capable of being adapted and applied in different contexts and periods. It is hardly the case that the political and ideological superstructure is always tightly circumscribed by the economic base. One must be open to empirical evidence. In this light, I sense that in an underdeveloped capitalist system like that of India's, the economic structure is not as much the autonomous subsystem it usually is in a developed capitalist system. But, of course, I view India as part of the capitalist world system, operating within the framework and constraints of that system. And I am convinced that the truth of the center is, more often than not, revealed in the periphery and semi-periphery of the capitalist world system. In a country like India, politics dominates over economics more than in the developed capitalist countries. This is because, as Joan Robinson and John Eatwell put it in a heterodox economics textbook, an introduction to modern economics, economic policy has been involved with the type of society that is emerging. Is development intended to aim primarily at feeding the people and overcoming the grossest misery, or is it primarily to make room for a prosperous middle class, or to defend the privileges of capital and landed property? 5. I came to studying economics after an exposure to science and engineering, and found the division of labor and the specializations in the social sciences a hindrance and detrimental to attaining a comprehensive understanding of the problems I sought to investigate. To be meaningful, social analysis must not partition real-world phenomena into separate economic, political, and sociological domains. My approach in this book is interdisciplinary, with a historical perspective throughout, and I focus on the class struggle, even as I try not to lose sight of caste, which, with the persistence of its very slowly moving structure over the longue durée, continues to significantly define the culture of exploitation and oppression in India. This book draws on existing knowledge and analysis from the library and the field, and puts them together in new and different ways, to raise questions and offer some conclusions which, hopefully, might help other writers to advance their own researches on India. If there are a few rich insights, these eye-openers might inevitably be accompanied by strands of incredible blindness. My intellectual debts will be found in the text and the endnotes, but, as regards the conceptual and analytical framework, I must mention, in particular, the influence of Samir Amin, Hamza Alavi, Ranajit Guha, Nirmal K. Chandra, Paul A. Baran, Paul M. Sweezy, Harry Magdoff, Rui Moro Marini, Emanuel Wallerstein, Barrington Moore, Jr., Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Marx, and Mao Zedong. At the heart of this book is a comprehension of the present as history. The way Paul M. Sweezy understood this important intellectual task for the present is still at hand, and so we have the power to shape it and influence its outcome. Without the Naxalite/Maoist insurgency and the other progressive movements that were kindled in the 68 period, capitalism in India would have by now turned barbaric. Revolution didn't happen, but it forced reform. One can think of what it takes to grab a chunk of meat from the mouth of a tiger. A word or two about the spirit of the revolutionaries is then called for. They have been the architects of the revolutionary process that has been developing, albeit slowly and unevenly. I have, metaphorically, put myself in their shoes to feel their rage, fury, revulsion, and moral indignation directed against the powers that be, their empathy and compassion toward the oppressed, both in the face of the terror and the inhumanity of the counter-revolution. A refusal to remain silent and unmoved in the face of the myriad injustices and indignities the poor are made to suffer. The fetters of intuitive self-preservation thrown to the winds. Ready to fight on in the face of impossible odds. There's always the satisfaction of having fought courageously and conscientiously for a better world. India's underdevelopment is guaranteed to bring such people back into the political arena, stubborn individuals. They'll constantly be reborn, indeed, some of them might just refuse to die. They're bent upon doing what they promise to do, their deeds in harmony with their words. I take recourse to citing stanzas of Naxalite poetry to convey the feelings and emotions. But as regards the Maoist strategy of protracted people's war, the hard reality on this score is that all they have after 50 years is a relatively small guerrilla army of the poor, operating on the margins of Indian society. So they need to take serious stock of the impasse of this strategy when the movement is confronted with India's overdeveloped state, particularly the state's repressive apparatus, which is backed by a coercive legal structure and is endorsed by a colonial value system. The Indian state has been aggressively working to wipe out the movement by all available means, fair or foul, violating with impunity Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions and Protocol 2, relating to non-international armed conflict, and even conventional civil and political rights. The cycle of repression, resistance, and further repression seems endless. I nevertheless grasp the significance of the Maoist movement, and provide both a romantic eulogy and a critical analysis of it. This anti-systemic movement has been holding the Indian banner for a relatively egalitarian and a relatively democratic world high over a fairly long period. Viewed historically in terms of its antecedents from the mid-19th century onward, even though it has been defeated many times, it has, nevertheless, always made a comeback and never given up the fight. Its more recent record has however been blurred and smeared by what can only be described as a hysterical form of anti-Maoism. Hopefully, India's unfinished history might just set that record straight. On my part, I refuse to sit on the fence and observe both sides dispassionately. Warts and all, one needs to combine partisanship with scrupulously temperate observation. I remain critically optimistic. 1. Naxalite. Spring thunder, phase I. W. Hen, my child, returns from school, and not finding the name of the village in his geography map, asks me why it is not there. I am frightened, and remain silent. But I know. This simple word, of 4 syllables, is not just the name of a village, but the name of the whole country. An excerpt from The Name of a Village, a Hindi poem by Kumar Vikal. Tomar Bari, Amar Bari, Naxalbari, Naxalbari. Tomar Nam, Amar Nam, Vietnam, Vietnam. The name of the village was Naxalbari, situated at the foot of the Himalayas in the Darjeeling area of North Bengal, bordering Nepal to the west, Sikkim and Bhutan to the north, East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, to the south. Naxalbari, Karabari, Fansidwa, and parts of the Siliguri police station jurisdiction are where it all began in March 1967, and Naxalbari came to stand for this whole area. Map 1 will be of help throughout this chapter, see pages 24 and 25. Indeed, there was a time when conservative parents didn't want to send their sons/daughters to Kolkata's elite Presidency College for fear that, like the group of rebel students who came to be known as the Presidency Consolidation, they might be indoctrinated by the Naxalites, Maoist revolutionaries who were given that name, from the village where the movement came into being. Indeed, the term Naxalite came to symbolize any assault upon the assumptions and institutions that support the established order in India, and soon found a place in the vocabulary of World Revolution II. Map 1, Political Geography, Spring Thunder, Phase I, 1967-75. Note: bolder lines indicate state/national boundaries. Thinner lines indicate district boundaries. Map is only indicative and not to scale. Source: map adapted from www.d-maps.com using information in Census of India. The 68 generation had arrived, so to say, with the Cultural Revolution in China, the Prague Spring, that provoked the Soviet invasion, in Czechoslovakia, the Naxalbari uprising in India, a regenerated Communist Party and its new People's Army in the Philippines, soixante hotards that were against the French establishment and the PCF, the French Communist Party, the German SDS, Socialist German Student League, that took on the West German establishment, and the SPD, the German Social Democratic Party, the Civil Rights Movement, fountainhead of the Black Panther Party, and the anti-Vietnam War movement in the United States, unprecedented student unrest, guerrilla war in the state of Guerrero, a militant labor movement, and land occupations by impoverished peasants, in Mexico, all pitted against the ruling establishment, the PRI, Institutional Revolutionary Party, entrenched in power for decades. Revolutionary humanism was in the air, political expediency evoked derision, Paul Baran and Paul Sweezy's monopoly capital exposed the affluent society for the delusion that it was, and youth, in political ferment, began to perceive the establishment, left as having stripped Marxism of its revolutionary essence. Naxalbari was part and parcel of a, then, contemporary, worldwide impulse among radicals, young and not so young, embracing the spirit of revolutionary humanism. But, today, all that remains of Naxalbari, in insurgent geography, is a memorial column erected by the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, the CPI, ML, in honor of the 11 who were killed in the police firing on May 25, 1967. 7 women: Daneswari Devi, Simaswari Mullik, Nayaneswari Mullik, Surabala Burman, Sonamati Singh, Phulmati Devi, and Samsuri Saibani; 2 men, Godrao Saibani and Karsing Mullik, and 2 children, actually infants, whose names have not been inscribed. And, of course, there are the busts of Lenin, Stalin, Mao, and Chiru Mazumdar, the latter, the Naxalite movement's ideologue and leader in its first phase. But even as the Indian establishment made sure that the Naxal way of life was obliterated from Naxalbari, the name acquired a symbolic meaning. It came to stand for the road to revolution in India. The ramifications of what happened at Naxalbari, what the poor peasants' armed struggle over there triggered, have not yet been fully deciphered. The Naxalbari armed struggle began in March 1967, by the end of July of that year, it was crushed. But, soon thereafter, in the autumn, Chiru Mazumdar, who subsequently became the CPI, ML's General Secretary, said, "Hundreds of Naxalbaris are smouldering in India. Naxalbari has not died and will never die." 3. Certainly, he was not daydreaming, for the power of memory and the dreams unleashed a powerful dynamic of resistance that, ever since, has alarmed the Indian ruling classes and the political establishment. Indeed, an editorial in the Chinese Communist Party's People's Daily on July 5, 1967, hailing the creation of the Red Area of Rural Revolutionary Armed Struggle in Naxalbari as Spring Thunder over India, called it a development of tremendous significance for the Indian people's revolutionary struggle for. In 2017, the 50th year of the Naxalite movement in India, Chiru Mazumdar's statement seems almost prescient. In 1968, an ongoing struggle in Srikakulam led by 2 school teachers, Venkatappu Satyanarayana, popularly known as Gapaguru, who had married and settled among the tribes in Adabhatla Kailasam, and organized under the Ryatang Gosang Rama Samatai, Peasant Struggle Committee, with guerrilla squads in self-defense, had mobilized almost the entire tribal population in the Srikakulam Agency Area 5 and Warangal, Khammam, Mushahari, Bhajapur, Debragappa Balavpur, Kangsa Budbud, Ganjam Korapat, Lakhimpur, and other prairie fires were not far behind. The origins of the CPI, Maoist, reckoned by the political establishment in July 2006, in the then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh's words at a conference in New Delhi, as India's single biggest internal security challenge, must be traced to its roots. After all, the Maoist armed struggle in India, alongside the one in the Philippines, is one of the world's longest surviving peasant insurgencies. Where it all began. In March 1967, in the semi-feudal setting of Naxalbari, tribal peasants organized into peasant committees under the leadership of a revolutionary group within the CPI, Marxist, CPM, hereinafter one of the main two of India's parliamentary communist parties, six, and with rudimentary militias armed with traditional weapons, undertook a political program of anti-landlordism involving the burning of land records, cancellation of debts, the passing of death sentences on oppressive landlords, and the looting of landlords' guns. By May of the same year, the rebels established certain strongholds, Hatyasha, in Naxalbari, Baraganjay, in Karabari, and Chaupukhuria, in Fansidwa, where they were in control. But by the end of July, the movement collapsed under the pressure of a major armed police action. Be that as it may, in the Maoist view, Chiru Mazumdar had not merely rebelled against the revisionism, stripping Marxism of its revolutionary essence, of the CPM in his writings, 8 documents penned between January 1965 and April 1977, but had also given a bold call for armed struggle in the rural countryside, and his followers in Naxalbari had heeded this appeal. The West Bengal State Assembly elections were held in February 1967, and in keeping with Chiru Mazumdar's suggestion that the revolutionaries should take advantage of the polls to propagate their politics, they took the benefit of the period of electoral campaigning to raise the political consciousness of the poor peasants, mainly Santhals, Orans, and Rajbanshis, and the tea garden workers, also tribal persons who had migrated largely from areas now part of the province of Jharkhand. A Siliguri subdivision peasant convention and rally in mid-March 1967 swelled the ranks of the Krishak Samatai, peasant organization, which now began to prevent police from entering those villages that were considered strongholds. Any such attempt by the police led thousands of armed peasants accompanied by hundreds of workers from the tea plantations, to foil the endeavor. On many occasions, the police were forced to retreat. Women also played a glorious role in the revolt. In hundreds or more, the peasants raided the houses of several landlords, seized all their possessions and snatched their guns. They held open trials of some landlords and punished a few of them. It was only in a case like that of Najan Roy Chudhuri, a notorious landlord who fired on the peasants injuring some of them, that death sentence was awarded at an open trial and was carried out. The line adopted at Naxalbari was not to annihilate landlords physically but to wage a struggle to abolish the feudal order. The peasants formed small groups of armed units and peasant committees which also functioned as armed defense groups. Between the end of March and the end of April, 1967, almost all the villages were organized. 8. The peasants resolved that after establishing the rule of the peasant committees in the villages, they would take possession of all land that was not owned and tilled by the peasantry and redistribute it. They did not seem to have reckoned what they would do when the armed forces of the state came to defend landlordism. On May 23, when a large police party tried to enter a village to make some arrests and the peasants resisted, a police officer was hit by arrows and he succumbed to his injuries in hospital. The police retreated but came back on May 25 in larger numbers and fired upon a group of mostly women and children when the menfolk were away, killing the 11 whom the Martyrs' Memorial Column honors. The Naxalbari peasants were actually doing what the leadership of the West Bengal Krishak Sabha, controlled by the CPM, had been recommending when the party was not in office. But, now, they were advised by the same leaders, in office as part of a united front government, to abandon their armed struggle and depend on the state machinery to settle the land question, the same state bureaucracy that had been hand in league with the landlords. They were even warned, threatened, that if they didn't give up political violence by such and such date, the police would deal harshly with them. And, this the United Front government carried out. Operation Crossbow was unleashed from July 12 onward. The entire area was encircled by armed police and thousands of paramilitary forces. Police camps were set up in the villages. Constant patrolling of the area by armed men was carried out. The order to shoot Kanu Sanyal at sight was issued. 17 persons, including women and children, were killed. More than 1,000 warrants of arrest were issued and hundreds of peasants were arrested. 9 According to a then Superintendent of Police, Darjeeling, a powerful army detachment was standing by on the fringe of the disturbed area. 10 Indeed, even after the operation was successfully accomplished, thousands of armed police remained in the Naxalbari area, even until 1969. Perhaps what unnerved the establishment was the very remarkable coming together of the tea plantation workers and the peasants, for on many an occasion the peasants and the plantation workers, both essentially armed with their traditional weapons, together forced the police to beat a retreat. 11. But, despite such high points, the Naxalbari uprising, unable to take on the might of the repressive apparatus of the state, met quick defeat. The local leaders of the movement, Kanu Sanyal, Kokan Mazumdar, Jangal Santhal, Kadam Mullik, and Babulal Biswakarma, did not initiate the building of armed guerrilla squads, nor did they establish a powerful mass base, as Sanyal later wrote in self-criticism. So they could not maintain their strongholds, even temporarily. The consequences of the uprising were, however, far-reaching. The rural poor in other parts of the country were inspired to undertake militant struggles. As Sumanta Banerjee, who has penned one of the most moving and authentic accounts of Naxalbari and what happened in its aftermath, put it, it was like the premeditated throw of a pebble bringing forth a series of ripples in the water. The world of landless laborers and poor peasants leapt to life, illuminated with a fierce light that showed the raw deal meted out to them behind all the sanctimonious gibberish of land reforms during the last 20 years. Indeed, in keeping with the gravity of the situation, in November 1969 the then Union Home Minister, Y.B. Chavan, warned that Green Revolution may not remain green for long. A general belief in armed revolution as the only way to get rid of the country's ills was in the air, and the possibility of its drawing near was suggested by the Naxalbari uprising. 12 And, as the other authoritative, independent account of the movement, that of Manoranjan Mohanty, put it, the Naxalbari revolt became a turning point in the history of independent India by challenging the political system as a whole and the prevailing orientation of the Indian Communist movement in particular. 13. Be that as it may, with defeat right at the time of the launch of the strategy of area-wise seizure of power staring the Maoist leadership in the face, the intent, the area-wise seizure, was glossed over by sympathizers, and the movement was depicted as one intending mere land redistribution. Nevertheless, revisionism came under severe attack, especially in West Bengal and Andhra Pradesh, where the Naxalite movement first established some strongholds, for the rebellion exposed the parliamentary lefts, in particular the CPM's, politics of running with the hare and hunting with the hounds. The armed police that suppressed the peasant uprising at Naxalbari in 1967 were under orders from a coalition government of which the CPM was a prominent partner. The positive fallout was, however, the fact that some CPM members were deeply moved by Naxalbari. They posed the question as to why the party, even as it swore by People's Democratic Revolution, refused to make any preparations ideological, political, organizational, and military whatsoever to bring it about. But instead of bridging the gap between the party's stated revolutionary intention and its actual revisionist practice, the CPM leadership threw the rebels out of the party. Operation Expulsion involved not only the purging of Chiru Mazumdar, Kanu Sanyal, and the other local leaders of the Naxalbari uprising, but also Sushil Roy Chowdhury, a member of the West Bengal State Committee of the CPM, as well as the removal of other prominent party members such as Saroy Dutta, Parimal Dasgupta and Pramod Singh Gupta, who supported the Naxalbari uprising. At one point, the state secretary of the CPM, Pramod Dasgupta, even branded the Naxalites as CIA agents. But for these comrades, dismissal from the CPM was a badge of honor. As Suniti Kumar Ghosh, de facto editor of what became the CPI-ML's central organ, Liberation, from November 1967 up to April 1972, put it, Naxalbari had restored to the communist movement in India its soul. 14. Indeed, a glimpse of the political life of one of the local leaders of the Naxalbari uprising, Babulal Biswakarmakar, gives a sense of their identification with and commitment to the cause. Born in 1938 in a landless peasant family, at the age of 15 he took part in a demonstration of sharecroppers against a landlord cum moneylender charging even more than the going usurious rate of interest, and was injured and arrested. At 17, he became a full-time organizer in the CPI's Krishak Samitai in Fansidwa, and the very next year, a full-fledged member of the party. In 1967 he was a leading figure in the Naxalbari uprising, faced solitary confinement in jail and expulsion from the CPM, but as soon he was released on bail, he jumped bail and went underground to reorganize the Naxalbari armed struggle. What is generally recalled is the 4-hour gun battle at midnight in the Naxalbari area on September 7, 1968, with a large posse of armed policemen, in which Babulal Biswakarma, unmindful of his own safety, made it possible for his comrades to move away but was riddled with bullets soon thereafter. 15. Srikakulam guerrilla warfare takes hold. This was the spirit of Naxalbari, and it spread and struck in another ongoing, deep-rooted tribal peasant struggle in the agency area parts of Parvathipuram and other taluks in the eastern Ghats of the then Srikakulam district in northeastern Andhra Pradesh. Organized by communist school teachers Venkatappa Satyanarayana and Adabhatla Kailasam, the Girijan Sangam, Hill People's Association, led several militant struggles in the 1960s. These fights were for the restoration of Girijan lands grabbed by merchant moneylenders who had thereby become landlords. The Sangam also fought for the distribution of cultivable banjar, forest, lands, abolition of debt peonage, fair prices for minor forest produce collected by the tribes, lifting of the prohibition on the use of forest timber by the Girijans, and agency autonomy under local tribal governance. Indeed, the land grabbing from tribal people, which was illegal as per the Agency Tracts Interest and Land Transfer Act of 1917, further buttressed by the Andhra Pradesh Land Transfer Regulation of 1959, must be kept in mind. With the split in the CPI in 1964, the leaders of the Sangam pitched their tents with the CPM. But, in the wake of Naxalbari in May 1967, the mass movement against exploitation and oppression by landlords, moneylenders, merchants, forest and revenue officials, and the police acquired a new resolve. The police also stepped up patrolling when the landlords sought enhanced protection. Following clashes, Section 144 of the Criminal Procedure Code, namely, unlawful assembly, was declared in late July. It was in this setting that 2 peasants were shot dead by the agents of the landlords on October 31, 1967 in Levidi, in the Parvathipuram block, and by early 1968 special police camps dotted the area and an armed police offensive began, accompanied by mass arrests. In September 1968, a court acquitted the accused in the Levidi case, confirming the reasoning of the tribes that, besides the police, the legal system too was on the side of the landlords. The Girijans had a tradition of militancy. In the adjoining agency area, from 1922 to 1924, under the leadership of the legendary Alurai Sitaramaraju, they had waged a guerrilla war against British colonialism and local oppressors. 16 and now they were geared up for it once more. The crucial factors here were not only the nature of the economic exploitation, social oppression, political domination, and the brutal state repression, but the volition and the reasoning of the tribal peasants, their political and social consciousness that motivated the armed resistance and the struggle for a just order that they were keen to embark upon. So, the Srikakulam District Committee of Communist Revolutionaries, which supported the struggle led by the Sangam, decided to take the Naxalbari road. In consultation with Chiru Mazumdar in October 1968, they opted for an armed struggle and set up the Ryatanga Sangrama Samitai as an organ for the seizure of political power in the villages. Incidents like the November 25, 1968 raiding of the premises of the notorious landlord cum moneylender Tigala Narasimulu, taking possession of hoarded paddy and other food grains, and seizing promissory notes and other legal records related to the debts the peasants had incurred over the years were emblematic of the radical politics of anti-landlordism that was brought into play. It was in this setting that Chiru Mazumdar's controversial tactic of annihilation of class enemies was applied, which was to generate a lot of differences regarding the question of tactics among the revolutionaries. But unlike Naxalbari, in Srikakulam, guerrilla squads were in operation in strategic defence and the movement was extended to the forests of the adjoining Koraput and Ganjam districts in the province of Orissa, Odisha since 2011. 17 The landlords had fled, the guerrilla squads and local militias were protecting the villages, and the Ryatanga Sangrama Samitai was in power and about to undertake land redistribution. Chiru Mazumdar visited the area in March 1969 with high hopes that Srikakulam would emerge as India's Yenin 18. Indeed, red political power did emerge, for a brief period, in around 300 of the 518 villages in the agency area of Srikakulam. No forest or revenue official or panchayat, village council, person dared step in to claim any authority. The area was administered by the Ryatanga Sangrama Samitai, which had replaced the Girijan Sangam, and the Praja, peoples, courts were the legitimate judicial authority. The guerrilla squads not only defended the villages but also sought to resolve the people's problems, organize them, propagate revolutionary politics, and set up village defense squads. The Ryatanga Sangrama Samitai set up Praja courts and the guerrillas conducted raids directed against big landlords, moneylenders, police informers, and sometimes police camps. 19. State repression inevitably followed, including encounters, extrajudicial killings. In October 1969, a 12,000 strong armed contingent of the Central Reserve Police Force encircled the zone where red political power prevailed and launched a brutal offensive. In retrospect, one might then say that the encountering of the brilliant young communist Punchadri Krishnamurti, who had joined the Srikakulam guerrillas, and 6 of his comrades on May 27, 1969, was a precursor to a pattern of cold-blooded murders that were to become part and parcel of the standard practice of counterinsurgency. 20 In June 1969 the agency parts of the district of Srikakulam were declared a disturbed area under the Andhra Pradesh Suppression of Disturbances Act, 1948. The guerrillas and the village defence squads, nevertheless, faced up to the huge encirclement and suppression campaign of the armed police that began in October 1969. Tragically, however, some of the leading comrades, such as Nirmala Krishnamurti, Punchadri Krishnamurti's wife, who joined the Srikakulam guerrillas after her husband was encountered, and Subbarao Panigrahi, the people's guerrilla poet, were killed by the police in December 1969 in what were calculated murders. The 2 school teachers, Vempadapu Satyanarayana and Adabhatla Kailasam, who had joined the CPI-ML, were captured and murdered on the night of July 10-11, 1970, marking the tragic beginning of the end of the movement in Srikakulam. Many Naxalbaris. But besides Srikakulam, there were many other political eruptions in the wake of Naxalbari, in some of the northern Telangana districts, like Khammam, Warangal, and Karimnagar, of Andhra Pradesh during 1969-71, organised independently by the CPI-ML, and the Andhra Pradesh Coordination Committee of Communist Revolutionaries, the latter led by Terimaila Nagi Reddy, Chandrapula Reddy, D. Venkatswara Rao, and Kala Venkaya. Parts of Ganjam and Koraput districts of Orissa adjoining the areas of the Srikakulam movement. Mushahari block in Muzaffarpur district of Bihar in 1968-69. The Palia area in Lakhimpur district of Uttar Pradesh in 1968-1970. Pulpally in the then Wayanad block of Kerala in 1968-69. Debra and Gopabalovpur in Midnapore district in 1969-70 and in Birbhum in 1970-71, both in West Bengal. Some of the villages of Bathinda, Hoshiarpur, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Paichala, and Sangrur in Punjab during 1970 and 1971. Kangsa and Budbud in Burdwan district at the border with the Birbhum district of West Bengal between the early 1970s and 1974, led by Kanhai Chatterjee, Amulya Sen, and Chandrasekhar Das. They were the founders of what became the Maoist Communist Centre. The Bhajapur area in the then Shah Abad district of Bihar between 1971 and 1975. The upsurge of youth in Kolkata and other cities and towns of West Bengal in 1970-71, which came into the limelight for vandalizing the pictures and statues of political/cultural icons such as M.K. Gandhi, the preeminent leader of India's independence movement, Rammohun Roy, founder of the socio-religious reformist Brahmo Sava movement in the late 1820s, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, a key figure of the 19th century Bengal Renaissance, and Vivekananda, best known for introducing Hinduism at the Parliament of the World's Religions in Chicago in 1893, 21. The struggles of political prisoners in various jails in Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, and West Bengal. The Birbhum armed struggle was one of the most significant that the CPI-ML led, so much so that the Indian Army was deployed in every thana, police station jurisdiction, of the area of struggle to crush it. In general, the ruthless offensive knew no bounds. The revolt of youth in Kolkata and other cities and towns of West Bengal in 1970-71 was followed by the massacre of more than 100 young persons with CPI-ML leanings in Baranagar Kashipur, North Kolkata, on August 12-13, 1971. This took place soon after the proclamation of President's rule in West Bengal in late June 1971, with the aristocratic, wealthy barrister and Congress party politician Siddhartha Shankar Ray exercising presidential power in the state. Using hired hoodlums, euphemistically called resistance groups, the police went on a rampage, searching house to house to ferret out youth suspected of CPI-ML affiliation or simply party sympathizers, blocking all escape routes, rounding up and killing them in a most brutal and cruel manner. Indeed, an elderly man was doused with petrol and burnt alive because he didn't inform the killers of the whereabouts of his alleged Naxalite nephew, and the hoodlums chopped off the hand of a schoolgirl in her teens just because she said she didn't know the whereabouts of her brother. The bodies of the slaughtered were dumped in a nearby canal. And then, the very next day, August 14, S.S. Ray visited the scene of the massacre, shown around the place, as one who was deeply concerned at what happened, by the killers themselves. 22. Ray's right-hand man was Ranjit Gupta, then Inspector General of Police, West Bengal, who devised the counter-revolutionary tactic of polluting the ocean. He created secret squads who killed small businessmen, robbed ferries, and bumped off a variety of individuals with a police carte blanche, if they were strict about shouting Naxalite slogans while acting. 23. And, of course, there were the encounter killings in which the cowardly cops aimed their guns at Naxalites precisely when they knew the latter couldn't shoot back, and then turned the victims into criminals. In his Calcutta diary, the distinguished economist, political activist, writer, and columnist, Ashok Mitra, has this to say about the encounter deaths: corpses are incapable of issuing rejoinders. The corpse is given an unsavory name. Extremist, retroactive justification of trigger happiness. From the second quarter of 1970 onward, the police assumed summary powers to hunt down and kill undesirable elements, point-blank killing. The British might have cavilled at this something, but not us. You must not turn into a dreamer of extravagant dreams. Sacrifice everything so that a new society could emerge. For those who do, the powers that be have decided that such folks must be shot like dogs under the canopy of the open sky in concocted encounters with the police. 24. The Bengali woman of letters and political activist Maheswata Devi's Hajar Chura Sharma, No 1084's mother, was written around the same time when Ashok Mitra penned those words. Translated into English by Samak Bandopadhyay, and later adapted to Hindi cinema by Govind Nihilani in Haza Aur Shrazai Ki Ma, the novel tells the story of Braitai, unearthed by his apolitical mother, Sujata Chatterjee, in her quest to know her martyred Naxalite son. She had not known the true Braitai ever when he was alive, but now she is determined to know what he stood for, more so in the face of the Chatterjee families, and especially her husband Dibyanatha's systematic denial of Braitai and his politics. Braitai was a Naxalite, and for the crime of being one, the Indian state reduced him to dead body number 1084. In Maheswata Devi's novel, Sujata, the upper-middle-class working woman, oppressed at home by her husband, finds solace in her son's comrade and lover Nandini, and in Braitai's dead comrade Somu's mother, who belongs to the wretched of the Indian earth whose cause the Naxalites stood for. Bhajapa the wretched stand up. The very mention of the damned of the Indian earth, however, reminds one of the movement in Bhajapa, which was greatly influenced by Chiru Mazumdar's ideas about taking the struggle from armed resistance to armed offensive annihilation of class enemies, especially the most notorious landlords, attacks on police camps and on troops on the move, and attempts to carve out liberated zones. Bhajapur, particularly its southern part, is irrigated by the river Sone, and it thus became a green revolution area, where Dalit, literally oppressed, used to depict India's untouchables who were outside the caste hierarchy, 25 landless labourers, either casual or bonded, through indebtedness, toiled at extremely low wages and suffered a denial of basic human dignity, their wives and daughters constantly subjected to sexual tyranny in the fields and other domains of the upper caste. Landlords, Rajputs, and Bomahars. The latter wielded not only economic but also political power, their links with the state apparatus underwriting such coercive dominance. Their upper caste status not only assured them access to the means of production that the Green Revolution techniques required but also structured the relations of production vis-a-vis the Dalit landless labourers. In such a milieu, it was taken for granted that unfree labour would coexist with the landlord's capitalistic drive for profit maximization. So full of themselves, the upper caste landlords even took liberties with middle-class Shudra Jatai, the fourth social category within the caste hierarchy, 26 persons, with not infrequent assaults on their sense of dignity. In what seemed an irremediable situation, it was the ingenuity of the CPI, ML, that perceived a way out, by bringing the landless labourers and these oppressed sections of the middle class/castes onto a common political platform. Point 27. A series of annihilations of the most hated landlords and their mercenaries and snatching of arms marked the launch of the Bhajapur movement in February 1971. What a unique blend of leaders it had: Jagdish Mahato, a former school teacher, Rameshwar Ahir, a former dacoit, a member of a band of armed robbers, who turned to Maoism while in prison, Ramayan Kamar and his nephew Jwahar, both Dalits, Gainshi Duzad, also a Dalit, the son of a bonded landless peasant, and Subrato Dutta, a Maoist intellectual who became the ideologue of the movement, known as Jwahar to his followers. The coming together of an upper caste Maoist intellectual, a socially oppressed middle-class radical, a poor/middle peasant of an oppressed Shudra caste, and persons who came from the wretched of the Indian earth, Dalits, that is what Sujata must have grasped about the movement of which her dead son Braitai was a part, when she met his dead comrade Somu's mother, in Hajar Chura Sharma. An ex-army personnel from the Shudrajatai, middle peasants, helped train the members of the armed squads, something lacking elsewhere in the Naxalite movement. The biographies of some of the leaders of this movement might give us a hint about the making of Naxalite revolutionaries in India. Jagdish Mahato, the son of a peasant of Equari village in the Sehar block of Bhajapur, was a science teacher at a school in the town of Ara. In the 1967 elections, on polling day, having campaigned vigorously for the CPI candidate, he resisted in the face of a concerted rigging of the vote for the candidate who was sponsored by the landlords, was brutally assaulted, and had to be hospitalized for the next 5 months. He then organized a wage strike of the landless laborers, started publishing a periodical to propagate the ideas of the sole Dalit architect of India's constitution, Br Ambedkar, but nothing seemed to have come of his political interventions until he gave up his job as a teacher and became a full-time Naxalite with comrades like Rameshwar Ahir. One day in 1971 the master, that is what Jagdish Mahato came to be called, in conversation with one of his former colleagues of the Ara school, said, "I know that I am going to die one of these days. But I will die partly satisfied. For one change that our movement has brought about is that the landlords do not dare now to touch the women of the poor. And that is not a small change." Reportedly, the master would prevail upon his Dalit followers to go forth to force their acceptability as human beings. His practical lesson was, "This is a gun, the weapon of subjugation. Hold it straight, and go and deliver justice." 28. That was the master. His close comrade, Rameshwar Ahir, also one of the founders of the Bhajapur movement, was the son of a poor peasant. Rameshwar was driven by upper caste persecution to join a gang of dacoits, but while in jail he was influenced by Naxalite CO prisoners, and he joined the movement upon his release from prison. And one can never forget Gainshi Duzad, the son of a bonded landless peasant from Shri village in the Sehar block. He was an outstanding guerrilla fighter under whose leadership the CPI-ML guerrillas annihilated several notorious landlords and moneylenders, confiscated their lands, organized the peasants to sow those fields, sniper-attacked government troops, and seized and distributed the food grains of big traders. Indeed, for 6 months, Shri remained under the control of a revolutionary committee. But, on May 6, 1973, a posse of armed policemen entered the village and a 12-hour battle ensued, with the guerrillas and the villagers on one side, the police and the landlord's henchmen on the other, in which, among others on both sides, Gainshi was killed. 29. Was it worth it, what Gainshi Duzad did? He and his comrades rose up, they risked everything. Why? Well, the truth is that a Dalit could be beaten, raped, or killed at the whim of an upper caste landlord and virtually nothing would be done about it. The coming of age to political consciousness of the Dalits brought on more severe repression by the ruling upper caste class combined against them. In Kilvanmani, a village in Tanjavur district of Tamil Nadu, 44 Dalits men, women and children were forcibly herded into a hut and burned to death by hired hoodlums of the landlords on the night of December 24, 1968, because they struck work for higher wages. Predictably, the landlords who organized the massacre were exonerated by the courts for lack of evidence. What would anyone born into such a life have done? Who would blame the victims if they took up guns to deliver justice? The ideologue of the Bhajapur movement, Subrato Dutta, known as Chwahar among the peasants, became General Secretary of a reconstituted CPI-ML, operating in Bhajapur, in 1974. An ardent follower of Chiru Mazumdar, as Sumanta Banerjee calls him, Chwahar sharpened the party's military line, stressing the need for building up a standing force, this in order to forestall the encirclement and suppression of guerrilla bases by the military, by attacking the enemy's troops, when they were on their way to the bases. Recruits to the Indian Army from the oppressed castes, when they came home, found their fellow folk rising in revolt against landlordism, and many of them left the army to join the guerrillas. But with the declaration of the state of emergency in June 1975, and the launching of Operation Thunder to liquidate the Naxalites and smash their strongholds, Chwahar was killed on November 25, 1975, when the police raided his hideout in a Bhajapur village. 30 In a sense, this marked the end of the first phase of the Naxalite movement. For with the passing of Chwahar, the CPI-ML liberation, with Vinod Mishra as its new General Secretary, was not inclined to follow the path of protracted people's war that leaders like Jagdish Master, Rameshwar Ahir, Gainshi Duzad and Chwahar had embarked upon. Mind you, it was not merely the Maoist consciousness of Subrato Dutta Chwahar that gave the Bhajapur uprising its revolutionary character. This essential quality was shaped by the actions and deeds of persons like Gainshi Duzad and Rameshwar Ahir. Doing is itself learning. What then of this phase of the Naxalite movement? April-May 1969 witnessed the birth of the CPI-ML, the significance of the fact that it was the revolutionary struggle which created this political party must be emphasized. But inexplicably, though the program of the party envisaged a worker-peasant alliance, the party organization had not been built among the urban proletariat. As a citizen, who presided over the May Day rally that made the public announcement of the formation of the party, was to put it, the working class, is still completely isolated from the present armed struggle. 31 Serious debate, however, didn't get a chance as bitter internal divisions and state repression did the movement in. By 1972, after the arrest, and later death, upon denial of proper medical treatment, of Chiru Mazumdar in police custody on July 27, the CPI-ML disintegrated. Having gotten India's most wanted radical, the establishment must surely have heaved a sigh of great relief. Chiru Mazumdar often failed to give the correct lead, but his ideas still live on. When he claimed in the autumn of 1967 in the immediate aftermath of the defeat at Naxalbari that Naxalbari has not died and will never die, he was saying something about the ability of his followers to survive, continue and expand their movement in the face of the most ruthless repression launched by the Indian state. Born in a landlord family in Siliguri, Chiru Mazumdar gave up his studies for the intermediate examination and became a full-timer in the then outlawed CPI in the late 1930s in the party's Kisan Sabha, Peasant Front, and took a leading part in Jalpaiguri in the Tabhaga movement in undivided, mainly North Bengal IN 1946 to enforce the demand of the bargadars, sharecroppers, for a reduction in the rent paid to the Uddars, landlords, from half to one-third of the crop. Embracing Mao's thought as early as 1948, he was well known in the CPI in Jalpaiguri and Siliguri for the anti-revisionist positions he took. Going against the tide of national chauvinism in the wake of India's China War in 1962, he was imprisoned for his views but stood his ground even after his defeat as a CPI candidate in a 1963 by-election for the Siliguri seat of the West Bengal State Assembly. When the party split in 1964, he joined the CPM as a Maoist in its ranks, but was censured the very next year when the first of his 8 documents appeared. For him, the real fight against revisionism would begin when the poor and landless peasantry took the revolutionary road. It was, however, only later that a fervent follower of Chiru Mazumdar, Kondapalli Sitharamaiah, K.S., would advance this political agenda. K.S.'s efforts' relentless groundwork eventually led to the formation of the CPI-ML, People's War, CPI-ML, PW, on April 22, 1980. He and his close comrades made a major contribution to keeping alive the politics of the area-wise seizure of political power and the armed agrarian revolution following Chiru Mazumdar's death and the subsequent disintegration of the original CPI-ML. They also tried to overcome the sectarian tendencies and adventurous tactics that had befallen the party led by Mazumdar. K.S., 1915–2002, 32 was a veteran of the Telangana armed peasant struggle of the 1940s, who led a CPI unit in the fight against a minor zamindari at the border of Krishna and Nalgonda districts. Early on, he was recognized for his organizational abilities, especially in taking the party to the masses, implementing the mass line. Later, inspired by the Cultural Revolution in 1966, he began organizing students in Warangal, establishing a strong base in the regional engineering college there. Following Naxalbari, K.S. propagated the Chiru Mazumdar line, became a member of the Andhra State Committee of the CPI-ML, upon the formation of that party, and coordinated with the Srikakulam unit. He played a leading role in the collective learning from the defeat of the movement in Srikakulam and in the review that diagnosed the basic lacuna of that struggle in its failure to implement the mass line. Indeed, K.S. had a big hand, along with the Digambara, Naked, Thirugubadi, Revolt, and Paigambara, Prophetic, poets, in the formation of the Revolutionary Writers Association, Viplavarakayatala Sangam in Telugu, Virasam, in short, in 1970 and the Jananata Mundali, along with radical cultural activists Narasingha Rao and Gadar, inspired by the songs of Subra Opanagrahi 33 in 1972. He also nurtured the Radical Students' Union in 1974 and its Go to the Village campaigns that spawned many a professional revolutionary, and the Radical Youth League in May 1975, just before the declaration of the state of emergency when all civil liberties and democratic rights were suspended. For KS, annihilation of class enemies was only one form of struggle, one tactic among others. 34 Indeed, the collective review conducted by KS and his close associates in Andhra Pradesh culminated in the formulation of a fresh tactical line called Road to Revolution, whose first seeds began to sprout in the peasant movement in Karimnagar and Adilabad districts soon after the emergency was lifted. 35 A legend in the period 1970–87, so his followers would say, KS inspired radical Telugu youth right from 1966 and had a major role in building the CPI, ML, PW, from scratch. He played a stellar role in the creation of a gateway to Spring Thunder, Phase 2, which we examine in Chapter 4. It is time then to touch upon the essence of the Maoist strategy that the CPI, ML, PW, intended to implement. Although there were bitter differences over tactics, there was a remarkable unanimity about the revolutionary strategy the original CPI, ML, chose, which was that of the Chinese Revolution. Lin Biao, in his 1965 pamphlet, Long Live the Victory of People's War, had famously summed up the essence of this strategy of protracted People's War, PPW, in the following words: to rely on the peasants, build rural base areas, and use the countryside to encircle and finally capture the cities. Such was the way to victory in the Chinese Revolution, which broke out in a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country. 36 Likewise, in the CPI, ML's view, India was also then a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country, with the big landlords and the comprador bureaucrat capitalists the ruling classes. The main instrument of the PPW must be the People's Army, which had to be built on the political base of the party. That army had to master the art of guerrilla warfare and apply tactics flexible enough to adapt to every twist and turn in the war and in keeping with the movement's resources and the principle of self-reliance. The revolution had to begin with a new democratic stage, led by the workers in a worker-peasant alliance, and would only transit to the socialist stage upon taking power at the national level. So, it was to be a revolution by stages and an uninterrupted revolution. In the new democratic stage, not only was the peasant question extremely important, but, as Lin Biao had reiterated, the countryside, and the countryside alone, can provide the broad areas in which the revolutionaries can maneuver freely, and provide the revolutionary bases from which they can go forward to final victory. 37. In practice, however, the adventurous tactical line had led to defeat, the main reasons for which were the following: rash optimism and neglect of the long, hard, and patient underground organizational work that should have preceded the launch of armed struggle. Absence of an organization among the urban proletariat, though the party had envisaged a worker-peasant alliance. Neglect of military requirements. Failure to integrate the mass line, from the masses, to the masses, and mass organizations as necessary complements to armed struggle. Assigning of an undue importance to the tactic of annihilation of class enemies, making it doubly difficult to undertake the kind of political work that was essential for the expansion of the movement. Gross underestimation of the retaliatory power of the Indian state, which turned out to be the most monstrous repression unleashed on a political movement in post-independence India. No democratic means to resolve internal contentions over tactics, given that there was a remarkable intra-party consensus over strategy, and inexplicable isolation of the students' youth, more generally in the urban areas from the struggles of the urban working class. A revolutionary war, nevertheless, as Mao put it, was not a matter of first learning and then doing, but doing and then learning, for doing is itself learning. 38 Those who didn't learn from what they had done, were wiped out. Those who learned from what they had done, recovered and lived to fight another day, and they have persevered right to this day, but their numbers are still very small compared to the size of this country. In this account of the movement in its first phase, the focus has been on the armed struggles, not on the process of party formation and organizational matters. The latter began with a coordination committee of communist revolutionaries within the CPM, composed of Naxalites who wanted to give up the parliamentary path. This was followed by the formation of an All-India Coordination Committee of Communist Revolutionaries after severing all links with CPM. Despite internal differences, the process culminated in the formation of the CPI-ML, on April 22, 1969, and the First Party Congress in May 1970. In all these, there were significant internal differences. Frankly, in the absence of an archive, as regards such differences, and too many unknowns and unknowables, it may be better to refrain from comment. Insurgent poetry. Instead, there is a need to bring to the fore the political good and the political evil in Indian society, for invariably, both have been obscured. The good, by the false or unwarranted accusations made against uncompromising left politics and against anyone who questions the assumptions and institutions that support the established order in India. The evil, effectively hidden by the claim that the Indian state is simply upholding law and order in the face of the violence of the Naxalites, deemed to be a cancerous growth on the body of Indian democracy. That the most vulnerable sections of the people, Dalits and Adivasis, tribal or aboriginal, 39, and those who couldn't remain unmoved at their plight and thus took up their cause, were subjected to the worst of the states and the landlords' terror with a vengeance, and that this could happen in a liberal political democracy, no matter how reactionary, is hard to believe. A lot can be gained by listening to the voices of some of the poets who came on the scene in the wake of Naxalbari, the Telugu verse writer Sharabanda Raju, for instance. One of the sympathizers of the Srikakulam armed struggle, Sharabanda Raju played a part in the formation of Virasam, the Revolutionary Writers Association, and was charge-sheeted in the Sikandar Abbott conspiracy case, instituted in May 1974, against the poets of Virasam. Believe it or not, this conspiracy case involved poets and their poetry, on the ground that they believed in violence and hence were subject to the normal course of criminal law. In the following, Sharabanda Raju conveys the shattering of the hopes that one had at the time of independence, in a bitter sad tribute paid to Mother India 40. Oh my dear motherland! Yours is a beauty that pawns its parts in the world marketplace. Yours is a youth that sleeps in the ecstasy of a rich man's embrace. Yours is a sadness that fails to comfort the children crawling over your barren breasts. Mother India, what is your destiny? In another poem, written from jail, Sharabanda Raju, again 41. Instead of removing the filth I hate to see, they try to pluck out my eyes. My voice is a crime. My thoughts anarchy. Because I do not sing their tunes. I do not carry them on my shoulders. Prisoner I may be, but not a slave. Though battered and broken, like a wave of the sea, I will be born again and again. And, Sharabanda Raju, once more, in red salute to the two peasants, Gunal Kistakaud and Jangam Bhumaya, radical political activists who were charged with the annihilation of landlords in Adil Abad district of Andhra Pradesh in 1970, sentenced to death, and executed on December 1, 1975 during the state of emergency when lawyers defending the accused were also under detention. 42. The gallows are trembling. Unable to take away your breath. This edifice cannot stand any longer. After robbing you of your life. Kistakaud and Bhumaya were political prisoners, a category recognized by the leaders of India's freedom struggle in colonial times, but now, in independent India, the law treated them as common criminals. It must be mentioned that Kistakaud and Bhumaya did not consider their actions as criminal, they acted destructively but justly, nevertheless, to invert the old social order, this, publicly and collectively, and in solidarity with the oppressed. Had they not been Naxalites, subject to the worst kind of political prejudice, they would not have been victims of the Indian state's terror, for they had acted in the manner that they did because they were appalled by the injustice of the massive suffering and suppression of the poor, and they wanted to shock and shake the custodians of the status quo. 43. Indeed, on the eve of their execution, both of them donated their eyes for transplantation for the needy. They said, "Our eyes could not see the victory of the revolution. But those who will receive our eyes will surely watch that victory." 44. There was an incident during the non-cooperation movement against British colonialism, large-scale civil disobedience in 1922 led by M.K. Gandhi for the grant of Swaraj, self-government, in Trishra in Gorakhpur district of eastern United Provinces on February 5, 1922, in which peasants, when at least 2 of their comrades were killed in police firing, set a police station on fire, which caused the death of 22, some reports say 23, policemen. This led Gandhi to withdraw the whole civil disobedience struggle, with the peasants condemned as murderers and traitors, the latter because they had broken their vow of non-violence, which was Gandhi's precondition for their participation. As many as 19 persons were hanged in July 1923, including some of the leaders Nazar Ali, Lal Muhammad and Bhagwan Ahir, and there were many life sentences. The Congress government in the United Provinces, which assumed office in 1938, did not even bother about the pitiable conditions of the persons suffering life sentences or their near and dear ones. The lifers had to wait till 1942-43 to get released. And, to add insult to injury, after Indian independence, the Sri Shram militants were initially not even recognized as freedom fighters, and thus not entitled to pensions. Nevertheless, Sri Shram was a turning point in the nationalist movement for independence, for it inspired revolutionaries like Bhagat Singh and his comrades, and many others. 45. Bhagat Singh, 1907–1931, is to South Asia what Che Guevara is to Latin America, an iconic figure of the radical left tradition. In a trial by a special tribunal which chose to violate basic principles of law and criminal procedure for colonial political ends, he was convicted of the charge of assassinating an assistant superintendent of police, John Saunders, in 1928. 46 Singh, along with his comrades Sukhdef and Rajguru, was executed in Lahore, now in Pakistan, on March 23, 1931. Having come from the revolutionary strand of India's struggle for independence, the elite nationalist leadership, Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, remained ambivalent about him, and nationalist historiography has marginalized his political contribution. The substitution of the slogan Vande Mataram, salutations to Mother India, with the rallying cries Inquilab Zindabad, long live the revolution, Samrajyawad Ka Nash Ho, death to imperialism, for which Bhagat Singh is credited, was alien to the political sense of the elite nationalists. Clearly, Bhagat Singh had truly made the transition from the Hindustan Republican Association to the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association. He really hit the nail on the head when he wrote, and in this, he has proved prophetic in a communication to young political workers on February 2, 1931, at a time the Congress Party was contemplating a compromise with the British government. What difference does it make to them workers and peasants whether Lord Reading is the head of the Indian government or Sir Purushottamdas Thakurdas? What difference for a peasant if Sir Tej Bahadur Sapru replaces Lord Irwin? 47 In the adoption of the hunger strike as a political weapon, he and his comrades took inspiration from their Irish counterparts, progenitors of this political tactic. Indeed, Jatin Das, 1904–29, one of Bhagat Singh's comrades, died on September 13, 1929, after a 63-day hunger strike in Lahore jail, and civil liberties and democratic rights activists and the Naxalites, in and outside the walls of prisons, to this day, commemorate that day as Political Prisoners' Day. 48 It must be said that, unlike the parliamentary communist left, the Naxalites embraced the revolutionary traditions of the Gaddarites. We will come to them in Chapter 2, whom the colonial state treated viciously in the first Lahore conspiracy case, initiated in 1915. Bhagat Singh and his comrades, and even groups like the Anas Hill and Samatai that advocated revolutionary terror to end British rule in India. Naxalbari exploded many a myth and restored faith in the courage and character of the revolutionary left in India. The very problems the Naxalites raised and tried to solve in a hurry had never been raised with such force of sincerity before or after Telangana. That is their achievement. 49 That was how the post-Tagorian poet and editor of the radical weekly Frontier, Samar Sen, summed it all up. Dedication and devotion of a high order, one might add, an immense perseverance, because of which, in Suniti Kumar Ghosh's words, Naxalbari held out a promise, the promise of the liberation of the Indian people from oppression and exploitation. But, had promises yet to be fulfilled. 50. Ordinary people in extraordinary circumstances. Neither the lives of the individuals who came to the fore in Spring Thunder, Phase I, who have been profiled here, nor their present as history, can be understood without comprehending both. The powers that be regarded these ordinary people as the greatest danger to India's liberal political democracy and did what was expected of them to preserve the setup. Given the positions of the Ranjit Guptas or the S.S. Rays, or indeed, the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, in the institutional structure of the system, it does not seem possible that they could have been sensitized to the consequences of their actions, although, 5 decades on, those repercussions are still unfolding. This narrative has tried to understand Spring Thunder, Phase I, from the perceptions of the revolutionary participants themselves, to figure out the motives and actions of the tribal and Dalit peasant protagonists. Yes, there is a political intent to what I am doing, but this does not mean that I cannot do it objectively. Certainly, my politics has shaped what I have written, my own experience and political participation in Indian society has influenced what I have penned. I detest the condescension of many Indian Marxists to the Naxalites, as if the Naxalites have been ignorant of Marxism, as if their politics had been nothing but petty bourgeois left adventurist, and that what they needed, metaphorically speaking, was an appointment with these Marxist intellectuals to provide them with good theory, which will then, in turn, lead to correct practice. Sheer arrogance, this treatment of ordinary people almost as things. I can sense the manner of their contemptuous scorn when they read what I have written, as if writing with deeply felt emotions is always bereft of objectivity. Pray, how can anger and indignation, empathy and compassion, this in the face of terror and inhumanity, be considered out of place? Are not passion and rage the stuff that drives revolutionaries to make them what they are? Aren't all revolutionaries emotionally charged with fury, revulsion, and moral indignation against the powers that be? Isn't it the case that they cannot but raise objections and thus refuse to remain silent in the face of the myriad injustices and indignities that the poor are made to suffer, no matter the cost to themselves? Aren't revolutionary moments precisely those when the fetters of intuitive self-preservation are thrown to the winds? Why obfuscate such matters? I am writing about ordinary people, in extraordinary circumstances, just like Sumanta Banerjee did, and I have strong opinions of the Naxalites who brought some of those ordinary people together in what became their joint radical political project. Perhaps my opinion has been shaped by the manner of the Maoist intellectuals I have known and trust, mainly those from the civil liberties and democratic rights struggle. Here one comes across communists who are radical democratic and libertarian, both qualities Marx associated with the word communist. The Naxalites have been people with a revolutionary Marxist commitment. Their politics has been the expression of their hopes for a better world. They have had a sense of shared interests among themselves, and against the Indian state and ruling classes, they developed a revolutionary consciousness that has been radical democratic, and this awareness has come from their own values and experience, in the course of their struggles, as they, mostly, lost against the repression and anti-democratic ethos of the Indian state and ruling classes. It was the fusion of the revolutionary romanticism of revolting middle-class youth with the class consciousness of toiling poor peasants and landless laborers that made Spring Thunder, Phase I, what it was both. The rebel youth and the poor peasants/landless laborers, could not have been made solely by the vanguard that came out of the CPM. That vanguard as well as the rebel youth, both of whom had given up the comforts, the safety, and the privileges that came from their middle-class social origins, chose to pitch their lot with the deprived peasants and laborers. They took up the revolutionary cause, and thus risked their very lives. Unlike the leaders and cadre of the parliamentary left parties, they were hounded by the repressive apparatus of the Indian state. Many of them remained in detention without trial for years, brutally tortured in police interrogation cells, some of them were cold-bloodedly assassinated in the forests of Srikakulam or shot like dogs under the canopy of the open sky on the Kolkata Maidan, like the communist poet and leader of the West Bengal unit of the CPI, ML, Saroy Dutta was, on the midnight of August 4/5, 1971. Despite the positive resolve of the leaders and the resolute support that they got in some of the areas of armed struggle, the Naxalites erred, both in the adoption of appropriate tactics and in correctly responding to the course of events. But what of the existing conditions on the ground and the context, what of the then present as history? What was new in India in the decade of the mid-1960s to the mid-1970s, and what was part of the longer process? It is time to turn then to 1968 India as history. One aspect that needs to be kept in mind, though, about Spring Thunder, Phase I, while looking at India after Naxalbari, can be stated thus: in the failure of armed struggle and mass mobilization to come together, in the inability of the developing class consciousness and evolving revolutionary romanticism to find a common cultural home, 51-something was lost. What and how much, I really cannot say for sure, but certainly, the Indian people and the Naxalite movement were among the losers. Basically, the process of democratization lost what would have possibly been one of its most imaginative allies. Chiru Mazumdar had encouraged urban youth, especially students, revolutionary romantics joining the revolutionary movement, to go to the countryside and integrate with workers and poor and landless peasants, 52 learning from them and teaching them, and in the process build a common cultural home. But this was not to be, at least during Spring Thunder, Phase I. The process had, however, begun, for instance, in Srikakulam with the guerrilla poet Subbarao Panigrahi's attempts to reach out to people through their own cultural forms. Some of these youngsters, not within the gaze of the Stalinist leaders, and hence not constricted by the fiat of the party, could allow their creative energies and those of the poor peasants and landless laborers to unfold. Both could then emerge as historical persons, responsible for their actions. Marx famously expressed the thought that people, in the process of changing the world, at the same time change themselves. The poor and landless peasants from tribal, Dalit, or lower caste social backgrounds made an attempt to overthrow their oppressors and change the class structure and institutions of Indian society. In undertaking these tasks, alongside middle-class, romantic revolutionaries in the making, their own conceptions of Indian society had begun to evolve, so also their values, their needs, their abilities, their aspirations. But abrupt defeat cut all of these short. Marx also famously said that human beings make their own history, but he was quick to add that they cannot and will not be allowed to do so in the manner of their own choosing. Nevertheless, Spring Thunder, Phase I, was an indication, a portent, of a section of the Indian people re-emerging, gathering strength once again, augmenting their forces to engage in a struggle that was going to be protracted, hard, and cruel over the years to follow. 2. 1968 India as history. This stain-covered daybreak, this night-bitten dawn. This is not that dawn of which there was expectation. This is not that dawn with longing for which the friends set out, convinced that somewhere they would be met with. Somewhere must be the stars' last halting place. Somewhere the verge of night's slow washing tide. Somewhere an anchorage for the ship of heartache. Faiz Ahmed Faiz, Dawn of Freedom, August 1947, translated by Victor G. Kiernan. 1. The keepers of the past cannot be the builders of the future. Paul A. Baran, On the Political Economy of Backwardness, 19522. The extremes of violent state repression of the Naxalite movement in its first phase suggest that the colonial state, especially its repressive apparatus, remained firmly embedded in its successor in independent India. Independence in 1947 was, above all, a mere transfer of power. The threat to liberal political democracy was from the establishment and the ruling classes, not from the Naxalite movement. 1968 India, when the spirit of revolutionary humanism came to the fore but was striven to be extinguished by extraordinary state repression, must, however, be grasped, and this can best be done by comprehending it as history. Certainly, those times, from the latter half of the 1960s right through the 1970s, have long passed, so nobody can influence their shape and outcome, but they are still breathing as history, and with an idea of where India has gone since then, it is possible to write more wisely about them. It would be more difficult to write wisely about India in the present, because for that it would be necessary to figure out where India is proceeding. This would be the challenge in this book, to sense where India is making its way so that one can write wisely about its present and thereby possibly be of some help to a collective socialist endeavor to influence its shape and outcome. As Paul Sweezy wrote in the preface to his book, The Present as History 3. Everyone knows that the present will someday be history. I believe that the most important task of the social scientist is to try and comprehend it as history now, while it is still the present and while we still have the power to influence its shape and outcome. Like the present, 1968 India is an historical problem. It can be understood by making use of history. The Indian establishment, the ruling classes, the wretched of the Indian earth, and those who couldn't remain unmoved by what was happening, all of them did what they did, not merely because they were compelled by history, the unique conditions existing on the ground at the time, and the context, to do what they did. History and the existing conditions and context certainly determined the range of possible outcomes, but the actual outcome was the result of the respective moves of the principal opponents and how each of them responded to the course of events then unfolding. In sharp contrast to such an approach, the historian and writer Ramachandra Guha, in his account of the history of India as an independent nation, explains what happened by attributing much of it to the volitions and the personalities of key figures in the establishment. For instance, Jawaharlal Nehru, independent India's first Prime Minister, is depicted as an authentic liberal who, more than any other personality at the helm until his death in 1964, is said to have shaped the democratic foundations of the Indian political system. All was supposedly more or less well with Indian democracy until an authoritarian personality, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, took office as India's third Prime Minister. She is said to have ultimately let down the world's largest democracy, indeed, even subverting it from June 26, 1975, to January 18, 1977, during the emergency but government by the people bounced back into shape soon after. 5. Guha, nevertheless, is restrained. Some other liberal writers really go overboard, for instance, Salman Rushdie, in his novel Midnight's Children, pillorying Mrs. Gandhi as the witch-like widow responsible for everything that's wrong in India. Her son Sanjay, who is depicted as a villain called Labia Lips, accuses his mother of having caused his father's death by cruelly and selfishly neglecting him. The case of Rushdie assumes relevance because he has claimed that Midnight's Children is imaginatively true, actually about history and the ways in which memory recovers and recreates the past. Of course, a postmodernist narrative claiming to be imaginatively true, without a shred of corroboration, accusing Mrs. Gandhi of being responsible for her husband's death, this by making up what her son is claimed to have charged her with, is all part of a larger plot to depict her as the culprit responsible for the mess that India was in. 6 As the eminent historian Ranajit Guha said, more generally, of the liberal critics of Mrs. Gandhi at the time, they even engaged in character assassination in order to cover up their own failure to understand and explain the emergency, peddling the myth that all had been well with Indian democracy until an authoritarian personality subverted it on June 26, 1975. 7. The emergency when the opposition was jailed, the press gagged, the constitution emasculated, and elections suspended is widely regarded as an exception in India's otherwise excellent democratic record. Liberals apart, even influential left historians, Professor Bipan Chandra, for example, bought this story. What was essentially a class project, the Gandhi-Nehru supported by the big bourgeoisie-led national movement, Chandra characterizes it as a bourgeois democratic movement, was depicted as the national project, never mind the democratic and anti-colonial proclivities of the many autonomous peasant uprisings before and after 1885 that were also part of the independence struggle. To this left historian, the bourgeois democratic movement, led by Gandhi and his protégé Nehru and supported by the Indian bourgeoisie, was all that mattered, for the capitalist class, he claims, was independent, anti-imperialist, very modern and liberal, and it was these characteristics that, over time, shaped the political culture and economy of independent India. 8 Indeed, for the period after the transfer of power, even when it had become evident that the socio-economic and state structures of the past had remained largely intact, Professors Bipan Chandra, and his former students turned colleagues, Mridula Mukherjee and Aditya Mukherjee, remained captivated by what they identified as the progressive sections of the bourgeoisie, and with Nehru and the Nehruvian model of development. Their largely uncritical glorification, bordering on hero worship, of Nehru makes it difficult for the discerning reader to distinguish them from conventional Congress nationalist historians. 9. Clearly a section of left intellectuals was deceived by the then establishment's marketing, dressing up, of what was in fact a class project as the national project. The world looks very different when one examines it from below. 1968 India was packed with contradictions that came into the open in the political struggles of the underdogs to resolve them and in the severe repression of those campaigns by the Indian state. I came of political age at this time, and so I don't think I can be dispassionate in my analyses of them. But I will try to throw some light on the main social issues of the time, making no pretense to comprehensiveness. Essentially, there are two distinct parts to what I am about to deal with: 1. The various fountainheads of resistance and struggle, and 2. The sources of the repression. The two cannot but be viewed in interaction with each other, for both are embedded in the history I am setting out. The distinction might however prove fruitful to grasp right at the start. I will try to explain important developments, and figure out the social forces of the past from which they emerged. I believe that if one looks reality in the face, the chances of adequately explaining it are better. For instance, that the principal architect of the emergency, Mrs. Gandhi, could come back to power, in 1980, in a matter of 3 years, indeed, legitimately via a massive popular mandate, when in 1977 her opponents triumphantly rode into office on the back of public indignation against her emergency, says something important about the shallow democratic consciousness of the Indian establishment and ruling classes. The character of the establishment. The declaration of the state of emergency in June 1975 brought, as one commentator put it, 19 months of terror during which there were wholesale arrests without any redress, all conceivable opponents of the regime were jailed, prison conditions became more savage still, many more ordinary prisoners were chained, assaulted, maimed, some vanished, and not even their corpses were found. 10 Black laws were passed, men of all ages, young and old, in towns and villages were forcibly sterilized, without warning, strong-arm squads marched into urban busties, demolished homes, shops and workshops, pushed the people into trucks and deported them to distant barren sites. At the same time, strikes and meetings were banned, wages were effectively cut and bonuses withdrawn. And none of this was allowed to be reported. Press censorship and a strict monopoly of official news manufacture were imposed. 11. And, as another narrator, with an emphasis on the economy put it, rapid industrial growth, increasing exports and foreign investment, and benefits for urban bourgeois classes and rural agricultural entrepreneurs, with the costs being paid by a repressed industrial laboring class, an urban lumpen proletariat and the lower echelons of the peasantry and landless agricultural workers in the countryside, all kept firmly in tow through an increasingly powerful police establishment, with the whole process enveloped in continual gasconades of leftist rhetoric from a rightist central government. 12. It must be stressed that all these happenings were in keeping with the class character of a regime that permitted capital untrammeled power over labor. At the time, J.R.D. Tata, board chairman of one of India's top large business houses, told a U.S. journalist that things had gone too far. "You can't imagine what we've been through here: strikes, boycotts, demonstrations. Why, there were days I couldn't walk out of my office into the street. The parliamentary system is not suited to our needs." 13. The substance of the state repression was, however, in place even before the declaration of the emergency. The latter only greatly enhanced the degree of it. Consider the ordeal of Primula Lewis, a 68 who along with her British husband, then the head of the Indian branch of Oxford University Press, had rented a farmhouse in the Murali Tehsil, an administrative subdivision of the district, just south of New Delhi in 1971, much before the emergency began. There, she was to find, much to her dismay, that her neighbours, pillars of the establishment, high-level diplomats, senior bureaucrats and military officers, top industrialists and politicians, including Prime Minister Indira Gandhi herself, were provided land and other facilities for their model farms dirt cheap by the Delhi Development Authority. They were, in effect, absentee landlords who practiced a modern-day version of slavery in the treatment of their farm workers. All the labor laws on the statute, including the Minimum Wages Act, were being violated with impunity. Impelled by a sense of natural justice, and with courage, Primula helped organize the Murali Agricultural Workers' Union. 14. A mere suggestion that the modern gentry implement the provisions of labor law on their farms was enough of a provocation, for none of these modern-day slave owners seemed to have an iota of democratic consciousness. Did the wretched low-caste, migrant farm workers, driven by poverty from their villages in Bihar and eastern Uttar Pradesh, have any rights at all? The union, the modern gentry decided, had to be stamped out, not a difficult task, given the fact that the government, through the police, the bureaucracy and the judiciary as its handmaidens, had no commitment to implement the law that it had itself enacted. As for Primula, having unequivocally declared that she was on the side of the farm workers, she was to be treated just like the laborers she had helped organize, with an added dose of personal vendetta for disowning her own class, for becoming, what the establishment deemed, a Naxalite. Strictly speaking, a Naxalite is one who has been part of an organized armed struggle not merely to overthrow the established government and regime but also to upturn the existing class-caste structure, to bring about a new democratic revolution. But, in the prevailing context of rebellion, even a left-winger who was part of a collective endeavor that challenged the prevailing political authority with a view to overthrowing the existing government, or indeed, even one who took on the existing political authority without any intention of replacing it, was also deemed a Naxalite, if he proved sufficiently sincere, courageous, and uncompromising. Like Primula, and mattering little whether they were deemed Naxalites or not, there were thousands of such 68 ERS in the India of those times. Hug the trees, save the valley. The 68 ERS include even those crusading Gandhians and ecological Marxists whom the ecologist Madhav Gadgil and the social historian Ramachandra Guha associate with that most celebrated of forest conflicts, indeed, ecological conflicts, the Chipko, Hug the Trees, movement that began in April 1973. 15 Guha's The Unquiet Woods, Ecological Change and Peasant Resistance in the Himalaya, first published in 1989, views the Chipko movement in a broader historical perspective, locating its historical roots in the forest policy of the colonial period, designed to meet the demand for teak wood for shipbuilding and railway tracks. This policy led to deep, widespread resentment in the wake of violation of the customary rights of the peasants to the forests, and concomitant peasant struggles, provoked, to a significant extent, by such usurpation and alienation. In the Kumaon and Tehri Garhwal areas of Uttarakhand in the central foothills of the Himalayas, the Chipko movement's links with the earlier struggles against enclosure of the forests essentially derived from a basic continuity of the national forest policy of 1952 with its counterpart of 1894. Guha, however, makes no mention of the extensive strategic network of roads that was put in place in Uttarakhand after India's 1962 China War, which surely made the region more accessible for resource extraction. Chipko nevertheless captured metaphorically, and indeed, quite imaginatively, the image of protesting women hindering commercial logging by thrusting themselves between the trees and the loggers' saws. What is also interesting in Guha's account is his contrast of the three strands of the movement, the one separately led by two Gandhians, Sundar Lal Bahuguna and Chandi Prasad Bhatt, with the latter stressing reforestation of barren hillsides and the setting up of microhydroelectric projects. There was also the Marxist-oriented Uttarakhand Sangharsh Vahini, USV, the movement's third strand, emphasizing that the human-nature relationship can only be transfigured into one which is ecologically harmonious if human relationships are transformed from exploitative to egalitarian associations. Among the prominent USV activists were the historian Shekhar Pathak, left-wing lawyers Shamsher Singh Bist and P.C. Tiwari, and the Dalit student leader Pradeep Tamta. These activists differed from the Gandhians in some respects. They hailed from Kumaon, not Garhwal, they came from the student movement, not the Sarvodaya movement, and unlike the Gandhians, they were actively involved in the movement for a separate hill state, this to overcome decades of overexploitation by the plains. Nevertheless, they had enormous respect for the Gandhians, particularly for Chandi Prasad Bhatt, and in their own activities, they eschewed violence. In the 1970s they organized struggles against deforestation, targeting forest contractors and the state, while in the 1980s, they led a major campaign against alcoholism, focusing on violence against women by drunken men. 16. Chipko in an earlier satyagraha, nonviolent resistance, in the early 1920s at Mulshi, close to Pune in the Sahyadri Hills in Maharashtra, where the business house of the Tatas had proposed to construct a series of dams, may be said to have inspired the activists of the environmental movements and campaigns of the 1968 period and beyond. Considering the 1970s, and part of the 80s when the spirit of 1968 was still alive, and eschewing comprehensiveness, the following are some of the better-known ecological movements/campaigns. The campaign to save Silent Valley, a tropical forest in Palakkad district of Kerala, which began in 1973, in the wake of a planned hydroelectric project there, and in which the Kerala Sastra Sahitya Parishad took an active part. The movement to save the Bhagirathi and stop the proposed Tehri Band Dam project on that river in the Garhwal Himalaya in Uttarakhand. The movement to save the Narmada led by the Narmada Gati Nav Nirman Samiti, Narmada Valley Reawakening Committee, in Madhya Pradesh and the Narmada Gati Dharangrasth Samiti, Committee for the Dam-affected people of the Narmada Valley, in Maharashtra, which became the Narmada Bachao Andolan, as also, initially, the struggle led by the Chhatra Yuva Sangharsh Vahini, Student Youth Struggle Forum, in Gujarat, where the terminal dam, the Sardar Sarovar, was to come up, entailing the submersion of a number of villages there. The movement to protect the forests and safeguard tribal livelihoods in the wake of planned mining of bauxite deposits in the forested Gandhamardhan Hills in Ballinger and Sambalpur districts in Odisha from 2011, and peasant and fisher folk opposition to the setting up of a missile test range in the Baliapal-Bhagra area in Baleshwar district of Orissa. Preceding the development projects underlying these ecological movements, there were the large dam projects of the 1950s, the Bakra Nangal project on the Sutlej River in the Himachal region, the Damodar River Valley project spread over parts of Jharkhand and West Bengal, the Hirakud Dam, near Sambalpur in Orissa, on the Mahanadi River, and the Nagarjunasagar project on the Krishna River where it formed the boundary between the Nalgonda and Krishna districts in the then Andhra region. These were all designated the temples of modern India in Jawaharlal Nehru's proclamations. Their victims, thousands of poor households displaced along with loss of their livelihoods, and without any resettlement and rehabilitation worth the name, were made to suffer all this adversity in the national interest. Identifying these victims and placing them alongside the principal beneficiaries of these projects gives a solid clue to the nature of the ruling classes and their political representatives in the Congress Party of those times. Ecological conflicts were a long time coming in independent India, and it was 1968 that brought them on the political agenda, with satyagraha once more a significant part of the political lexicon of protest. The forms of protest under the rubric of satyagraha in almost all the campaigns/movements resisting environmental degradation have been the pradarshan, a collective show of strength of the likely victims, the dharna, a sit-down strike, attempting to stop work on the project, the girao, involving the surrounding of an official and heckling him/her until the person is forced to accede to the demands or the police intervenes and rescues him/her, Rasta Roko, road blockade, which disrupts transportation channels, the jail bureau, fill the jails, in which the protesters court arrest by breaking a law that in times of unrest prohibits large gatherings, and the Bhuk Hartal, hunger strike, in which a charismatic figure undertakes a fast unto death to compel the authorities to yield to campaign demands. 17 These 6 protest forms didn't originate in Gandhi's Satyagraha, and neither were they the main instruments of protest only in the environmental conflicts widely undertaken by the left in the struggles of workers. They proved efficacious only when they threatened to precipitate a local crisis of the state, which is what radical mass protest managed to do, even when it adopted some of these non-violent forms, only to bring on violent suppression by the state. Notion of witness. In India, violence and non-violence are usually contrasted as mutually exclusive Marxist and Gandhian ways of confronting oppression. This is far from the truth. At the heart of all radical political activity is organizing and convincing people, not only of the need to fight against oppression, but of the need for a new society free of oppression. Most of this political activity involves, among other essential attributes, nonviolent defiance, albeit in a more committed manner. At the heart of the philosophy of nonviolent resistance is the notion of witness. A small number of highly committed persons, by force of example, involving a great deal of sacrifice, and taking huge risks, teach a large number of people and, in the process, change the political consciousness of these people and win them over in the collective struggle for freedom and justice. But just like the colonial state perceived the just peasant uprisings of the 19th century as pathologies, disease metaphors, contagion, contamination, were common and the insurgencies were deemed criminal, so also the independent Indian state viewed the Naxalite movement. A radical 68 Er, Mary Tyler, a British schoolteacher who was arrested in 1970 in Singhbhum district of Bihar and spent 5 years in prison as an under trial, the charges against her never proven in court, consigns the criminal imputations to the historical dustbin when she movingly articulates the political core of being an Naxalite. 18. Amalendu's crime, Kalpana's crime, is the crime of all those who cannot remain unmoved and inactive in an India where a child crawls in the dust with a begging bowl, where a poor girl can be sold as a rich man's plaything, where an old woman must half-starve in order to buy social acceptance from the powers that be in her village, where countless people die of sheer neglect, where many are hungry while food is hoarded for profit, where usurers and tricksters extort the fruits of labor from those who do the work, where the honest suffer while the villainous prosper, where justice is the exception and injustice is the rule, and where the total physical and mental energy of millions of people is spent on the struggle for mere survival. It is the crime of those who know that a radical change is necessary, so that the skill, creativity, ingenuity, and diligence of the Indian people can be given full scope to work in building a different kind of India, a truly independent India, a better India. More generally, 1968 and its political children, the 68 ERS, are metaphors that stand for a period and its rebels when there was what Trotsky might have called a crisis in the affairs of the ruling order, serious division within the ranks of the dominant classes over major strategic policies, and massive reverberations, including spring thunder, from the exploited and the oppressed. Sadly, soldiers of the Indian Army and ordinary cops of the paramilitary and armed police continued to take and carry out orders that directed them to use force against the rebels. But even though, overwhelmingly, the means of coercion remained firmly in the hands of the duly constituted authorities of the Indian state, the whiff of revolution nevertheless lingered in the air. Consider the early political set of circumstances affecting Sushil Roy, later in his life a Politburo member of the CPI, Maoist, who, after being incarcerated and treated callously in jail for almost a decade, passed away in July 2014 at the age of 76. Active in the communist movement since the early 1960s, Roy joined the CPM in 1964 after the split in the CPI, energetic in the working class front, and hoping that the new party would take the revolutionary road. The mid-1960s were years of successive droughts, severe shortages of food grains and other necessities such as edible oil and kerosene, high inflation in the midst of industrial stagnation, with declining real wages only partially and belatedly compensated if one worked in a factory in which the workers had an effective union. Roy participated in the 1966 food uprising, in the pitched battles with the police in Kolkata and its suburbs, when hunger stalked the land, and in the street fights of the 68 period. Those tumultuous years were also the times of Tomar Nam, Amar Nam, Vietnam, the expression of wholehearted solidarity with the people of Vietnam in their struggle against U.S. imperialism. Indeed, one of the first acts of the CPM when it came to power in a coalition government with the Bangla Congress and other parties in March 1967 was to rename Harrington Road in what was then Calcutta after the Vietnamese Communist revolutionary leader Ho Chi Minh, thereby changing the address of the United States consulate there to 7 Ho Chi Minh Sarani. But then Naxalbari happened in May 1967, only to be crushed by the repressive apparatus of the state, as we have seen in the previous chapter, exposing the parliamentary left's, especially the CPM's, politics of running with the hare and hunting with the hounds. It led to a rejection by the revolutionary left of the cultural, moral, and political values that the establishment left had imbibed, since 1951, from the dominant classes. Sushil Roy was deeply moved by the spring thunder of Naxalbari, even hailing its line Naxalbari ek hai rasta, Naxalbari is the only way. At a general body meeting where the CPM bosses were in command, he asked why the party, even as it has made People's Democratic Revolution its word of worship, refused to make any preparations ideological, political, organizational, and military to bring it about. A founding Politburo member of the CPM, chairing that meeting, was said to be so annoyed that he asked Roy to get out. For the latter, this was a blessing in disguise, for the episode marked a new beginning. Roy went on to become a professional revolutionary, joining Dakshin Desh, the precursor of the Maoist Communist Center. Roy was a communist, but more generally, communist or not, 68 ERS looked forward to a society wherein the basic needs of everyone for food, clothing, and shelter, potable water and sanitation, healthcare, education, and cultural enjoyment would be met. It was clear to them that all these needs could be fulfilled with Indian society's inherent strengths, resources, and capacities, the creativity, ingenuity, and productivity of common people. To begin with, the movement would have to take on the establishment and the ruling classes, which were the greatest hindrance to such a process of development. The 68 ERS dreamed of a just and humane society, but what distinguished the Naxalites among them was not only that they had a strategic goal for the long-haul new democracy leading on to socialism, but that they were organizing the wretched of the Indian earth to achieve that goal, for they believed very seriously in their dream. And Dalits, defined more inclusively, were at the core of this damned of the Indian earth. Black Panthers, Dalit Panthers. In 1972, in the wake of two widely publicized outrages against scheduled caste persons, the official caste designation of the Ati Shudra Dalits in the state of Maharashtra, the Marathi Dalit Buddhist writer Raja Dhale, bitterly condemning the social order that was responsible for such atrocities, went on to characterize the 25th Jubilee of Independence as a black anniversary. 19 Predictably, the caste Hindu establishment castigated Dhale as an anti-national and demanded that the government take action against him for showing disrespect to the national flag. The Dalit poet Namdeo Dhasal forcefully came to Dhale's defense in an interview published in the Marathi Daily. Navakal, is a national emblem like a flag more valuable than human beings? In a society as ridden with discrimination and divisions as Indian society is, what is the significance of a common national emblem? 20. Earlier that year, in May, the militant Dalit protest organization and movement, Dalit Panthers, was founded by Namdeo Dhasal and the poet/writer J.V. Pawar. Dhasal's defense of Dhale led the latter to join the Panthers. The Dalit Panthers were inspired by the African American Black Panther Party. The latter, founded in October 1966 in Oakland, California, played an important part in the Black liberation struggle, this despite the dirty tactics of the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation that did them in. Dhasal issued a manifesto of the Dalit Panthers 21 which defined Dalits as members of scheduled castes and tribes, Neo-Buddhists, the working people, the landless and poor peasants, women, and all those who are being exploited politically, economically and in the name of religion. And identified its friends as R. Evolutionary parties set to break down the caste system and class rule. These are L-Eft parties that are left in the true sense. Well aware of the consequences, the manifesto unambiguously states that he struggle for the emancipation of the Dalits needs a complete revolution. And as part of its program, it is clear that Dalits must live, not outside the village in a separate settlement, but in the village itself. Left radicalism was in the political DNA of some of the young Dalit writers and poets, mixed as this was with anger and disgust at the opportunistic tactics of the mainstream Dalit politicians of the Republican Party of India, RPI, co-opted as they were by the Congress Party. The mainstream communist parties, the CPI and the CPM, seemed to have failed to sense the deep frustration of the Dalits, this most deeply socially oppressed section of Indian society. Indeed, liberal political democracy in a country like India, without the abolition of the caste system, and thus without a polity of equal citizens in a fraternity, comradeship, of the people, has been rotten. The bitterness and resentment that the semi-feudal caste order aroused in its inflamed victims found expression in the militant protests of tens of thousands of volatile Dalits, a potential reservoir for radical change. The Panthers' successful call for the boycott of a by-election to the Lok Sabha, the lower house of parliament, from the constituency of Central Bombay in January 1974 unnerved the political establishment. The RPI leadership, on its part, resolved to crush the Panthers wherever they were, its task made easier by the Congress government-directed police force that mercilessly suppressed militant Panther protest with brute force. 22. The harsh, yet candid, social realism of Namdeo Dhassal's poems, in unembellished form, are an expression of the feelings of this most oppressed and downtrodden section of Indian society. Here is an excerpt. 23. Dog, leashed dog. He howls and barks from time to time. This is his constitutional right. He lives on stale crumbs. His mind is calloused with enduring injustice. If at a rebellious moment it becomes unbearable, and he jerks at his leash, tries to break his chain, then he is shot. Namdeo Dhassal, excerpt from Song of the Republic and the Dog, translated by Vidya Dixit, Gail Omvid, Jayant Karve, Eleanor Elliott, and Bharat Patankar. Article 17 of the Indian Constitution states, untouchability is abolished and its practice in any form is forbidden. The enforcement of any disability arising out of untouchability shall be an offence punishable in accordance with law. The intent of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who was the chairperson of the drafting committee of the Constitution, which came into effect on January 26, 1950, was to put an end to untouchability, but the establishment's cultivated amnesia about this proviso brushed aside his liberty, equality, fraternity ideals. Potable water from the common wells in villages has been denied to the former untouchables, restaurants refuse to serve them food in the cutlery meant for everyone else, they have been denied entry into temples, their representatives, if any, in the village panchayats have been made to sit separately from the rest, largely, scheduled caste households have been made to live outside the boundaries of the village proper, in separate settlements, indeed, even in Mumbai, the country's most bourgeois metropolitan city, there have been separate scheduled caste residential pockets, Maharwadas, Mangwadas, and Golpathas. Moreover, scheduled caste children were discriminated against in the schools, and bonded and other forms of forced labor have continued to prevail. 24. In 1969, the Alaya Pirimal Committee report testified to these and other discriminatory caste Hindu practices, but even the Prime Minister, Mrs. Gandhi, who swore by the Nehruvian socialistic pattern of society, ignored its findings, and the report gathered dust in filing cabinets. And worse, in Kilvanmani, a village in Tanjavur district of Tamil Nadu, 44 Dalits men, women, some with infants, and children were forcibly herded into a hut and burned to death by hired hoodlums of the landlords on the night of December 24, 1968, because they had struck work for higher wages. The memory of it, the inhumanity, the cruelty, moves one to tears. The Panthers came on the Maharashtrian scene with great force and promise, but then, in the face of severe repression, and disputes over the uneasy marriage of the ideas of Ambedkar and Marx, split into factions, two in 1974 itself, barely surviving, with one foot in the grave. 25 far off, in the state of Bihar, the Naxalite movement had forced the state's politicians to reconsider agrarian reforms, but the upper caste landlords, riding high in the aftermath of the crushing of that movement, were in no mood to cede ground to the downtrodden. State propaganda that grossly exaggerated the achievements of Mrs. Gandhi's 20-point program during the emergency had, however, created a stir among the underdogs, enhancing expectations of debt redemption, occupancy rights of sharecroppers, and higher wages for landless laborers in rural Bihar. Moreover, the Naxalite movement, crushed though it was by then, had emboldened the oppressed. This brought on landlord retaliation in the aftermath of the emergency and the coming of the Janata Party to power in the March 1977 general elections. Perceiving the Congress Party to have failed them, the landlords, who generally managed the vote banks, had switched sides. A spate of atrocities against scheduled caste and other backward class, that is, backward caste, landless laborers and poor peasants followed, the socio-economic identity of the victims confirming the Panthers' inclusive characterization of the oppressed and the downtrodden as Dalits, including women. Off-the-ground women's movements. 1968 also witnessed women's solidarity irrespective of caste or class, and I need to mention the militancy of middle-class women in the wake of the Mathura rape case that sparked off autonomous women's movements in independent India. 2 policemen had raped a young, unlettered, poor tribal girl, who worked as a domestic help, on the night of March 26, 1972, inside a police station in Chandrapur district of Maharashtra, but the accused were acquitted by the Supreme Court. The SC judgment took a ram and another vs. State of Maharashtra, dated September 15, 1978, reversed the decision of the Nagpur bench of the Bombay High Court on the grounds that Mathura had raised no alarm, and further, that there were no visible marks of injury on her person, suggesting that she had passively consented to sexual intercourse, and such consent was not vitiated by fear of death or hurt. Thus, according to the Supreme Court, relying on Section 375, c. of the Indian Penal Code, Mathura was not raped. One might ask, a forlorn young girl, from a poor, humble background and with hardly any education. In the dead hours of the night, in a police station, forbiddingly fearsome, stupefied and stunned. Could her passive submission, even if such was the case, amount to consent either in fact or in law? 26 For the first time women mobilized across the lines of class, caste, and political affiliation in a public outcry and widespread protests, which forced amendments to various sections related to Indian rape law. The latter was by then more than a century old, desperately crying out for amendments in the light of past experience with its working. The campaign against rape, and, more generally, against women's oppression and patriarchy, brought a number of women's rights advocates and women's organizations to the fore across the country. Limits of worker militancy. Such budding comradeship among women apart, 1968 didn't bring forth any across-the-board fraternity, comradeship, of the exploited that could have relieved the distress of the working class. The year 1973-74 was unbearable. This was when the prices of food grains, edible oil, and kerosene, the most basic of commodities in the consumption basket of workers, hit the roof. The 20-day strike in the Indian Railways that began on May 8, 1974, was historic in more ways than one. The Indian Railways was the country's largest employer, and the strike encompassed the entire rail network, affecting the very lifeline of the Indian economy. The strike thus raised the anxiety levels of Indian big business and, consequently, brought on massive state retaliation. The army and the paramilitary forces were deployed on a war footing, 15,000 union activist workers were served dismissal notices, 50,000 participants were arrested. The Defense of India Rules, DIR, of 1971, framed under the Defence of India Act, 1971, and the Maintenance of Internal Security Act, MISA, otherwise meant to be applied in the event of an external national threat, were put into operation by the state against its own citizens. 27. Unlike in the past, the railway workers, especially those who had organized themselves independently in the category, some of them craft unions, like the locomotive workers, had begun to militantly challenge the status quo in the Indian Railways system of industrial relations, epitomized by the accommodating attitude of the two main, recognized, unions, the Congress Party-controlled National Federation of Indian Railwaymen and, to a lesser extent, the Socialist-steered All India Railwaymen's Federation, AIRF. These apex unions had, over the last 2 decades, been thoroughly co-opted by railroad management. 28. So, it was the railway workers themselves, in the face of grievances that remained poorly addressed over 2 decades, who became the conscious agents of their own interests, thereby creating the momentum for the strike that the AIRF had to lead, to restore its credibility among the workers. What made the strike almost historic was the fact that the railway workers took it upon themselves and showed their potential to break the bounds of the kind of token action beloved of the institutionalized social democratic labor movement. The latter, it should be noted, was led by a union structure and supported by parties that ideally wanted a monopoly on negotiating the terms of labor's contract with capital. Though the strike was historic, the workers couldn't break this structure, the vision of which was openly articulated by unions such as the HMS, Hind Mazdoor Sabha, and HMKP, Hind Mazdoor Kisan Panchayat, and implicit in the practice of the ATUC, All India Trade Union Congress, and CITU, Centre of Indian Trade Unions, the former two, the trade union wings of the then two socialist parties, and the latter two, those of the two social democratic communist parties. 29. The railway workers could have achieved a breakthrough if the rest of the Indian working class had joined them in solidarity sincerely, courageously, and uncompromisingly. But given the organizational and political weaknesses of the labor movement, the rest of the Indian working class did not join hands with the railway workers in a manner befitting a militancy that was the need of the hour, and hence the full potential of the strike was not realized. 30. The organizational and political weaknesses of the labor movement stem from 2 structural factors: the peculiar differentiation of the Indian working class and the huge reserve army of labor. The Indian working class is differentiated on 3 counts, according to a. the correspondence or not of the wage with the value of labor power. 31. b. the caste, tribal/ethnic origins, and religion of the worker, and c. the gender-based division of labor stemming from patriarchy. Working class solidarity remains weak to the extent that the trade union movement fails to struggle to secure the needs of the most exploited and most discriminated sections of the working class. Regarding a. based on whether or not there is a correspondence between the actual wage and the norm of a family wage, or at least a need-based minimum wage, the latter, formulated at the 15th Indian Labour Conference in 1956, Dev Nathan, a radical 68 ER, has identified 4 sections of the Indian working class. These are, I. workers who get more than the family wage, 2. workers who get a wage that corresponds to the family wage, 3. workers who get less than the family wage, but enough to meet their immediate costs of subsistence, though insufficient for the reproduction of labor power, that is, for what is required for sustaining a family, and have to therefore draw upon other productive resources at their command, for example, land in the village, or informal economic activity of non-working class members of their families, and 4. workers who are pauperized, those who get a wage which is not even sufficient to meet the immediate costs of subsistence, and do not have any other productive resource, even a tiny plot of land in the village, to fall back upon. The miners of Chhattisgarh and Chota Nagpur working as contract labourers, the Bidi workers of Nipani, in Karnataka, and Nizamabad, in Telangana, working on piece rates, the power loom weavers of Bhiwandi, in Maharashtra, and Belgaum, in Karnataka, quarry, brick kiln, and construction workers in different parts of the country, and numerous other workers outside agriculture, many of them perennial migrants, are all part of either 3 or 4, which together form the bulk of the Indian working class. And, going down the wage hierarchy, the security of employment worsens, working hours get prolonged, unionization is much lower or even absent, extra economic coercion and/or patron-client relations of dependence and obligation to employers are more prevalent, and labor laws are violated with impunity. 32. Importantly, Dev Nathan finds little mobility between regular and casual/contract employment, and also between low-wage and high-wage jobs. This is mainly due to caste, ethnic, religious, and gender-based discrimination, with Hindu, upper caste men dominating the regular, high-wage jobs and a preponderance of Dalits, Muslims, and Adivasis in the casual/contract, low-wage, and dirty/heavy/onerous jobs. Most of the manual sewerage workers, for instance, are Dalits. They go unprotected into dark holes of filth and rotting garbage, clearing blockages mostly with their bare hands. Women workers are predominantly in low-wage jobs, as casual and contract workers, and in subsistence production, which makes it possible to keep the wage below the value of labor power for male workers in 3 and 4. In other words, where one finds oneself in the hierarchy of labor powers is considerably determined by the extent of caste, ethnic, religious, and gender discrimination one faces, and this is reinforced by one's access to the required education and training, which is also significantly determined by the degree of social discrimination one encounters. Nevertheless, Dev Nathan also remarks that it was from among the educated and trained workers, the ones who had regular, high-wage jobs, that the revolutionary cadres of working-class origin came into the Naxalite movement. Short-lived Dali Rajhara Spring. Organizing the unorganized sections of the working class has been one of the most difficult and demanding duties radicals have had to confront. Shankar Guhanayaji was the organizing secretary of the Chhattisgarh Mines Shramik Sangh, CMSS, of the Dali Rajhara miners. Discriminated against, these contract workers were confined to a labor camp, separated from the main township administered by the public sector Bhila steel plant. Ruled by a contractor mafia, many of the contract workers were tribal persons who had to struggle even to uphold their very dignity as human beings. What remained etched in their collective memory was the fact that they had been fired upon and 12 of their comrades died in that police firing, this on June 3, 1977, barely 3 months after the emergency was lifted, signifying that for the damned of the Indian earth, emergency or no emergency, fierce repression of their struggles was going to continue to be the norm. They had given their labor and their working lives to the well-being of the Bhila steel plant, but unlike the regular workforce, they were deemed expendable. They had no entitlements. 33. Even as there is no evidence to vouch for the Naxalite part of it, the tale goes that Nayaji, a skilled coke oven operator in Bhila steel plant, in the 1960s was attracted to revolutionary politics amidst the spring thunder of 1967, went on to join the CPI, ML, and was driven underground, but eventually left the party, coming to Dhanatela, near Dali Rajhara, to work and organize openly in the quartzite mines over there, where he met and married a tribal co-worker, Aso. He was arrested and jailed under Misa during the emergency, and upon his release, the miners of Dali Rajhara solicited his support, and it was here that the CMSS was formed in 1977. There followed a series of struggles, these in the face of the wrath of the powerful mining and labor contractors, 34, and the intransigence of the management of the Bhila steel plant. The demands ranged from enhancing the wage rate of the contract laborers to getting the newly formed labor cooperatives to replace the labor contractors, and even abolishing the contract labor system in what was perennial work. Besides, there was the union's innovative opposition to the management's plan to mechanize the mine and retrench most of the workers. The CMSS presented a feasible alternative in the form of a blueprint for semi-mechanization without any retrenchment. Further, what was distinctive about the CMSS was the involvement of women workers in the struggles, with women office bearers, rare in Indian trade unions. The CMSS went on to form its own political front, the Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha, CMM, in 1982, which extended the struggles beyond issues of the workplace, with the Mahila Muddy Morcha, Women's Liberation Front, a significant part of it. The participation of women workers helped rein in the scourge of sexual exploitation by the contractors, as well as the alcoholism of male workers, which had led to the proliferation of a lumpendegenerate culture in the streets and wife-beating and destitution in the homes. 35 The CMSS built a Shahid Hospital, which doctors like Binayak Sen, Ashish Kundu and Saibal Jana helped get off the ground. It established 11 schools, for the Bhila steel plant didn't care to run any schools in the camp area, and it reportedly also undertook an adult educational program. Its abiding slogan was Sangharsh or Nirman Sangharsh K Lai Nirman K Lai Sangharsh, build a future for the struggle to build a future. 36. Some CMM-affiliated unions became a force to reckon with in the Bhila Durgrajan and Gaon and adjoining industrial areas where a new generation of industrialists, aggressive parvenus, had rapidly come by huge fortunes, for instance, in the Simplex group of companies. Nayaji was a marked man. On September 28, 1991, he was assassinated by unidentified assailants who pumped 6 bullets at point-blank range into his body while he was asleep at home. His funeral was attended by over 50,000 people, giving him a hero's farewell and vowing to carry on the struggle for a better world. Complicity of some of the Parvenu industrialists in the assassination and involvement of the district administration in the cover-up were widely believed but could not be established in the higher courts. Nayaji had spent more than a year in jail under the preventive detention provisions of MISA, which was repealed in 1977, only to reappear again in the form of the National Security Act, 1980, and he was also detained under the preventive detention provisions of this law. He never faced trial though, nor was he ever convicted of any offense. His real crime was political and in an extended sense philosophical. Remembered widely in radical left circles, he continues to exist as the froth on the waves of people's struggles. 37 That which remains of each wave when it reaches the shore. Vast reinforcement of potential workers. The struggles must go on, though, for the churn to endure. The challenges for radical labor organizers are immense, as we have seen, more so because capital exploits the employed workforce with a vast reinforcement of potential workers at its disposal, what Marx called the reserve army of labor or the relative surplus population. In India this is the enormous pool of the unemployed and the underemployed, along with the petty commodity producers and service providers among the self-employed. The reserve army of labor presents capital with a pool of labor available for hire. Equally, it also forces discipline and efficiency on those who are already employed. The threat of unemployment and underemployment hangs like the sword of Damocles over the heads of all those who work for a wage under capitalism, and this is the real source of capitalist efficiency, the real means of increasing the rate of exploitation of the active army of labor. As Marx put it in Chapter 25, The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation, in Capital, Volume 1. The overwork of the employed part of the working class swells the ranks of the reserve, whilst conversely the greater pressure that the latter by its competition exerts on the former, forces these to submit to overwork and to subjugation under the dictates of capital. The industrial reserve army, during the periods of stagnation and average prosperity, weighs down the active labor army. During the periods of overproduction and paroxysm, it holds its pretensions in check. Relative surplus population is therefore the pivot upon which the law of demand and supply of labor works my emphasis. It confines the field of action of this law within the limits absolutely convenient to the activity of exploitation and to the domination of capital. Marx categorized the reserve army in normal times into 3 components: the floating, the latent, and the stagnant, and added on those engaged in illegal activity, more generally, the lumpen proletariat. Leaving aside the lumpen proletariat, for which we do not have reliable estimates, let us estimate the size of each of these components of the reserve army of labor in the Indian context in 1973. The floating component is composed of workers who are chronically unemployed. But then, with no social security, many of these persons will not be able to survive if they remained unemployed. They desperately do what they can to earn a living, so the actual number of such chronically unemployed persons has been much lower, 1.61% of the usual status labor force of 240.1 million persons in March 1973, in absolute numbers, 3.9 million persons. 38. The latent component of the Reserve Army of Labour in the Indian context includes those who work for subsistence on own account, as petty commodity producers/service providers, in the workforce, including in agriculture itself, as well as the other members of their families who chip in as unpaid workers, the proportion of which goes up in times of economic distress. In March 1973, the proportion of the self-employed in the usual status labor force was 61.4% of the usual status workforce of 236.2 million persons, in absolute numbers, 145.1 million persons. Roughly 50% of this number were petty commodity producers/service providers, 72.5 million persons. 39 constituting the latent component of the Reserve Army of Labour in March 1973. The stagnant component of the Reserve Army of Labour is composed of those regular and casual workers who only manage to find extremely irregular employment, at best they are intermittent workers. In the Indian context, a significant proportion of casual wage labourers, including agricultural labourers, would be in that category. In 1972-73, 59% of the 50.24 million casual workers in rural areas and 61.6% of the 4.85 million casual workers in urban areas were intermittently unemployed and either sought or were available for work, in all, 32.6 million persons. Besides these casual wage workers, 4.2 million regular wage/salary workers, farm and non-farm, despite being designated as regular, that is, received their wages/salaries on a weekly or monthly basis, sought work or were available for work. The sum of these two categories of wage workers, 32.6 million persons plus 4.2 million persons, 36.8 million persons, constituted the stagnant component of the Reserve Army of Labour in March 1973. With a 3.9 million floating reserve, a 72.5 million latent reserve, and a 36.8 million stagnant reserve, the size of India's Reserve Army of Labour in March 1973 was 113.2 million persons. 40 The active army of wage/salary-based labour in the same year was 54.4 million persons, the sum of employed casual wage and regular wage/salary earning usual status workers who were not seeking nor available for work. Thus the size of the Reserve Army of Labour was 2.1 times that of the active army of wage/salary-based labour, and the former constituted the pivot upon which the law of demand and supply of labour worked, serving to restrain the rise of real wages. Inclusion of the petty commodity producers/service providers as part of the Reserve Army of Labour is necessary because they are subjected to appropriation, by mercantile, credit and semi-feudal capital, of the profit, interest, and rent, in the case of tenancy in agriculture, respectively in the value added by their economic activity, and are left to extract their own wages, which, invariably, turn out to be a pittance. Moreover, they suffer considerable underemployment and are therefore available for employment as wage labourers, though many of them may have given up seeking such work. Now, on the assumption that each person in the Reserve Army supports one dependent, then the size of the Reserve Army and its dependents would have been 226.4 million persons, 39.4% of the country's population in March 1973. By adding to this absolute number the number of usual status employed casual wage workers who were neither seeking nor available for work and their dependents, 2 times 22.5 equals 45.0 million persons, again assuming one dependent per casual wage worker, the total becomes 271.2 million persons, or 47.2% of the population. In essence, no sharp divide between the casual wage worker and the petty commodity producer is posited. The only major difference is that a significant part of the business risk is borne by the latter. Looked at in the light of a Planning Commission estimate of the headcount ratio of poverty for 1972-73 of 51.5% of the population 41, this suggests that, in 1973, those who were robbed of access to a minimum nutritional diet in terms of calorie intake extended far beyond the reserve army of labor and its dependents, and even beyond the range of the employed casual wage workers not intermittently unemployed and their dependents. Overall, with the labor market pivoted upon a reserve army of labor 2.1 times the active wage/salary earning army of labor, the sharp class polarization that one encountered islands of wealth, luxury, and civilization in a vast sea of poverty, misery, and degradation was a ramification only to be expected. There were a relatively small number of owners/controllers of Indian big businesses and multinational corporate affiliates, beneficiaries of the skewed distribution of surplus value, at the apex of a steep social class hierarchy, at the bottom of which were the massive reserve army of labor and the remaining casual wage workers. In between, at different distances from the apex and the base of the social class pyramid, were the political entrepreneurs, the semi-capitalist landowners, the SME capitalists, the merchant and money-lending classes, the administrative, professional, scientific and technological sections of the middle class, the labor contractors/jobbers who recruit and manage gangs of unregistered wage workers, and the regular wage workers. One aspect of India's underdevelopment has been its backwardness, a low level of development of the forces of production, the material means of production and labor power, in significant parts of the economy, with these spheres dominated by mercantile, credit, and semi-feudal capital. Indeed, there has been a political and commercial alliance between the semi-feudal landowning classes and mercantile credit capital that has preserved the status and prerogatives of both. This, and the preservation of the large mass of oppressed peasants and other petty commodity producers/service providers, has been at the core of India's underdeveloped capitalism. Importantly, this state of affairs has been concomitant with backward capitalist political, ideological, and cultural traits. The huge reserve army of labor not only circumscribes the wage and other demands of the regular and casual wage workers, but also moderates the producer prices of the petty commodity producers/service providers in the overcrowded and intensely competitive supply side of the markets in which the latter find themselves. Thus, without mincing words, it is possible to surmise that here was an underdeveloped capitalist system that enabled labor exploitation of criminal proportions, utterly denying the rights of hundreds of millions of human beings to even a bare subsistence. Scoundrels in patriotic garb. But, even while reflecting on the Indian system's principal economic crime, there is a need to get back to the dreadful political crimes being committed, when MISA and DIR gave the government extraordinary powers to deal with not merely external threats but also what it perceived to be internal intimidation affecting its stability, just like the government in colonial India did. The Defence of India Act of 1971 was derived from its namesake of 1915, which, incidentally, came from its namesake of 1858 in the wake of the Great Rebellion of 1857–58. The provisions of the 1915 Act were extended in the widely detested Rollout Acts of 1919, and then again in 1939, and in 1962, in the wake of India's China War. The Defence of India Act of 1971 came into force when India openly went to war with Pakistan on December 3, 1971. Covertly, the war broke out soon after the Pakistani army cracked down on the Bengali nationalist movement in East Pakistan on the night of 25–26 March 1971, not merely on the Awami League led by Mujibur Rahman, the pro-Moscow National Awami Party led by Muzaffar Ahmad, and the pro-Moscow Communists, but also, and significantly, on the so-called pro-China National Awami Party led by Maulana Bashani, the Red Maulana, and the revolutionary left that had emerged within and without the latter. Indeed, at least for a while, it was the revolutionary left that went on to make significant gains in the rural areas politically, that is, when the Awami League, soon after the Pakistani army crackdown, fled to safety in India alongside the massive stream of refugees. At that point, the revolutionary left took the lead, making it very hard for the Pakistani army to control the 64,000-odd villages of East Bengal. 42. Could the revolutionary left in East Bengal have turned the Bengali nationalist struggle into a people's war? Most unlikely, unless one chooses to persist with one's revolutionary illusions, for the Naxalite movement in West Bengal, in the face of brutal state repression, even if it were to have imagined a united communist Bengal, could not have begun the practice of such politics. Moreover, in East Bengal, it was not the Red Maulana's Awami National Party but Mujibur Rahman's Awami League that had the backing of the Bengali industrial and mercantile capitalists, kulaks, bureaucrats, the Bengali elite in the Pakistani army, paramilitary and police who had split from their respective units, and opportunist sections of the intelligentsia. The Awami League also had close relations with the Indian establishment, which very quickly got into the act of intervention, followed by outright invasion aimed at turning East Bengal into an Indian protectorate. The Indian armies and the Muddy Bainai's victory in East Bengal came on December 16, 1971. Could Washington have restrained New Delhi from Indian army intervention in East Pakistan? Article 9 of the Treaty of Peace, Friendship and Cooperation of August 1971 that India entered into with the Soviet Union provided an assurance that the latter would back India in the event of external threat or actual breach of Indian security. And, as events were to unfold, the policy of détente between the United States and the Soviet Union in 1973 squashed any lingering doubts that Washington wouldn't adjust to the new geopolitical advantage that India had gained. And, if there was any specter of a united communist Bengal in the intelligence agencies of Washington and New Delhi, this was laid to rest by an Indo-Bangladeshi counter-revolutionary alliance in late 1973 which brought the Indian Eastern Frontier Rifles to closely coordinate its operations on the Indo-Bangladesh border with that of the Rakhine Bainai, the counterpart of India's Central Reserve Police Force, in the newly formed Bangladesh, unleashing a terror that even seemed to have surpassed that of the Pakistani military regime of Yahya Khan. 43. Patriotism is the last refuge of a scoundrel, so the saying goes, but in this case it seemed like the first Prime Minister Indira Gandhi took full credit for the victory in the war with Pakistan and the liberation of East Bengal, which created Bangladesh. Sections of the Indian establishment, particularly the Jansan leader Atal Bihari Vajpayee, hailed her as Durga, the invincible goddess of Hindu mythology, and she sought to make political capital out of what the Indian Army and East Bengali nationalist fighters had accomplished, quickly calling fresh elections in 13 Indian states, some of which the opposition parties governed. Such expressions of aggressive nationalism should have been a warning of what was to unfold. Her Congress party won all these states very comfortably, except in West Bengal, where her party's landslide came because of terror, intimidation, and fraud. 44. Political barbarism. Organizations for the Protection of Civil Liberties and Democratic Rights, CLNDR, in independent India the Andhra Pradesh Civil Liberties Committee, APCLC, and the Organization for the Protection of Democratic Rights, OPDR, both formed in Andhra Pradesh in 1973, as also the Association for the Protection of Democratic Rights, APDR, in West Bengal, which emerged in 1972 arose alongside the Naxalite movement and in the setting of the undeclared, pre-emergency, emergency repression unleashed by the state and its hired hoodlums. The APCLC and OPDR came in the wake of efforts by radical intellectuals, 68 ERS, to protect the rights of the poor peasants, landless laborers, and their Naxalite organizers in the face of the brutal state repression of the movement in Srikakulam and parts of Telangana that began in 1968–69, as we have seen in Chapter 1. The roots of the People's Union for Democratic Rights, PUDR, and the People's Union for Civil Liberties, PUCL, can be traced to the People's Union for Civil Liberties and Democratic Rights, PUCL and DR, which was formed in 1976, mainly conceived by the Gandhian leader Jayaprakash Narayan and a retired Chief Justice of the Bombay High Court, V. M. Tarkunde, to oppose the repression of civil liberties during the emergency. After the lifting of the emergency and with the Janata Party in power, which brought some of the PUCL and DR's political associates into office as part of the new government, the PUCL and DR was rendered relatively inactive until it was revived as the PUCL when Mrs. Gandhi rode back to power in 1980. The PUDR began in 1977 as the Delhi unit of the PUCL and DR, but after the latter was revived at the national level as the PUCL in 1980, the PUDR began functioning as an independent organization from February 1981. The APDR, APCLC, the CPDR, the Mumbai-based Committee for the Protection of Democratic Rights, also formed after the lifting of the emergency, and PUDR, all owed their leadership and main cadre to Marxist rebels, 68 ERS largely sympathetic to Maoism, who viewed their legal struggle to win civil, political, social, economic, and cultural rights as a constituent part of the revolutionary process. Along with PUCL, these organizations believed that the winning of civil and political rights are an essential part of the struggle for the realization of social, economic, and cultural rights. What was the CL and DR movement up against when it started off in the early 1970s? An example is what APDR ran into in 1972, this in its own words 45. The orgy of slaughter and brutal repression during the last 2 years all over India was unknown even in the days of British Raj. Reckless abuse of power by the executive in the name of maintaining law and order. Various detention laws of the British regime, brought back under old and new names, for instance, DIR and MISA, thousands, detained under these draconian measures, many others, implicated in cases under false charges and thrown behind bars. Persons released on bail, rearrested within the very premises of the court under newly fabricated charges 46. The extent of arrest, due to political reason, so great. The number of prisoners, far surpassing the capacity of the jail, with the worst possible food, frightening sanitary condition, facilities for medical treatment only in name, incurable and infectious diseases, playing havoc with the lives of the hapless prisoners. And no response from the government even after repeated appeals. Persons, detained due to political reasons, far from being recognized as political prisoners, refused even the minimum facilities, assured for all categories of political prisoners by the jail code, rights to have a weekly interview, not being allowed. The authorities, following in the footsteps of the former British rulers, deported prisoners to far-off places from West Bengal, their relatives, getting no information about their wards. Barbarous torture was inflicted upon prisoners under the plea of extorting confession during their detention in police custody. A shameful record of indiscriminate killings, slaughter, continuing outside. Reference is made to mass killing outside the jails in Barasat, Diamond Harbour, Burdwan, Kalna, Baranagari, Howrah, Bantra, Bhawani Dutta Lane. Also, unarmed helpless prisoners in their hundreds were beaten or shot to death, under different pretexts in jails and police custody. Reference is made to mass killings in jails such as inside the Dum-Dum, Alipur, Birhampuri, Midnapur, Bhawapur, Putna, Hazaribagh, Gaya, Bhagalpur prisons. The executive organ of the state, in complete defiance of all constitutional provisions, on their own, implement sentences of death, which can be decided upon by the judiciary only. With the judicial authority, surprisingly silent about such matters. If a revolutionary, in the course of translating his/her ideal into reality, oversteps the law, government has the right to take legal action against him/her, but in doing so, government too, by the same logic, cannot overstep the limits of law. The brutalization of the repressive apparatus of the state and the criminalization of politics and the adoption of Reichstag fire tactics to eliminate the left in West Bengal were evident much before the formal declaration of emergency, whose immediate provocation, among other matters, was an Allahabad High Court judgment that declared Mrs. Gandhi's election to Parliament in 1971 null and void because of certain electoral malpractices in her campaign. As mentioned, practically all the fundamental rights enshrined in the Constitution were suspended, including habeas corpus, with an operational moratorium on the autonomy of the country's democratic institutions. Preventive detention, which was hitherto liberally used against the radical left, was now applied to imprison all of Mrs. Gandhi's political opponents, indeed, even some of her prominent intellectual critics. 47 There were now no judicial curbs on executive power and, de facto, the status of Parliament was reduced to that of a rubber stamp. What really distinguished the emergency from the period immediately preceding it was that during the emergency, Indira Gandhi and the regime she headed broke the establishment rule under which it was permissible to violate the CL and DR, including the fundamental rights of the Naxalites and the wretched of the Indian earth whom they had organized, but not those of the politicians and intellectuals of the establishment. If there were some 40,000 political prisoners in jail or in police custody in 1973, come the emergency, that number touched 140,000, what with the ban now extending to 26 parties, beyond the usual Marxist-Leninist ones. The Shah Commission's findings on the excesses committed during the emergency and the Bhargava Commission set up to investigate encounter deaths in Andhra Pradesh, 77 of which had been reported to have taken place, exposed the rot that had set in, but those indicted or accused of criminal conduct went on to make successful careers. Indeed, beyond the investigations, the then Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh had, on more than one occasion, claimed that he had wiped out the Naxalites. Police encounter, a term used by the Indian police, paramilitary, military, and other security forces to explain the death of an individual whom they have cold-bloodedly killed, is, in reality, a planned extrajudicial killing not authorized by the law or by a court of law, in most cases, staged by planting weapons alongside the dead body to indicate the reason why the person was killed. A first information report is lodged against the dead person reiterating the police version of events. Truly, independent India did not make a break from its colonial past. Just as the British colonialists had put in place a repressive legal structure to deal with the militant section of the nationalist struggle for independence and called it terrorist, maintaining all kinds of repressive sections on the statute book to repress it, the post-independence Indian state continued in the same vein as far as the Naxalite movement was concerned, and also with respect to the nationalist movements in Kashmir and the Northeast. While the Bhargava Commission was prevented from completing its assigned task, one recalls with horror the encounter killings in Andhra Pradesh, a few of which were investigated in detail by a committee, set up by Jayaprakash Narayan, as President of the Citizens for Democracy, headed by V.M. Tarkande, and published as a report entitled Encounters Are Murders, due mainly to the painstaking work done by the eminent human rights lawyer and activist, K.G. Kanabiran, as member secretary, and a group of committed civil liberties activists. But the accused, allegedly responsible for the killing of young Naxalites/Maoists in cold blood, claiming falsely that the latter were killed in encounters that had never taken place, were never tried and punished for murder. The principle of ministerial and collective responsibility of the cabinet was never respected. Consequently, the old adage that impunity breeds contempt for the law began to apply. The wielders of repressive political power had nothing but scorn for the legal code. What resulted was an ambience of cultivated ignorance in the sphere of governance that brushed off extrajudicial killings as mere aberrations. Kanabiran hits the nail on the head when he pins all this down to failure to restructure the old institutions of the state in terms of the new constitution of independent India. The colonial value system continued to prevail despite an avowedly democratic constitution put in place on January 26, 1950. The establishment view was that crime could not be investigated nor security preserved if the law were followed. Indeed, crime could only be investigated and security safeguarded by breaking or circumventing the law. Kanabiran cites case law to show that the Supreme Court drew support and inspiration from what a colonial court had decreed in a case wherein the accused was a revolutionary of the Anas Hillan Samitai, a political outfit that advocated revolutionary violence as a means for ending British colonial rule in India. This was to the effect that illegality, i.e. torture in procuring evidence, does not vitiate the trial, thus persisting with colonial jurisprudence. Point 48. Indeed, in true colonial form, the conspiracy provisions of the Indian Penal Code, mainly sections 121 and 121A, promulgated by the colonial state in Act 45 of 1860, were used to strangle the CPI-ML, by holding the leaders of the Naxalite movement on a tight leash. In the Parvathipuram conspiracy case related to the Srikakulam armed struggle. Point 49. Many of the accused were killed in so-called encounters after the charge sheet had been filed. Such viciousness reminds one of the first Lahore conspiracy case, initiated in 1915, under the Defence of India Act, against members of the Ghadar Party, a most merciless lawsuit by the colonial state, in which out of those of the conspirators tried in a special tribunal convened in Lahore, such tribunals were also convened in Benares, Mandalay and Singapore. 46 were executed and 194 given life sentences. 50 Then there was the Kanpur, now spelt Kanpur, Bolshevik conspiracy case of 1924, in which communist leaders M. N. Roy, Muzaffar Ahmed, Kakut Usmani, Singh Aravello Chettiar, S. A. Dange, Nalini Gupta, and others were charged with conspiring to deprive the King Emperor of his sovereignty of British India, by a violent revolution, this just a year before the formal launch of the hitherto émigré CPI in India in 1925. Also, following the 6th Congress of the Communist International in July-August 1928 and publication of its theses on the revolutionary movement in the colonies and semi-colonies 51 in December of that year, the Meerut conspiracy case was initiated in March 1929. What brought on this case was colonial fear of the spread of communist ideas in India. In a truly colonial manner, so was the Secunderabad conspiracy case, filed in August 1974, in which writers and poets of the Revolutionary Writers Association, RWA, Viplavarakayatala Sangam in Telugu, known as Virasam, T. Madhusudan Rao, K. V. Ramana Reddy, Varavara Rao, Sharabanda Raju, M. T. Khan, and M. V. Ranganatham were charged, alongside Maoist revolutionaries K. G. Sathyamurthy and Kondapalli Sitharamaiah, among others. Here were writers and poets accused of sedition and waging war against the state, the sedition charges under 124A of the Indian Penal Code, inserted by Act 27 of 1870. The spectacular growth of RWA after its formation in 1970 into a literary political movement had obviously unnerved the Andhra Pradesh government, for the trial went on for 14.5 years, and with some of the alleged offences deemed non-bailable, one of India's finest radical left poets, Sharabanda Raju, died in jail, his contemporary, Varavara Rao suffering several years of incarceration. 52 The continuation of British Indian traditions was responsible for the characteristically very colonial response of the state in independent India in not only subjecting radical politics to conspiracy charges, but also in the Supreme Court's approach to the emergency and MISA. 53 Unabated colonial policy. Even the successors of the elite nationalist leadership of the anti-colonial movement were least concerned about dismantling and replacing certain colonial political structures and institutions. Moreover, India's defeat in its China War of 1962 had precipitated a huge crisis of confidence. Indian patriots of all hues felt deeply humiliated. The Nehru government had been aiding Tibetan separatism, claiming Aksai Chin, and demanding complete adherence to the McMahon Line. New Delhi was bent upon sticking to its former colonial master's policy with regard to the boundaries dispute with Beijing. In 1958, it not only refused to negotiate a settlement of the border dispute, but engaged in military provocations, ultimately leaving the Chinese People's Liberation Army, PLA, no other option. In 1962, the PLA, after defeating the Indian Army in India's China War, and with India still refusing to negotiate, unilaterally declared a ceasefire and withdrew to 20 kilometers north of the McMahon Line, even though China then considered that line illegal, and in Ladakh too, to where they were stationed before the start of hostilities. As Neville Maxwell put it, 54. The Chinese withdrawal to their original lines after a victory in the field was the first time in recorded history that a great power has not exploited military success by demanding more. This really exposed the myth of Chinese aggression. In Maxwell's view, all China wanted, and wants, was a negotiated settlement that would guarantee stability at its borders. But Nehru just stuck to the old colonial claims, that Aksai Chin was part of the Ladakh region of India for centuries, and so on. In the face of defeat, however, his hegemonic position in the Indian establishment suffered a jolt. In the non-aligned movement too, there was a loss of face. Nehru passed away on May 27, 1964, and the man who succeeded him as Prime Minister, Lal Bahadur Shastri, died of a heart attack less than 2 years after he took office. In the contest for the office of the Prime Minister that followed, with the backing of the Congress President K. Kamaraj, Mrs. Gandhi took office on January 24, 1966. Soon thereafter, on March 1, 1966, the Mizo National Front, MNF, in India's northeast, formed in October 1961 under the leadership of Lal Danga, rose in revolt and made a declaration of independence. The MNF had been seeking the integration of the Mizo people and the liberation of their homeland, the then Mizo Hills district of Assam, from India. The Indian government retaliated with vicious air raids. On March 2, the Government of India invoked the Assam Disturbed Areas Act, 1955, and the Armed Forces, Special Powers, Act, 1958, designating the Mizo Hills as a disturbed area. On March 4, Indian Air Force, IAF, fighter jets strafed Aizawl, the main town, using machine guns, following this up the next day with an extensive airstrike that went on for 5 hours. As a Mizo Hills MLA in the Assam Legislative Assembly was to remark in the House, the use of Air Force for taking Aizawl was excessive because you cannot pinpoint from the air who is loyal and who is not loyal, who is an MNF and who is somebody pledging allegiance to the Mizo Union, the ruling party in the Mizo District 55. But the Government of India even went to the extent of denying that the aerial bombing of Aizawl on March 4 and 5, 1966, had taken place, let alone apologizing to the Mizo people for this inhuman act. This was the first time that the Government of India resorted to airstrikes on its own civilian population. Mrs. Gandhi could not have made a more callous beginning as Prime Minister. With the colonial deeply embedded in the so-called post-colonial, one should refrain from holding Mrs. Gandhi as Prime Minister individually responsible for such inhumanity. Indeed, in May 1975, again when Mrs. Gandhi was the Prime Minister, the Indian state annexed the Himalayan kingdom of Sikkim, which was a British dependency and had become a protectorate under India in 1950. The official claim has been that this was a voluntary merger, but in all likelihood it was the result of New Delhi taking opportunistic advantage of a mobilization of the majority community of Sikkimese of Nepalese origin under a feudal Sikkimese leader of Lepcha origin who was implacably opposed to the Kogil, Sikkim's traditional ruler. 56 All her pomposity and bluster notwithstanding, Mrs. Gandhi was really a captive of the colonial deep in the marrow of the post-colonial regime she was heading. Green Revolution bypassing land reform. In the economy, the balance of payments was particularly strained with increasing food imports adding to the hard currency strain from the huge military hardware imports that were already underway over the previous couple of years. The international trade account was already stressed by the huge imports of plant and equipment and spares thereof that the second and third 5-year plans had entailed. Under advice from the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the rupee underwent a huge devaluation in 1966, further exacerbating inflationary and industrial recessionary tendencies. The land reform was expected to lead to significant growth of agricultural output, but it was now being realized in establishment circles that, beyond a point, such reform was not politically feasible in India. The landlords, especially the large ones, were, after all, an important constituent of the political establishment. The agrarian class structure, even after the land reform of the 1950s and 60s, was still outmoded, a serious impediment to the modernization of agriculture and to rapid rural development. Nevertheless, with the abolition of the intermediary tenures of the Zamindari era, what historians have called sub-infeudation 57, this on payment of compensation, about 20 million erstwhile tenants became landowners. However, most of them were not genuine cultivators tilling the land. They lived off the labor of the actual tillers, either their tenants at will or their hired laborers. Indeed, many such tenants at will, those who came from the lower castes, may have gotten evicted. Vast areas of wasteland were vested in the state. However, the large home farms, the workable core of the estates of the zamindars, cultivated by tenants at will, remained intact, with no measures even to limit their sizes. As Elizabeth Whitcomb puts it, what was left with the zamindars was a tenth of the zamindari, but with 10 times more income after the adoption of Green Revolution techniques, and with their brothers and sons in the civil service and industry, the army and the police sending regular remittances to swell the family accounts in pre-mutiny fashion. 58. As regards the reform of tenancy, despite progressive guidelines laid down in the 5-year plans, and some states enacting laws laying down the maximum permissible rate of rent, security of tenure, and so on, rents continued to remain at semi-feudal levels, insecurity of tenure persisted, and, in many cases, tenants were evicted on the plea of personal cultivation by the landowners. Moreover, tenancies were pushed underground and converted into work contracts. Most of the leases, particularly crop-sharing arrangements, were oral and informal. The objective of ensuring fair rent and security of tenure remained unattained in large parts of the country. Indeed, highly exploitative tenancy in the form of crop sharing still prevailed in large parts of the country. 59. Land ceiling laws were enacted by the states by 1961, but, the laws provided for a large number of exemptions. Prudent landowners took steps in good time to distribute the surplus land among their relatives, friends, and dependents, and in some cases they arranged paper transactions to show distribution among fictitious persons. Only about 1 million hectares of land could be declared surplus, which worked out to be less than 1% of the total arable land in the country. Consolidation of fragmented holdings often helped the landowner in getting rid of his tenants. Thus the overall assessment was, that programs of land reform adopted since independence had failed to bring about the required changes in the agrarian structure. 60. Moreover, the close interrelation between the agrarian class structure and the Hindu caste hierarchy remained intact, albeit, with some positional changes. The ranks of landowners, formerly invariably upper caste, were now composed of some of the former tenants, middle and backward castes. The cultivators were from the ranks of the middle and backward castes, while the landless labourers were from the lowest castes, mostly Dalits. All the tall talk of land to the tiller was hogwash. 61. If really meant, it would have connoted giving ownership rights to the poor peasants, tenants at the subsistence level, and landless labourers, and not permitting those who did not till the land with their own personal labour to own it. This would have then resulted in the transfer of ownership of land from the upper caste landowners, who are averse to manual labour, to the real tillers of the soil. 62. There was thus no basis to assume that a genuine land reform could be carried out without class struggle and the winning of that struggle by the exploited and the oppressed. 63. Overall, the post-1956 official land reforms led merely to a partial amalgamation of the old rural landowning classes castes into a new, broader stratum of rich landowners, those not setting their hands to the plough. This included an upper section of the former tenants, all of whom, despite the various markets, were yet to rid themselves of various retrograde elements of semi-feudal culture and behavior. Yet the establishment, in the design of rural policy, kept up the pretense of an undifferentiated village community. It claimed to want land reforms, but without the class struggle that would inevitably accompany such a program, if it were a real one. For the peasants who took Gandhi's articulated vision of a Ram Rajya, the mythical just rule of the Hindu god, Ram, in independent India seriously, their dreams were prematurely shattered. The story of Indra Lohar was brought to public attention in 1973 by Ashok Mitra, in his column Calcutta Diary, in the Economic and Political Weekly. Lohar, a petty sharecropper under oral lease, who despite the then more recent amendments of the West Bengal Land Reforms Act to plug loopholes, was dispossessed of the small piece of land he tilled and found to his horror a chronic denial of justice by the administration, the police, and the courts. Mitra's prose sketches a profoundly depressing portrait of deliberate and callous discrimination against the poor sharecropper, and the fact that this detrimental outcome was the almost inevitable result of the disparity in political power and economic resources between the landlord and his sharecropper tenant, made worse by the absence of a living, pulsating organized movement of the peasantry which could have made a difference. 64. Spring Thunder, Phase I, had been crushed by then. Nevertheless, it had unnerved not merely the agrarian ruling class of large landowners, but also Indian big business, the multinationals, and the entire political establishment. A technical fix was already underway, not merely in India, to contain communist revolution wherever it was brewing or might ferment. The Malayan communist insurgency of 1948-60, the Huk Rebellion in the Philippines, originally against the Japanese occupation, but which continued against the Filipino government during 1946-54, and the anti-French War of Resistance in Indochina during 1946-54, in all of which peasants constituted the main guerrilla base, ultimately led to the weaving of Green Revolution into the fabric of American foreign policy. 65. As far as India was concerned, the Telangana peasant uprising of 1946-51 had unsettled the establishment. Poverty estimates, headcount ratios, from 1951 onward, based on consumption data of the National Sample Survey rounds, didn't seem to show any time trend, but the numbers were very high in some years. For the period July 1954–March 1955, 64% and 46% of the rural and urban populations, respectively, were below the poverty line. In July 1966–June 1967 and July 1967–June 1968, likewise, the headcount ratios of poverty were 64% and 52%, 53% of the rural and urban populations, respectively. 66. In 1960, the Ford Foundation got the Indian government to initiate an Intensive Agricultural Districts Program, IADP, an initial pilot run of Green Revolution techniques. In the meantime, it was Food Aid under Public Law 480 that was in place, which bought time for more long-term solutions to be found to the problems of hunger and social unrest in the Third World, 67 including India. The International Rice Research Institute, IRI, was founded with American aid in 1962 in the Philippines to focus on developing high-yielding varieties of rice, Asia's major food crop. The CIMIT, in English, the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, though formally founded in 1966 with American aid, was already existed in the form of an American-aided program that began in 1943, and which the wheat specialist Norman Borlaug joined the following year, going on to be awarded the 1970 Nobel Peace Prize, raising eyebrows, for his was not the usual chemistry prize that such work in biochemistry might have merited. 68. It was the new seeds from CIMIT and IRI alongside American aid for IADP that was the launch pad for the Green Revolution in India. Moreover, from 1966, U.S. deliveries of food under PL 480 were subject to conditions. Emphasis had to be placed on the Green Revolution and population control, and the pecuniary interests of U.S. multinational corporations, especially in fertilizers and pesticides. The successive droughts of the mid-1960s had led to severe food shortages, and the Indian government was enthusiastic and obliging. By 1969–70, around 37% and 12% of the total wheat and rice acreages respectively comprised high-yielding varieties. 69. Political expediency, however, temporarily shelved the rightward shift that Washington wanted. Following the poor performance of the Congress Party in the general and state elections of 1967, during the subsequent sharp factional squabbles within the party, and with the party split in 1969, Indira Gandhi found it politically advantageous to take a leftward turn. Her government began to claim application of the principles underlying Articles 39, B, and C, of the Constitution in framing certain laws. 70. This with political rhetoric that mouthed Nehruvian expressions such as socialistic pattern of society and her own coining of Garibi Hatao, remove poverty. Maneuvering to her own advantage, she spearheaded a motion to bring in the Companies, Acquisition and Transfer of Undertakings, Ordinance, 1969, and nationalize the 14 largest commercial banks with effect from the midnight of July 19, 1969, soon introducing a bill to that effect, placed in and passed by Parliament. Her party, the so-called Congress, Requisition, then spearheaded the passing of the Monopolies and Restrictive Trade Practices Bill in Parliament in December 1969, just a month after the split in the Congress Party, the Indian Patents Act in 1970, the 26th Constitutional Amendment of 1971 to abolish the privy purses of the erstwhile royal families of the former princely states, and the Foreign Exchange Regulation Act in 1973. With control over bank credit passing into the hands of the public sector, the Green Revolution could now be adequately financed without a hitch. After all, the supply of subsidized high-yielding seed, fertilizer, pesticide, irrigation water, and agricultural machinery, including tube wells and pump sets, needed liberal bank financing, and to reduce the bank default and commercial farming risks, agricultural pricing policy had to ensure that the government's procurement prices were well above ruling market prices. Indeed, the procurement price now acted as a floor price in the speculative trade. The heydays of the landlords, rich peasants/capitalist farmers, both of the Kolak variety, and agribusiness traders had truly arrived. The output of food grains more than doubled over the next decade and a half, from 1970 onward. With the growth of public sector industry and infrastructure sustained by drawing on the proceeds of indirect taxation and deficit financing, and the private sector in industry and agriculture liberally funded by the public sector banks and other financial institutions, it was the terms of trade between agriculture and industry that remained the bone of contention between the landlords/rich peasants/capitalist farmers on the one hand and Indian big business and the MNCs on the other. It was this relative price that crucially affected the economic positions of these ruling classes in Indian society, as well as the process of accumulation and economic growth. A shift in the terms of trade in favor of agriculture in the initial years of the Green Revolution as a result of government intervention forced both the urban working class and the poor peasants and landless laborers to allocate a large proportion of their money earnings to food commodities, which led to a progressive shrinkage in their demand for industrial products, particularly mass consumption goods, thereby adversely affecting the pecuniary interests of Indian big business and the MNCs. 71. This contradiction notwithstanding, the Green Revolution strategy, after an initial period of inter-ruling class bickering over this relative price, seems to have cemented their political coalition with a fair degree of stability and durability, for the powers that be found a way for the landlords/rich peasants/capitalist farmers to get their high prices and subsidized industrial inputs even as Indian big business and the MNCs got their low-cost credit finance, duty drawbacks, and subsidized agricultural inputs. The whole program of industrial development was crucially predicated upon significant improvements in agricultural output per acre that would, other things equal, dampen food inflation and thereby check the rise of the industrial wage rate. But the pecuniary interests of those who were in the saddle in agriculture, the rural landed classes and the big traders of agricultural commodities, also had to be accommodated, for they were the main organizers of the rural vote banks and financiers of establishment politics in the countryside. With the Naxalite movement crushed and the Green Revolution off the ground, the crisis in the affairs of the ruling order had been successfully warded off, at least for the present. Indeed, from the mid-1970s to the end of the 1980s, the real agricultural wage rate rose significantly, accompanied by significant increases in government expenditure on rural development. Together, this led to a decline in the incidence of absolute poverty in the rural areas over the same period 72. Although the absolute numbers of the poor went on increasing, and malnutrition and ill health remained endemic. The Green Revolution thus didn't turn red, but the peasant question nevertheless became even more germane, for with incomplete proletarianization, the numbers of the poor peasants and other petty commodity producers/service providers swelled. I am reminded of the way one of my best teachers, the late Professor Nirmal Kumar Chandra, introduced the peasant question, and there's no better way I know of to pose that concern. How can the mass of peasantry be drawn into a revolutionary movement spearheaded by the socialists, representing above all the proletariat? And he goes on, the difficulty, at bottom, stems from the fact, that the peasant possesses two souls, one of the proprietor, and the other of a worker. 73. What immediately came to mind when I read this was another difficulty, this in the Indian context. Here this combination of the proprietor and the worker, the Indian peasant, is imbued with caste consciousness, which drives him/her to strive to give up the use of family labor in tilling the soil and in other manual tasks. How then will the Indian peasant, especially the poor and middle one, develop solidarity with the landless laborer, who, moreover, is most probably a Dalit? As I have hinted at earlier, in the Indian case, the institution of caste impedes class solidarity and class consciousness, and as far as the rich peasant goes, it induces him to behave like the landlord. The Naxalites are yet to resolve such matters in their political practice even as they continue to learn from their actions. The movement cannot be written off though, however much the establishment might wish that one day it will, this in the face of concerted state repression over the last 5 decades. Public memory of the aborted/defeated peasant/plebeian struggles of the colonial and post-colonial periods, and contemporary conditions on the ground, seem to compel present-day peasants and proletarians to plod on. Long tradition of peasant insurgency. The historian Ranajit Guha, in his 1983 classic, Elementary Aspects of Peasant Insurgency in Colonial India, has done much to understand the rebel political consciousness of the peasant insurgents in India during the period 1783–1900. As Guha puts it, one of the direct consequences of the British colonialist creation of a highly centralised state, that brought into focus the refractory moments of semi-feudalism in the countryside in a manner unprecedented in Indian history was the fusion of the landlords and the moneylenders' authority with that of the Sarkar, the government, and this is what provided insurgency with the objective conditions of its development and transmission. 74 So also was Kathleen Gough's historical perspective on peasant resistance and struggles in colonial and post-colonial India. In a 1974 essay on Indian peasant uprisings, she wrote 75. Indian peasants have a long tradition of armed uprisings, reaching back at least to the initial British conquest and the last decades of Mughal government. For more than 200 years peasants in all the major regions have risen repeatedly against landlords, revenue agents and other bureaucrats, moneylenders, police and military forces. During this period there have been at least 77 revolts, the smallest of which probably engaged several thousand peasants in active support or in combat. About 30 of these revolts must have affected tens of thousands of peasants, and about 12, several hundreds of thousands. The uprisings were responses to deprivation of unusually severe character, always economic, and often also involving physical brutality or ethnic persecution. The fact that at least 34 of those I considered were solely or partly by Hindus, causes me to doubt that the caste system has seriously impeded peasant rebellion in times of trouble. The revolts amply illustrated the remarkable organizing abilities of the peasantry, their potential discipline and solidarity, their determined militancy in opposing imperialism and exploitative class relations, their inventiveness and potential military prowess and their aspirations for a more democratic and egalitarian society. My emphasis. The peasantry had been affected adversely in multiple ways, listed below, 76 during colonial rule, and thus the armed struggles involving peasant partisans against those who exacted their surpluses were warranted. These included I. Ruinous taxation during the early decades of East India Company rule before and after the permanent settlement of Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa in 1793, the revenue used to maintain and expand the colonial system and pay for the imports of commodities for Britain, mainly Indian textiles that were earlier paid for in bullion. 77. 2. The land settlements created bourgeois private property in land. However, the landlords were deemed to be the owners of the land only if they paid the heavy incidence of tax on the assessed rent collected. 78 Of course, with their tenants' rights highly circumscribed. Later, the British colonialists gave up much of the potential revenue from the land tax, settling for a much lower incidence of that tax than the Mughals had exacted, thus to secure the landlords' support for their rule. Tenancy reform LAWS 79 eventually came into force in the face of peasant struggles. The peasants' surplus was, however, by now appropriated by other agents besides the landlords' moneylenders, non-cultivating intermediary tenants, merchants, and lawyers. 3. There were encroachments on tribal hilly and forested territories and tribal oppression by planters, British and Indian, the colonial government and landlords, merchants and moneylenders from the plains. 4. The process of proto-industrialization in the 19th century drove craftspersons deprived of their traditional livelihoods back upon the land as tenants or landless laborers or into the lumpen proletariat. Peasants got increasingly drawn into the cash nexus with merchants, moneylenders, landlords, and revenue officials, more so with the turn to the cultivation of indigo, opium, cotton, oil seeds, jute, pepper, and other exportable crops in the plains, and tea, coffee, cinnamon, and later, rubber plantations in the highlands. The railways connected the port cities with the hinterland and thus brought British manufactured goods, cloth, for instance, within reach of even the peasant whose produce, as raw material, was exploited by British industry. 6. Speculation and investment in land by merchants, moneylenders, landlords, bureaucrats, and rich peasants/farmers, the increasing commercialization of agriculture, and the growth of absentee landlordism led to an impairment of patron-client relations between landlords and tenants/landless laborers. 7. The famines of the colonial period were its most brutal feature, beginning with the Bengal famine of 1770 and culminating again with the Bengal famine of 1943, the latter reawakened collective memory of the former devastation, in between 12 serious famines before the Great Rebellion of 1857, and yet more devastating ones thereafter, the most severe in 1896–97. Using B. M. Bhatia's figures, A. D. Goff has estimated 20.7 million famine deaths in India between 1866 and 1943. 7. From the 1920s onward, with the growing population in the midst of stagnant per capita net material product, and with modern industry incapable of absorbing even a fraction of the growing reserve army of labor, rural misery unfolded on an unprecedented scale. Such extreme distress was also a consequence of extreme fragmentation of land holdings, 81 intense competition for sharecropping and other tendencies leading to rack renting, chronic rural indebtedness, and greater prevalence of debt bondage. What was being witnessed over the long term was a reduction in the proportion of rich and middle peasant households with a corresponding increase in the proportion of poor and landless peasant households. Rightly, Goff includes the Great Rebellion of 1857 among the 77 peasant revolts, for as Eric Stokes, in his posthumously, 1986, published The Peasant Armed, the Indian Rebellion of 1857, argues, the sepoys were peasants in uniform and the revolt was that of a peasant army breaking loose from its foreign master, challenging British colonialism. However, it cannot be said that the assortment of people who rebelled in 1857 also supported the peasant revolts. Nevertheless, despite the disgruntled talukdars, landlords, who had been marginalized and squeezed out by the British colonialists assuming local leadership of the rebellion in their areas of influence, for instance, in Awadh, peasants often did take the initiative, as Rudrangshu Mukherjee, in his Spectre of Violence, the 1857 Kanpur massacres, 2007, argues. 82. The rebel peasants were conscious, anti-colonial political actors, and yet, leaders of the British Indian Association, and later, those of the Indian National Congress, condemned the revolt. Jawaharlal Nehru referred to the feudal character of the revolt, as did the British communist Rajni Pal Madut, who called the revolt the last attempt of the decaying feudal forces, of the former rulers of the country, to turn back the tide of foreign domination, even as Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, living witnesses to those times, had respectively characterized it as a national revolt and a Great Rebellion. 83. Another great peasant rebellion of the colonial period, the last one, which was being waged even as the elite nationalist leadership of the Congress Party and the Muslim League were negotiating the terms of the transfer of power, was the 1946–51 armed struggle of the peasantry in Telangana under communist leadership. As the eminent historian Ranajit Guha characterizes this armed peasant struggle. 84. Starting off as a movement against eviction and extortion, it assumed, by 1946, under communist leadership, the size and character of a peasant war aimed at the destruction of the princely state of Hyderabad ruled by the Nizam, the largest and most powerful of all the many feudal principalities lovingly fostered by the Raj. The struggle, limited at first to 150 villages, had already involved 10 times as many by the summer of 1947 when India became independent. A number of liberated zones complete with people's courts and people's militia had already emerged out of the guerrilla war by 1948 when the new regime headed by Nehru and Patel, Vallabhbhai Patel, India's first Home Minister, sent in its army with the twin objectives of annexing the Nizam's territories and liquidating the peasant rebels. My emphasis. The outcome of this police action was the rewarding of the Nizam with a vast pecuniary compensation for the loss of his dynastic kingdom and with elevation to the status of a titular head of state, Raj Pramukh, in the new republic when its constitution was inaugurated in 1950. Neither the oppressive officials who had acted as the instruments of the Nizam's despotism nor the landlords and moneylenders who constituted its social base, came to any harm. On the contrary, a feudal restoration was actively promoted by the Indian Army and in its wake the armed constabulary wherever they established themselves in any of the liberated zones. Encouraged and supported by them, the landlords and moneylenders flocked back to the villages from which they had fled for their lives and seized again the lands, grain, and other property which the peasants had expropriated. The sons of the soil who had fought for the end of feudal rule and for democracy in Hyderabad, who had effectively undermined the Nizam's authority long before the Congress party leaders were to recognize in him a potential threat to the Indian Republic, had their efforts rewarded by a reign of terror imposed on 5 Telangana districts where the revolt had made the most headway. It is also necessary to mention the Tabhaga movement in Bengal initiated in 1946 and led by the Kisan Sabha, the peasant front of the CPI, which demanded that the sharecropper, the bargadar, has the right to 2/3 of the produce, leaving only 1/3 of it for the landlord, the yatdar. The Great Rebellion of 1857, Telangana, 1946–48, and Tabhaga, as well as the many other peasant revolts of the colonial period that Kathleen Gough lists, might then be seen as precursors of Spring Thunder, Phase 1, and its following phases. Spring Thunder, like the many peasant struggles of the past, at its core, is a battle for democracy. The Indian Republic is a rotten liberal political democracy, and the roots of this decay can be traced back to the time of its birth and to the colonial period. Aborted democratic revolution. By the mid-1940s, people's democracies seemed a distinct possibility in the countries where socialist or national liberation struggles were being waged, especially in mainland China, where the forces of the Communist Party of China played a stellar role in the anti-Japanese resistance in the period 1937–45, thereby shifting nationalist opinion progressively in its favor. But also in the national liberation struggles in Vietnam and Indonesia. Moreover, from 1918 onward, British imperialism seemed to be in relative decline, economically, politically, and militarily, and by the end of the Second World War, the United States had emerged as the foremost imperialist power. India, despite the ideological and political weakness of the CPI and the near absence of revolutionary leadership within it, could also have taken the militant people's democratic path to liberation. As Ranajit Guha argues, British imperialism, which then had the world's largest colonial empire, recognized the writing on the wall in the Quit India movement, in the militant nationalist, though wrong-headed, response to Subhash Chandra Bose's Indian National Army. He took help from Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan during World War II to try to rid India of British rule, in the massive strikes of workers, students, and poor middle-class employees in the cities, in the emergence of a democratic peasant movement under communist leadership, and most ominously perhaps in the mutiny of the Indian raidings of the Royal Indian Navy RIN and spreading disaffection among the Indian ranks in the army and police forces. My emphasis. Faced thus with the prospect of an armed anti-imperialist upsurge, the British government decided to defuse the charge by decolonizing, which, in the Indian context, was nothing but a preemptive strike against what could have exploded as a full-scale liberation war the size of the vast subcontinent. Hence decolonization was achieved, appropriately enough, not by the destruction of the old colonial state and seizure of power by the people, but by a transfer of power from the British to the Indian elite representing big landlord and big business interests which had many links with imperialism and shared with it a common fear of revolutionary developments in the country. My emphasis. Consequently, the post-colonial state, the product of a legal transaction between the dominant elite groups of Britain and India, found it easy to continue, even as a sovereign republic. Much of what was undemocratic and a good deal was in the political institutions and political culture of the Raj. 85. It must be emphasized that all the post-war unrest and rebellion referred to above took place independently of the Congress Party and often in defiance of it. Indeed, even Gandhi condemned the Hindu-Muslim unity of the Rin revolt and the massive militant people's support it got. He referred to this solidarity as an unholy alliance/combination that, in his view, would have delivered India to the rabble. He reportedly even went on to say, "I would not want to live up to 125 years to witness that consummation. I would rather perish in the flames." 86. One only has to recall his repudiation of all responsibility for the Quit India movement, his condemnation of sabotage and underground activities associated with it, and his instruction to underground workers to surrender. 87. There seems to have been, at the time, a certain convergence of interests of Indian and British capitalists, reinforced in the face of the rising militancy of the Indian working class and peasantry, the unrest among the armed forces and the rise in the influence of the left political forces in the country. Indeed, there was an overall meeting of minds between the imperialist rulers and the Congress leaders about the growing threat from the left. 88. As far as the oppressed people were concerned, Congress and Muslim League were on the same side of the barricade as the Raj. Co-optation of elite nationalists was an important part of British colonialist strategy ever since the aftermath of the Great Rebellion of 1857, and these nationalists were willing collaborators in the face of militant struggles of peasants and tribal people that targeted both colonialism and the collective power of the Sarkar, Sahukar, and Zamindar. Of course, the terms of such collaboration/co-option were always under contention. The Government of India Act of 1858, passed by the British Parliament, disbanded company rule and brought India directly under British sovereignty. Soon to come was the Indian Councils Act of 1861, under which legislative councils with a few non-official Indian members were formed, followed by the same Acts of 1892 and 1909 extending the influence of locally elected 89 provincial councils, and then the Government of India Act of 1935. Taken together, these can be seen as part of a concerted colonialist strategy of progressively devolving power to elite nationalists in the provincial echelons of what was officially claimed to be an emerging federal structure. For the colonialists, the involvement of Indians was a must, with those deemed politically dangerous easily disqualified from electoral candidature, and the provincial governors were bestowed with enormous powers. They could jettison any bill that was passed by the legislature, and take over the province from an elected majority ministry on law and order grounds, for the centre was strictly under imperial control. The ground was firmly laid for the rotten liberal political democracy to come. The vast numbers of ordinary people who had, right from the 1920s, supported/participated in the nationalist elite-led part of the movement for independence were betrayed. But they didn't realize it, for there was no revolutionary leadership, politically and ideologically mature, to guide them. The people thus cherished illusions about the goals of the political representatives of Indian big business, Congress, and Muslim League leaders, elite nationalists, who were out to strike a bargain with imperialism. Indeed, within less than a year following 1946 a qualitative change in the situation was brought about by the skillful moves of the Raj and its collaborators. And, in less than 2 months and a half this vast subcontinent was partitioned, boundaries demarcated, assets divided, and 2 new dominions brought into existence. It can also be said that all these imperialist maneuvers were put through because Congress and Muslim League were willing participants in it. 90. Clearly the Indian nation in the making was not a uniform and homogeneous entity. The dominant and the exploited classes in the nation had conflicting interests and needs. The nation was largely imagined and depicted by elite nationalists in an iconography that was Hindu, these nationalists representing the interests and rights of non-Muslim big business but camouflaging the same as the nation's interests and rights. In reality, what was being created was the ground for a independent nation with sections of that big business already forging ties with U.S. monopoly capital. Elite nationalism was undermining the nation, for independence was to be brought about via a gentle decolonization, the two dominant arguments in the aftermath of the Second World War being the British colonialists' change of heart and the efficacy of nonviolent opposition. Gandhi was adept at playing the dual role of saint for the masses and champion for big business, as the discerning American journalist Edgar Snow is said to have pithily remarked. Gandhi and the Congress Party's role and attitude in one of the freedom movement's most significant high points, in 1945–46, have already been touched upon. In the three other high points, mass movements against British rule, the ones initiated by the Congress Party with Gandhi in the lead, complete control over the masses was a precondition. In the first of these, the non-cooperation movement, 1921–22, mass rage and fervor had already been aroused earlier by the Jallianwala Bagh massacre and Caliphate, and when violence erupted in Trishri, the movement was called off, and the masses fell in line, for they looked up to Gandhi the saint, indeed, Gandhi alone, for guidance. The Congress Party and Gandhi insisted on, in his words, peaceful rebellion in the civil disobedience movement, 1930–34 with breaks in between, 2, with no-rent campaigns against the landlords, dependent allies of the colonialists, simply not permitted, for despite the stated goal of complete independence, in reality, it was intended to be a controlled mobilization for forcing constitutional concessions. Incidences of violence, including those in Chittagong 91 Peshawar and Sholapur, did not however lead to its suspension, for, in the courting of arrest, the Congress leaders were out of the way of the masses. But unlike the Hindu-Muslim unity of the Caliphate and non-cooperation years of 1919–21, Muslim participation in the civil disobedience movement was low, this because of inter-religious communal strife in the 1920s. Mass anger and disgust against British rule was at a peak in 1942, and so the Quit India movement was violent right from the beginning, more so because the Congress leadership was forced out of the way of the masses by the preemptive arrests, because of which the Congress organization couldn't intervene to condemn, denounce, and put an end to violent rebellion. It was only when Gandhi was released from jail in May 1944 that he began to severely condemn the underground movement and called upon the rebels to surrender. But by then the movement had gone through three phases of militancy: the first, violent protests in the cities; the second, the shift of militancy to the countryside, with underground activity, including the use of revolutionary terror, especially in the United Provinces and Bihar; and the third, the running of parallel governments in places like Satara in Maharashtra, Midnapore in Bengal, and Talcher in Orissa. Gandhi, Nehru, and the Congress Party always condemned militant actions, especially peasant, tribal, and urban bouts of violence, strikes, and, of course, revolutionary terror. With the brutal crushing of the Quit India movement, in the context of the Second World War and what then seemed like an imminent Japanese invasion of India, and earlier, the post-1905 armed struggles in Bengal, the Gadar movement, the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association, the Chittagong Uprising, and the Rin Revolt of February 1946, independence was not to be the precursor of a democratic revolution. As the historian Indivar Kamtekar put it, independence was a handing over at one stroke of the entire territory and state apparatus of the Raj to the leaders of the Congress and the Muslim League in a single negotiated transaction. The courageous soldiers and officers of the Indian National Army were refused admission into the ranks of what became the Indian Armed Forces. And, no one, not even Marxist historians, bothered to ask about the fate of the 20,000 mutineers of the Rin.92. The elite nationalist leaders simply substituted themselves to take the place of the British colonialists in office, primarily to secure their own power and privileges and to transfer to Indian big business the unfair advantages that were a legacy of the colonial period, all within the framework of dependence on the dominant imperialist powers. U.S. imperialism had, after all, been pressuring its British counterpart to dismantle its empire, and this was exactly what was to transpire. Very soon, the elite nationalist leaders were to prove their utter insensitivity to mass misery. The poor peasants in the Telangana countryside in the late 1940s, fighting for new democracy, were humiliated, beaten, and tortured by the Indian Army, sent in by the elite nationalists to bring back the landlords and the money lenders, and thereby restore the status quo. Driven to the wall, it was not easy for these unlettered peasants to turn into revolutionary fighters. This could never have been the first time around. In power after independence, the elite nationalists of the Congress Party promoted a historiography of a heroic past, largely the part of the independence struggle they had led, and even historians calling themselves Marxists joined the bandwagon. The state embarked on a multiplication of its offices, privileges, and PALF development administration was the new kid in town and on the block, with the elite nationalist patrons directing the process from the top downward. During a crisis of legitimacy, however, adept maneuvering in a parliamentary democracy based on universal adult franchise didn't come easy, as was evident in the 2 years preceding the emergency. Popular upheavals preceding the emergency. Despite Mrs. Gandhi's huge electoral victories in the parliamentary and state assembly elections of 1971 and 1972, these following the 1969 split in the Congress Party, 2 states, Gujarat and Bihar, were headed for popular flare-ups. 93 in Gujarat, the home state of Mrs. Gandhi's main political opponent, Morarji Desai, the state Congress committee opted for Desai's Congress organization, Congress, hereafter, but after the 1971 elections, Mrs. Gandhi's Congress requisition increasingly attracted opportunist defectors from its rival. Feudal allegiance to Mrs. Gandhi was all that seemed to count, with each contending faction within her party claiming to be more loyal than the others. Political degeneration took hold, and, very soon, public cynicism about the Garibi Hatao, remove poverty, program ran high, even as the Congress requisition rode comfortably to power in the 1972 state assembly elections in Gujarat. In the internal scramble for power that followed, backed by the Congress High Command and the state's rich peasantry and wealthy agricultural commodity merchants, an astute manipulator, Chimanbhai Patel, became the state's chief minister in July 1973. Protests by engineering students over inflated hostel mess bills in the wake of rising food prices soon turned into a popular, statewide, anti-price rise agitation, led locally by Navnirman Yuvak Samitis, Youth for Reconstruction committees. In the face of police retaliation, the Navnirman agitation metamorphosed into one demanding the resignation of Patel and his ministry, and the dissolution of the state assembly. The Congress, and Jansan, taking advantage of the volatile situation, raised the question of the electorate's right to recall elected representatives, and with Desai undertaking a fast unto death, Mrs. Gandhi's government at the centre had no other option but to advise the president to dissolve the Gujarat State Assembly. In the state elections that followed, a coalition of Congress, Jansan and other opposition parties came to power. In Bihar, from 1967 to 1972, no party or alliance of parties was able to form a stable government. Like in Gujarat, corrupt, opportunistic defections turned the tables, more so after Congress requisition's huge electoral victory in the 1971 general elections. The 1972 state assembly elections gave Mrs. Gandhi's party a majority, even though it secured a mere 1/3 of the vote, but with a relatively strong, combined opposition of mainly Samyukta Socialist Party and Jansan Malays, members of the Legislative Assembly, political instability persisted. An alliance of the Samyukta Socialist Party and Jansan student wings had won the Patna University student elections in 1973, with many of the socialist student leaders from the Yadav, Kurmi, and Kowari, backward, castes. In March 1974 these students launched what became the JP movement in Bihar, when they invited the elderly, 72-year-old, Sarvodaya socialist, Jayaprakash Narayan, JP, to lead them. JP, a former prominent socialist politician, quickly renewed his links with his former socialist comrades and launched a political program that, he claimed, would take the state from Rajniti, ruler-oriented policies, to Lokniti, people-oriented policies. He got the students and youth to form Chhatra Sangharsh Samitis, student struggle committees, and Jana Sangharsh Samitis, people's struggle committees, and demanded the dismissal of the Congress state government. The political opposition, especially the socialist parties and the Jansan, the latter, opportunistically, soon began to ride high on the JP bandwagon. Indeed, in June 1974, when JP declared that the Bihar movement was for Sampoorna Kranti, total revolution, though these opposition parties didn't want any kind of revolution, their sole purpose being the overthrow of the Congress government and the installation of themselves in power, they began spreading the line, "Give us the reins of government and the rest JP's Sampoorna Kranti will follow." Soon JP reckoned that his idea of Sampoorna Kranti had gripped the national imagination, just like Mrs. Gandhi's earlier slogan Garibi Hatao had, and he decided to launch his movement at the national level. Addressing a public rally at the Ram Lila grounds in Delhi on June 25, 1975, with the other opposition leaders on the dais, JP demanded the resignation of Mrs. Gandhi, called on the police and the army not to obey any illegal orders of the government, and appealed to the Indian public to join a nationwide non-cooperation movement from June 29. An apprehensive Mrs. Gandhi reacted at breakneck speed. Like Jawaharlal Nehru, her threshold of tolerance and accommodation of opposition was low, set as it was by the interests of Indian big business. Around midnight June 25-26, the President was made to sign the Proclamation of Internal Emergency 94 and the Cabinet ex post facto was made to approve of it early next morning. When the nation came to know of it, not a dog barked, as the then Defence Minister Bansi Lal was reported to have boasted. "Even I was astonished," observed Mrs. Gandhi, "there was not a murmur at all." 95 It was indeed an eye-opener that the arrests of the top leaders of all the opposition parties and of Jayaprakash Narayan didn't provoke spontaneous strikes, demonstrations, and slash or uprooting of rails, as used to happen when prominent leaders of the national movement were treated like this by the colonial authorities. The ban on 26 parties and detention of some 140,000 political prisoners were to follow. 96. There were expectations that the JP movement would go on even with JP incarcerated, but such expectations and hopes were belied. Where was the mettle of the regime's opponents? The Naxalite movement had by then almost been decimated by the state's brutal repression, and what remained had split into many factions. The establishment opposition claimed to be fighting for democracy, but Mrs. Gandhi didn't even need any large-scale deployment of the police, for most of her establishment opponents now chose to be mere passive adversaries. So she didn't need to create any new repressive machinery, for the run-of-the-mill bureaucrats and police officers did what they were told to do, even as decision-making was concentrated in the hands of a few loyalists, as it was before. The regime's establishment opponents, just like in British colonial times, by and large sought a negotiated settlement with the government. Indeed, in December 1976, bigwigs of the Congress, the Jansan, the Socialist Party, and the Bharatiya Lok Dal tacitly approved what the widely respected socialist intellectual C.G.K. Reddy called a pure and simple surrender document. 97. At no time during the emergency was there any real threat to Mrs. Gandhi's authoritarian regime, even though it did some horrible things, like the Nazbandi, forced sterilization, campaigns and the beautification drives, in both of which Muslims were the first targets. Government medical personnel accompanied by contingents of police personnel entering a village or an urban locality invariably targeted the Muslims first in the forced vasectomies they conducted. Even Muslim youth who had barely entered adolescence were sterilized. And the beautification drives began in Muslim settlements, in Delhi, at Turkman Gate and the Jama Masjid area. The hypocrisy of it all reached such levels that the word secularism was inserted into the preamble to the Indian Constitution by the 42nd Amendment, which was passed by Parliament in November 1976. Indeed, before this amendment, India was described in the Constitution's preamble as a sovereign democratic republic, and after the amendment, as a sovereign socialist secular democratic republic. Was there a better way to discredit secularism and socialism? JP's most fatal political error was his embrace of the semi-fascist Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS, its political party, the Jan Sangh, and its student wing, the Akhil Bharatiya Vidyartha Parishad. Till then, the RSS, one of whose presumed cadre had assassinated M.K. Gandhi, was a political pariah at least as far as progressive political circles were concerned, but JP even went to the extent of declaring that if the RSS was fascist, then he too was a fascist. The RSS and its various wings took full advantage of JP's endorsement, even going on to claim that it played a leading role in India's second freedom struggle during the emergency, when the reality was the abject attitude of RSS chief Balasaheb Deoras, in his letters to Indira Gandhi from Yerwada jail in Pune now Pune. Deoras promised that his organisation would be at the disposal of the government for national uplift if the ban on the RSS were lifted and its members freed from jail. 98. Seeing the longer process. The narrative has moved across time and space, between 1857 and 1968 India, in order to trace the roots of the latter and clarify the ways in which India's modern past and India's 1968 are connected. What has been discerned includes what was new in 1968 India and what was part of a longer process, the interplay of continuity with change. The longer process is a series of rebellions for justice and well-being by ordinary people, poor and middle peasants/workers/revolutionaries. These revolts incurred the wrath of the state and were crushed by brutal repression, and laws were instituted to suppress and punish the rebels, harshly and unfairly. This was followed by reform, and laws to that effect, and political encouragement of a reformist strand among the nationalist elite, whose dependability was gauged by the extent to which it went in condemning the rebels/revolutionaries and expressing faith in the establishment's will to bring progressive institutional change. The colonialists devolved more and more powers to the nationalist elite they had co-opted, with the latter contending and negotiating over the extent of such prerogatives, taking advantage of the persistence of the militant struggles to enhance its own bargaining power. Such opportunistic politics by the elite guaranteed the failure or the falsity of the reforms, the persistence of subaltern rebellions and the spawning of new ones, the many Naxalbaris of Spring Thunder, Phase 1, being the latest in the series up to 1968. The longer process can thus be discerned in terms of a series of recurring rebellion repression reform sequences, with the nationalist elite collaborating with the colonial power against the militant opposition and engaging in an open-to-reason face-off with the colonial power on the question of the extent to which it must devolve power to them. 99 Over time, and 2 decades after independence, democratic consciousness, if some of it had indeed come into being in the awareness of the nationalist elite, was shallow, as the 68-year Primala Lewis realized when she took on the absentee owners of Murali's model farms in the 1970s. The March 4-5, 1966, IAF airstrikes on the civilian Mizo population of Aizawl revealed how low the threshold of the establishment's tolerance and accommodation really was, this atrocious act of the Indian state taking place almost a decade before the internal emergency came into force. For the 68 ERS, the emergency was the exact opposite, the very antithesis of the dawn in the longing for which they had set out. If they now found some kind of anchorage for the ship of heartache, 100, it was in the many Naxalbaris where the notion of witness was practiced, it was in the Chipko movement that hugged the trees, it was in the Dalit Panthers who took their cue from America's Black Panthers, it was in the small, yet spirited, autonomous women's movements that were sparked off by widespread outrage over the Mathura rape case, it was in the short-lived Dalirajhara Spring, it was in the 20-day All India Railway strike, it was in the budding civil liberties and democratic rights movement, it was in the Nav Nirman and JP movements, it was in the active opposition to the emergency. Yes, even in those last 2 movements and in the active opposition to the emergency, there were Sarvodaya and socialist activists, 68 ERS, who earned the loyalty, respect, and affection of people who came to know of their good deeds, and their aversion to the devious, scheming, and unprincipled politicians who had opportunistically hitched on to the JP bandwagon. 101. And surely the 68 ERS in all the above-mentioned struggles derived some of their inspiration and courage from the public memory of the militant struggles of ordinary people in the colonial period. In the Great Rebellion of 1857, in the many other peasant resistances, in the struggles for forest rights in Kumon and Tarigariwal in 1921, 1930, and 1944-48, in the planned Gadar uprising of 1915 that was nipped in the bud, in Trishri, in the militant activities of the Chittagong branch of the Indian Republican Army and those of the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association, in the non-cooperation and civil disobedience movements, in the massive anti-imperialist upsurges of 1942 and 1946, and in the Telangana armed struggle. In the course of resistance, there surely comes a time when the partisans, who were ordinary people, poor peasants and landless laborers, artisans, workers, middle-class youth, become historical persons. They seriously begin to reason, critically view the world, and assume responsibility for their actions. They are then no longer things, alienated human beings available to be manipulated by unprincipled leaders. Their creative energies then unfold, unconstrained by the fiat of the old left parties. India's 1968 was such an historical moment, and it endured right up to the first half of the 1980s. Most significant during the latter moment was the Bombay textile strike of 1982-83-102, unparalleled in that it could sustain itself for a year and a half with a significant section of the 250,000 workers of 60 textile mills actively involved. This in the face of close links between the mill managements, the Congress government, and leaders of the Rashtriya Mill Mazdoor Sangh, a union that had been imposed on the workers by the Bombay Industrial Relations Act of 1946, and whom the workers had rejected. Not to mention the police, the judiciary, and mass media. For some of the leftist students and radical youth in active solidarity with the workers, and with the trade union leader Data Samant, who was urged to lead the workers, the 1.5-year-long strike that began in January 1982 was one that took them to a higher level of political consciousness, a reasoned critical understanding of the defeat of the strike and the subsequent planned transformation of central Mumbai's historic industrial lands into expensive real estate in the evolution and growth of Bombay's Manhattan. India's 1968 was a period when poor peasants and landless labourers, industrial workers, Dalits, tribals, middle-class youth, and women had variously begun to revolt against the demons that oppressed them: semi-feudalism, backward capitalism, patriarchy, and so on. Some of these revolts were violent, and the state's violence against them was undoubtedly on behalf of the oppressors, unleashed against the oppressed in the name of democracy and law and order. For reasons best known to them, most liberals refused to make a distinction between the violence of the oppressors and the violence of the oppressed, this even though the latter has made important contributions to freedom and democracy in the past and in the present. Speaking to the House of Commons in the aftermath of the Rhine Mutiny in 1946, and in reply to a question from Winston Churchill, the British Prime Minister Clement Attlee apparently disclosed the real reasons for granting independence to India. 103 The ordinary soldiers of the British Indian Army were no longer loyal to Britain, and Britain could not afford to have a large British army to hold down India. The contribution of violent resistance to bringing freedom is rarely acknowledged. What then about non-violent resistance, fasting unto death, for instance? According to Gandhi, himself, as interpreted by David Hardiman, this was best used only in cases in which the two parties knew each other personally and enjoyed a mutual respect. 104 As apparently, Gandhi enjoyed with the British colonialist administrators. Arguably, the violent resistance of the Telangana and Tabhaga movements of the 1940s brought land reforms with a sense of urgency onto the official agenda in the 1950s and 1960s. And the Naxalite movement, in Srikakulam, for instance, forced an amendment, popularly known as one of 1970, to the existing Land Transfer Regulation Act of 1959 to prohibit transfer of tribal lands. 105 Indeed, in Mrs. Gandhi's manifesto of the emergency, of her 20-point program, 5 points had a bearing on the very questions of land and livelihoods that the Naxalites had raised with great force. Point 2 On implementing the ceilings on agricultural land and the distribution of surplus land. Point 3 on homestead land for the landless. Point 4 on abolition of bonded labor, mainly debt servitude, outlawed in the Constitution's Article 23, and then again, subsequently, in the Bonded Labor System, Abolition, Act, 1976. Point 5 on liquidation of rural indebtedness and a moratorium on recovery of debt from landless laborers, small farmers and artisans, and point 6 on review of laws on minimum agricultural wages. Point 106. Importantly, the CPM-led Left Front government, which came to power in the state of West Bengal in 1977, after the emergency, launched Operation Barga in June 1978, and later backed it with legal reforms, to enumerate the sharecroppers and legally record their tenancy, which did a lot to prevent peasant tenant eviction and ensure that the tenants got their fair share of the crop. The CPM has rightly been credited for plugging some of the key loopholes in West Bengal's agricultural tenancy law. Its peasant organizations assisted many of the bargadars, sharecroppers, in winning their rights. Point 107. One can think of the CPM here as the moderates, but there were also the extremists, the Naxalites, who had already played the most indispensable part, for, more than any other political force, it was this section of the left which brought the agrarian question to the center of politics in West Bengal in the late 1960s and early 1970s through the armed struggles it led. The Naxalites aroused the social conscience of the people of West Bengal against landlordism in a manner not witnessed before. It was the CPM, however, that reaped the benefit because of its pragmatism in instituting a limited but effective tenancy reform, which among other things, helped it to retain power. It was repeatedly voted into office, over the next 30 years in West Bengal. Indeed, the moderates broke the force of the radical opposition that came from the extremists, but they failed to accomplish anything resembling a thorough democratization of West Bengali society over the 34 years that they were in power, and were dislodged by Mamata Banerjee and her Trinamool Congress party with leftist rhetoric and militancy a significant part of her political repertoire in the state assembly elections of 2011. The focus so far has been on human volition, human beings in resistance turning into active agents, historical persons, their creative energies unfolding and, in turn, molding the reality of 1968 India. The 68 ERS were, however, defeated, and I'm certainly not going to make what I think would be an absurd claim if I were to say that in the long run history is going to be on their side. Nevertheless, 1968 didn't die, the quest for an egalitarian, democratic India goes on. Reform forced from below and technical fixes of the Green Revolution type apart, the ruling classes and their political representatives have been the keepers of the past, and as Paul Baran forcefully wrote in 1952, and we began this chapter with his incisive remark, the keepers of the past cannot be the builders of the future. There was a reason why I chose that sentence from Baran, for strangely, within the parliamentary left in India, there is a peculiar prejudicial view that the so-called national bourgeoisie ought to lead the country into its future. It's time then to track down the evolution of the contemporary class structure of the ruling classes, and in this, Paul Baran's The Political Economy of Growth, 1957, is indispensable as the starting point. Having so far given primacy to human actions driven by collective resolve, it's time now to turn to the bare economic facts: structural economic change, unequal development, the tendency of the system to produce poverty as well as wealth, and the evolution of the Indian big business state multinational bloc. 3. Unequal development and evolution of the ruling bloc. My voice is a crime. My thoughts anarchy. Because I do not sing to their tunes. I do not carry them on my shoulders. Sharabanda Raju 1. Unequal development is a process in which there is a tendency of the socio-economic system to generate poverty as well as wealth, misery as well as luxury, degradation as well as civilization, islands of the latter in a vast sea of the former, more succinctly, underdevelopment all around with small pockets of development. It is necessary to try to grasp this process as it has been unfolding in India over the long term, to understand its working and where it is taking India. A large proportion of the workforce has been earning a livelihood through petty commodity production of goods and/or services. The process of proletarianization, wherein wage labor increasingly becomes the principal form of employment, has been limping. The persistence of huge differences between the returns to labor in India and the same in the developed capitalist world, much more than the corresponding differences between their respective labor productivities, has been a distinctive feature. And a reserve army of labor whose size is greater than that of the active army of wage labor has also been a telltale sign of economic backwardness. The huge reserve army of labor, its size 2.1 times that of the active army of wage/salary-based labor in March 1973, just doesn't get drained, a phenomenon that is at the heart of India's unequal development. The evolution of the Indian economic system over the long term, a process of unequal development, spans a vast canvas in space and time covering both the colonial, 1757–1947, and post-independence, 1947 onward, periods taken together. It has led to the consolidation of an Indian big business state multinational bloc that has been directing the process of development of India's underdeveloped capitalism since the late 1950s. In the course of colonization, India made a transition from what was then a petty commodity, tribute-paying social formation in decline in the first half of the 18th century to an underdeveloped capitalist one by the second half of the 19th century. A block of the colonial Indian state, British managing agency capital, Indian big merchant cum financial capital, and the big landowners took hold to steer the development of underdeveloped capitalism. Over time, Indian big merchant cum financial capital took on industrial assets, and the British managing agency houses were eventually overshadowed by the rise of the subsidiaries and affiliates of the modern MNCs. At India's independence, nationalist rhetoric notwithstanding, the economic base and the political superstructure were conducive to the eventual consolidation of a big business state multinational bloc in the latter half of the 1950s. It is this ruling bloc that has since been driving the process of development of Indian capitalism, and the narrative traces this process up to the second decade of this century. The big landowners, largely cut down to size, many of them now akin to kulaks too, have continued to be a part of the ruling bloc, especially at the provincial and district levels. Passage to Company State Raj. With regard to the Mughal Empire in the 17th century, one can speak of a petty commodity, tribute-paying social formation, one wherein the zamindars, rural intermediate land controllers, and the ruling class combine, jagirdars, mansabdars, and the emperor, extracted the tribute, a massive state extraction of surplus that was commoditized, from the peasantry in village communities. This extraction of tribute, made possible by the political and military power of the ruling classes, left the poorer peasants and landless laborers, the rural toilers, with the bare minimum necessary for survival. 3 The state owned the principal means of production, cultivable land, and the toilers had virtually no political rights. Mercantile and financial wealth, especially the section of it that had benefited from the large inflows of precious metals that came from the export trade, was also beholden to the ruling aristocracy, for the towns and their commerce were dependent on state-enforced agrarian exploitation. There were thriving urban manufactories, karkhanas, producing luxury consumption goods for the nobility and run by it, and a putting-out system of household craft production of commodities organized by merchant capital, which also fed the expanding export trade. Indeed, the wealthiest of the merchants had their own merchant shipping, but it was handicapped because there was no corresponding naval power to back it, and it had to rely, initially, on the Portuguese, and then on the Dutch and the British navies for passes to remain in the business. The 17th century was a period of vast growth in worldwide trade, a commercial revolution of sorts, and Indian mercantile and banking capital was an integral part of it. The system of credit and banking that supported the long distance, including international, trade organized by merchant capital was quite sophisticated. An order of payment could become commercial paper, discounted by indigenous bankers. However, with the onset of a crisis of the petty commodity, tribute-paying social formation, the Mughal central authority suffered terminal decline, and regional political formations became relatively stronger by the 1740s, especially in Bengal, Awadh, and the Deccan, after the 1739 ransacking of Delhi by Nader Shah from Iran. The regional formations were, however, undermined by the East India Company for Britain's merchant monopoly capitalist enterprise for its trade with the East that had been making inroads in India since 1619, when it established a trading post in Surat. The company went on to wrest political power from the regional Indian rulers, beginning with its conquest of Bengal in the 1750s and 60s and completing the colonization of India with the subjugation of the Punjab and the final annexation of Awadh in the 1840s and 50s. In a world historical context, it was the 7 Years' War, 1756–1763, that opened the way for the British takeover of India and attainment of supremacy in the Indian Ocean. It must be remembered that it was commercial interests, commercial capital, that politically triumphed in the English Revolution of the 17th century. In this context, what is significant is the close collaboration of wealthy indigenous merchant and financial bigwigs, especially the section that undertook long-distance trade and finance, which quickly switched its loyalty to the company. These magnates were to give substance to, in no small measure, the economic integration of the vast areas of the subcontinent, cemented later with the spread of the railways and the telegraph. With their links at various levels in the structures of power, they knew exactly when to connive with the company and when to withdraw their support to the rulers of the regional political formations. The role of the wealthy indigenous bankers Jagat Seth and Amichand in 1757 comes to mind, as also that of Seth Nayamal Hachand in the British conquest of Sindh in 1842. And, following the death of Ranjit Singh in 1839, he had held state power in the Punjab since 1799. The East India Company, with the collusion of some wealthy Sikh financiers, annexed the Punjab in 1849. The Hindu Dogra ruler of Jammu, Gulab Singh, who aided the British in the conquest, was handed over the Kashmir Valley in 1846 for a huge sum of money and a pledge of perennial homage to the British of all his male heirs to come. Obviously, as long as loyalty as junior partners in commerce, banking or local governance assured a raking in of the mullah or royal privilege, and the company state guaranteed military security, all these wheeler-dealers were willing to tolerate racial discrimination. This was how the East India Company, with its superior military power and having gained the loyalty of wealthy indigenous merchants and bankers, reached the pinnacle of its profession as a company state. It was a period when proto-manufacturing was subservient to merchant capital. Following the grant of Diwani, the right to collect the land revenue from Bengal, and the permanent settlement of Bengal revenues of 1793, the company state bestowed ownership of revenue-paying land to the Zamindar. As long as the latter paid the stipulated amount of revenue, which was a high proportion of the assessed rent he earned, he had the right to sell or mortgage the land and pass it on to his heirs, as well as the power to take away tenancy from peasants who failed to pay the rent and reallot it. But failure to fulfill his revenue payment obligations resulted in confiscation and auction sale of his land. Switch from old to new colonialism. Enriched with the flow of land revenue into company coffers, the import of silver, which was hitherto used to pay for India's exports, stopped. The land revenue was now used to make such payments. The very appropriation of such revenue changed the class structure of Indian urban society, unrolling a set of compradors. Part of the land revenue also financed further military expeditions in India and the East. India actually paid for its own conquest and subjugation and for the extension of the British Empire in the East. Of course, the Charter Act of 1813 abolished the company's monopoly over India's foreign trade, and the triumph of industrial capitalism in England led to a swamping of the Indian domestic market with British factory-made goods and the turning of India into a primary producer for the British industrial system. 5. Old colonialism gave way to new colonialism. From a major exporter of cotton goods, India was converted into a major importer of the same. This story is well known, but it is presented here with a focus on monopoly, oligopoly, more precisely, as one of the key elements in the evolution of India's underdeveloped capitalism, with the East India Company at the heart of it, from 1757, and even after 1813, up to 1858, and then the British agency houses and their Indian big business imitators. That the British controlled managing agency houses, and later, the Indian large business houses and the modern MNCs generally had their fingers in the pies of trade, finance, and production in their drive to gain monopolistic advantage, and that in this single-mindedness they sought and competed among themselves for state political backing shouldn't come as a surprise to any serious student of modern Indian history. Peasant and artisan degraded. The colonial government nurtured the British-controlled managing agency houses, not their Indian counterparts, who became the political favourites only after independence. But the dynamism of industrial capitalist growth that emanates from linkages between the manufacture of consumer goods and those of the means of production, including capital goods, both within the same economy, was, in the colonial period, marked by its almost complete absence. The backward linkages of the growth of the textile industry in England triggered the expansion of the basic, intermediate, and capital goods industries, bringing about an integrated development of the industrial sector of the British economy. India's economic underdevelopment was, however, rooted precisely in such development. The process of industrialization in England drove the twin processes of India's day, proto-industrialization, the destruction of native, competitive proto-industry from ruinous competition, and agricultural commercialization, forced cultivation of opium and indigo, but also the market-driven sowing of raw cotton, wheat, jute, oilseeds, and sugarcane, more so after the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 and the building of India's rail network inland from the major port cities in the 1880s. While proto-industrialization brought about the destruction of craft and manufactory production of the putting-out type, where merchant capital advanced the raw materials and placed orders for the final goods, the commercialization of agriculture and the commodification of land brought about the formal subsumption of agricultural labor to capital. Recall Marx's sharp comment on the plight of the small peasant in developing capitalist France in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, 1848-1850:6. In the course of the 19th century the urban usurer replaced the feudal one, the mortgage replaced the feudal obligation, bourgeois capital replaced aristocratic landed property. The peasant's small holding is now only the pretext that allows the capitalist to draw profits, interest, and rent from the soil, while leaving it to the agriculturist himself to see to it how he can extract his wages. This does not imply a correspondence of the plight of the French and Indian peasant. It merely indicates the subordination of the peasants to capital, but of a kind wherein capital didn't directly take over the process of cultivation, except in the plantations. Nor did capital bring in techniques that would have increased the capital-labor ratio and labor productivity by reinvestment in agriculture itself of part of the surplus it appropriated, what Marx called the real subsumption of labor to capital. If the latter had happened, the peasants would have been evicted and only some of them re-employed as agricultural wage laborers. But this didn't happen, and so the landowner continued to extract rent, the merchant continued to buy cheap and sell dear, and the moneylender/creditor continued to lend at usurious rates of interest, leaving the peasant to extract for himself his wages, as best he could. The processes of proto-industrialization and agricultural commercialization, these in the face of the institution of the permanent, the Ryotwari 7 and the Mahilwari 8 settlements furthered the commodification of land, in turn adversely affecting the customary rights of poor peasants and landless labourers. The high revenue demand in the areas of Ryotwari settlement caused acute peasant distress, which reached its limits in times of agrarian depression, forcing large-scale labour migration, part of this overseas as indentured labour. And, following the commodification of the cultivating fields, the grazing grounds were reclaimed as wastelands and the forests came to be recognized for their commercial value. Transgressions of these enclosures to graze cattle and collect fuel wood began to be dealt with quite severely. With the spread of the railways from the middle of the 19th century and international expansion of the British Royal Navy, the demand for durable timber boomed, and the Forest Department, which was created in 1864, enclosed the forests and began to deal even more severely with infringements by commoners. Nothing but contempt for and callousness toward ordinary folk, uneducated rustics, is what one senses. In this intricate story of the impact of colonialism on various classes in India during the phase when industrial capital was dominant in Britain, it is necessary to highlight what the destruction of proto-industry did to the skilled artisans and craftspersons involved therein. There is disagreement among scholars on this score, but at least most of them agree that the proportion of the labor force in manufacturing did not rise at all over the century, despite the emergence of modern textile and jute mills in the latter half of the period. 9. The ruination of artisans/craftspersons in competition with imported manufactured goods from England, their degradation into unskilled labourers in mines or plantations, or after being forced to fall back upon the land, as disguised unemployed labour in agriculture, or into servile trades in the services sector should not be lost sight of. Many of the artisans/craftspersons were turned into unproductive labourers, doing jobs that would have been absent if society had been more rationally and humanely ordered. Indeed, the historical genesis of the phenomenon of India's huge reserve army of labour which, as we have noted, was 2.1 times the size of the active army of wage labour in March 1973, a vast pool of pauperized labour with no prospect of a better tomorrow, can be traced to the process of proto-industrialization in the 19th century. There is another tragic denouement in the proto-industrialization story. This is that the process of proto-industrialization obstructed what Marx called the really revolutionary path to industrial capital, wherein class differentiation within artisanal/craft production gives rise to the emergence of industrial capitalists from the ranks of the artisans/craftspersons themselves. Proto-industrialization blocked this path even more than it did the conservative path to industrial capital, wherein merchant capital takes control of and reorganizes the process of artisanal/craft production by turning all the artisans/craftspersons into wage workers. The relation of industrial capital to the sphere of production that emerges in these two distinctly dissimilar paths is radically different as far as its approach to an appreciation of those whose knowledge and skills reside in technology and the labor process. The relative attenuation of the really revolutionary path to the emergence of industrial capital in India is one of the root causes of contemporary technological dependence and technological underdevelopment, which I will touch upon a little later in this chapter. Indeed, in modern times, the very misconception of the artisan as a skilled manual worker without intellectual or imaginative or creative purposes says a lot about her/his degradation, besides, of course, the devaluation of such work and the persons deriving their livelihoods from it, both rooted in the ideology of the caste system. Tastes, opinions, morals, intellect. Ideology is a process accomplished by the so-called thinker consciously indeed, but with a false consciousness. The real motives impelling him remain unknown to him, otherwise it would not be an ideological process at all. Friedrich Engels, Letter to Mering, 189,311. With vast numbers of people unable to fulfill any of their reasonable aspirations, social unrest was in the air, as was insurgency. The Santal Rebellion, of 1855–56 and the Great Rebellion of 1857 shook the very foundations of the empire. In the aftermath of the latter rebellion, the company's powers were transferred to the crown. From now on, all the more, the Indian aristocracy, the landlords and the princes, the mercantile and the financial classes, and the educated, high-caste Hindu middle classes were to be co-opted as allies to legitimize British rule. How else can one explain the extent of the colonial transfer, to Britain amounting to 10% of India's gross national income each year in the early decades of the 20th century, but for the political subordination of these elites as junior partners in the squeezing of more of the surplus from the underfed, underclad, underhoused, and overworked masses. 12. The British Indian Army was reorganized, not merely to maintain the peace within the country, but also for overseas colonial military expeditions financed from government revenue. And rich cultivators, who lived off the surplus appropriated from those who actually tilled the land as tenants at will, benefited from a series of tenancy laws, the Rent Act of 1859, the Bengal Tenancy Act of 1885, its amendment in 1928, and another in 1935. Of course, To hold out hope in the midst of all this misery, the British colonialists had to present their ideas as the only rational, universally valid ones, the ruling ideas of the epoch 13 much earlier. Thomas Macaulay's oft-quoted Minute on Indian Education of 1835 made a beginning on this score. 14. We must at present do our best to form a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions whom we govern, a class of persons Indian in blood and colour, but English in tastes, in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. To that class we may leave it to refine the vernacular dialects of the country, to enrich those dialects with terms of science borrowed from the Western nomenclature, and to render them by degrees fit vehicles for conveying knowledge to the great mass of the population. The stage was thus set for diffusion of the culture and ideology of the colonialists, and with this unfurling, inculcation of a social psychology based on a false presumption of superiority of the colonizer and inferiority of the colonized. Elite groups could then be fostered as junior partners of the colonialists in this the heyday of the company state, when economism as an ideological construct was making waves, and understanding that the economic logic of capital must override all other considerations, even to the extent of violating the autonomy and integrity of the political sphere. For the company state and, later, the Raj, economism underlay the whole gamut of commercial relations that ensured the drain of a considerable part of the economic surplus 15 to Britain. Indeed, in the fourth quarter of the 19th century, the Indian government was the largest purchaser of British exports, a huge employer of British civil servants at high salaries, and a mega provider of manpower for the military might of the British Empire. 16 Moreover, the administration and military expenses of the Indian government in Britain, called home charges, were paid for from Indian government revenues. In the late 19th century, Britain was, however, in relative decline as a producer and exporter of manufactured goods, and it ran huge trade and current account deficits with Europe and the United States. How was it to maintain the pound sterling as the world's reserve currency and London as the world's premier financial centre? The retention of much of its wealth and power now depended on protecting this turf. It had to somehow increase not only its bilateral trade surplus with India and its other colonies, but also politically impose more liabilities in the form of invisible charges, invisible earnings not actually earned, to thereby increase its current account surplus with them. Britain seemed to have found a way through appropriating the export surplus of India, and its other colonies, with the rest of the world by politically imposing invisible charges to match India's, and its other colonies, high net export earnings with the rest of the world. In effect, the colonial drain to Britain allowed it to cover its deficits with Europe, the United States, and other regions of white settlement, keep up its profitable capital exports to these regions, and thereby preserve the pound sterling as good as gold and maintain the hegemony of London as the world's premier financial centre, at least up to 1914.17. How could the Indian ruling elite have consented to the drain of a considerable part of the economy's surplus to prop up Britain's faltering international financial position at onerous costs to the well-being of the Indian people? A part of the answer might be buried in the making of these elites, molded as English in tastes, in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. Comprador capitalists and comprador culture were fostered. The Indian mercantile cum financial bourgeoisie had switched its loyalty, first to the company, and then to the Raj, and with the dispossession of many peasants in times of financial distress, it had even appropriated cultivable land. Following the Indian economy's integration in the capitalist world system, it was this local bourgeoisie and the British managing agency firms who now handled the wholesale trade of British manufactured goods in the domestic market and the produce of the commercial crops for the international market as middlemen/agents of colonial commerce. In the Bombay Presidency, for example, in the first half of the 19th century, Gujarati and Parsi merchants procured raw cotton and opium as the agents/middlemen for British firms. Some of these merchants reaped windfall profits during the American Civil War, 1861-65, from the export of raw cotton to Lancashire. More generally, a great many local businessmen, landlords, rich peasants, and professionals and civil servants were recipients of the appropriated surplus and owed their benefits to British rule. Blossoming of Indian big business. Capitalism is a global system consisting of two subsystems, A center and a periphery. Britain was part of the center where capitalism had emerged from its own internal contradictions, the accumulated merchant wealth of the commercial revolution of the 17th century, and overseas conquests. India became a part of the periphery where capitalism was initiated by and for Britain, imposed on India from outside, leading to Britain's development and India's underdevelopment, both the result of a worldwide process of capital accumulation. The transition in India from a declining petty commodity, tributary social formation in the first half of the 18th century to underdeveloped capitalism by the mid-19th century involved a number of basic changes, foremost among them the institution of bourgeois private property in the means of production, which were then mainly cultivable lands, but also a bourgeois government and legal system. India's economy and society were adapted and manipulated to serve the imperative of the accumulation of capital in Britain. The peasant, under the threat of eviction, was now subject to economic coercion, made worse by the pauperization of artisans following proto-industrialization. The landowners, employing intermediaries to manage their relations with the peasants, established themselves in the cities, where, in due course, their educated sons developed urban commercial interests and other petty bourgeois careers for themselves. Over time a new class of de facto landowners came into being. Superior tenants who acquired occupancy rights emerged as yurtdars, the new landowners exploiting tenants at will. And importantly, there was a separation of political from economic power, earlier vested in the same person at the local level. Now the landowners held economic power, while their political counterpart was vested in the colonial state. 18 A caveat would, however, be in order regarding the separation of political from economic power. While this was as per legal right, in reality, in the hinterland, the landlords continued to exercise judicial and police powers. They presided over the village panchayat in the settlement of disputes, and they also maintained private hired armed gangs to take on rivals, threaten recalcitrant peasants, and violently suppress the rebellious ones. Meanwhile, the comprador bourgeoisie had accumulated sufficient wealth in long-distance trade as agents of the East India Company, and later, of the British managing agency firms, and in indigenous banking as intermediaries, shroffs, of the British joint stock banks. The original accumulation of capital of the business house of the Tatas came from the fortunes its founders had made as middlemen in the opium trade and as suppliers of the Bombay Presidency Army in Ethiopia in 1868. More generally, the Indian compradors handled the wholesale trade in British manufactured goods, procured agricultural commodities, raw cotton, jute, etc., from the hinterland for British merchant firms, and supplied provisions to the British Indian Army in India and abroad. Besides these business activities, some of them also made fortunes from speculation on the commodities futures markets and the stock market. The original accumulation of the business wealth of the Bombay and Ahmedabad mill owners who, sensing huge profit margins despite foreign technological and managerial dependence, ventured into modern spinning and weaving mills from the 1850s and 1860s onward was also from a combination of businesses in long-distance trade, finance, and speculation. 19. This was the beginning of a structural transition of the Indian economy from a position where it was essentially an importer of manufactured consumer goods and an exporter of primary commodities, mainly agricultural, to one wherein it imported capital goods to develop a modern consumer goods industry, for example, cotton cloth, sugar, matches, the exports of primary commodities paying for such imports. 20 With the relative decline of industry in Britain from the late 19th century onward. In the wake of competition from the late industrializing nations of Germany, the United States, France, and Belgium, the rise of oligopolistic capitalism, the advent of modern multinational corporations, MNCs, and a changing international division of labor, protective tariffs for import substitution in the relatively older branches of industry came into place in the 1920s and 1930s. A substantial amount of the capacity of modern industry was until then British-owned and controlled. The war compulsion had forced the colonial power to encourage the production of iron and steel in India, but overall, industrial development was constrained by what was permitted within the framework of tariff protection. As of 1939, there was no capital goods industry worth the name, and a number of manufactured goods markets were under the firm control of MNCs like Unilever, Dunlop, ICI, and General Motors. The interwar years had, after all, witnessed the entry of the subsidiaries and branches of the MNCs ICI, Unilever, Philips, Union Carbide, Glaxo, Goodyear, Colgate-Palmolive, General Motors, Ford, Standard Vacuum, Caltex, Firestone, Dunlop, British Oxygen, Swedish Match, Metal Box, Bata, Remington Rand, Indian Aluminium, an Alcan subsidiary, and so on. Indian big business, which had by then already consolidated its position with industrial corporations, joint stock banks, and insurance companies, also began to forge collaborations with US MNCs, for the United States had ascended over Britain as the world's leading capitalist power. It was when Indian big merchant cum financial capital took control of industrial assets to become Indian big business that its relationship with foreign capital, British managing agency and multinational capital, turned ambivalent. 21 From now on, it was no longer merely in collaboration with foreign capital, but competing and collaborating with foreign capital. Colonialism was, however, the most important obstacle to integrated industrial development. 22 Russia and Japan witnessed a rapid integrated development of their railways, coal, iron, and steel, and engineering industries at the very time when Bombay, now Mumbai, Calcutta, now Kolkata, Delhi, and Madras, now Chennai, were being linked by the Indian railways. And yet, the whole Indian railway network was put together with imported locomotives, rolling stock, tracks, and signalling, and even the engineers and managers were brought in from Europe. Economic and technological dependence in a colonial setting had thwarted the dynamism of capitalism in India, and it was Paul A. Baran's The Political Economy of Growth, first published in 1957-23, that laid the foundations of a modern Marxist analysis of such attenuation, which took a long time to remedy in the post-independence period. Baran's was a path-breaking analysis of the roots of India's economic backwardness, this in the sharp contrast he drew between Japan's independent capitalist development after 1868 and India's dependent capitalist underdevelopment with native compradors as junior partners. 24 In the words of the editors of the independent socialist magazine Monthly Review, with respect to India, Baran showed what happens to a country which remains under the control of imperialism and native compradors, and, in sharp contrast, with respect to Japan, how a fiercely nationalist ruling class in an undeveloped country could devise a development strategy which kept foreign capital at arm's length, concentrated economic power in the hands of the state, and led in a significantly short time to becoming one of the leading advanced capitalist countries. 25. Following independence in 1947, however, the Indian ruling classes got a second chance. But the Congress Party, their main political representative, squandered the opportunity. Baran wrote of the sharp contrast between that party's precepts and practice. 26. Setting out to promote the development of industrial capitalism, it does not dare to offend the landed interests. Seeking to mitigate the most outrageous inequalities of incomes, it refrains from interfering with the merchants and money lenders. Looking for an improvement of the wretched position of labor, it is afraid to antagonize business. Anti-imperialist by background, it is courting favors from foreign capital. Espousing the principles of private property, it promises the nation a socialist pattern of society. Meanwhile, the heart of the international financial system had been transplanted from London to New York City. The United States was now the world's largest manufacturer and trader, and the international monetary system was tied to the dollar. Nevertheless, alongside US MNCs, Japanese, German, and other West European firms also bid for business in the opportunities presented by India's import substitution-led industrial development, for which state enterprises from the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe in technical collaborations with Indian governmental enterprises were also not too far behind. The Indian state and Indian big business were in a much better bargaining position than ever before. Oligopolistic rivalry among the MNCs of the developed capitalist countries made foreign direct investment, FDI, in large third world countries like India a strategic necessity. The governments and big businesses in some of these countries, India and Brazil among them, relative to their counterparts in most nations of the third world, were neither weak nor backward. Together, the state and big business steered the course of national politics, and, in the economy, there was an understanding that the state, more specifically the central government, would act to prevent the MNCs from expanding too much at the expense of Indian big business. The definition of too much, that is, the delicate balance of the interests of Indian big business and the MNCs between nationalist economic policies and those that favor the MNCs was left to Indian big business to define and redefine, but the MNCs proved to be much more flexible than what was normally expected of them. A study of India's large business houses, LBHs, in the private corporate sector, PCS, and the Indian economy for the period 1931-75 by Nirmal Chandra 27 found an increasing share of the assets of the LBHs as a proportion of the total assets of the private corporate sector, of which they were an integral part. Mercifully, their share in the total reproducible tangible wealth of the country betrayed a negative trend over the same period, even as the share of the PCS or the organized private sector in net domestic product manifested a positive drift. Typically, a large business house/group was composed of a set of interconnected companies and was of a minimum size in terms of total assets. Management control over all the interconnected companies of the group was established through intercorporate direct investment and interlocking company directorships, and the group as a whole acted as a large conglomerate firm. The companies in the group were financed by the public sector banks and financial institutions and funds mobilized through the stock markets from passive shareholders. The large business house/group could thus be controlled by its promoters as long as they acted as a single cohesive authority. In effect, a small set of wealthy promoters could secure management control over a massive asset base without commensurate ownership of it. India had never been through a phase of competitive capitalism. The Indian PCS firms, with an eye to quick profits and control of the labor process, found the adoption of contemporary Western technology licensed from the MNCs much too attractive. The companies of each large business house retained or expanded their market power. Not so much through superior efficiency, but by controlling the supply of raw materials and intermediates, by nurturing intimate links with the state machinery at various levels, by resorting to restrictive selling practices designed to shut out smaller firms, and by gaining access to cheap institutional finance, which are effectively denied to the vast majority of small capitalists. 28. Apart from the large multinational corporate subsidiaries that were a part of monopoly capital, most of the companies that were grouped in one or the other LBH were controlled by Indian big business groups, the Tatas, the Birlas, the Motilals, Thapar, Shriram, Bangur, J.K. Singhania, etc. 29. Over time some more business groups, like Reliance, Escorts, Godrej, Gujarat Ambuja, O.P. Jindal, etc., joined the ranks of the LBHs. Even as most of these big business groups have been technologically dependent on the MNCs, and could not have derived quick profits without access to contemporary Western technology, they have resented the entry and consolidation of MNCs in the form of branches or wholly owned subsidiaries, preferring instead that the MNCs collaborate with them either in joint ventures or simply by repeatedly transferring the most recent vintage of the technology to them. Integrated industrial development. Ambivalent intent. The government could, however, be quite flexible in the application of its industrial policy. Although the industrial policy of 1948 assigned the state the responsibility of developing the oil industry, the government instead invited Burma Shell, Standard Vacuum, Esso, and Caltex to set up oil refineries in India. These MNCs, profit-oriented, vertically integrated capitalist enterprises, with international operations from the stage of exploration and extraction of crude oil to the marketing of petroleum products, extracted very lucrative terms for the proposed refineries, reaping for themselves the benefits of movements in the price of crude oil and reductions in transportation costs. Indian big business, aware of such multinational business conduct, had, in their so-called Bombay Plan of 1944-30 envisaged a great deal of infrastructure and industries, the development of which was to be the responsibility of the public sector. These were industries in which capital outlays were huge, gestation periods long, and profitability low in the short and medium term, and in which the Indian private sector was not willing to undertake such investment because the expected net private gain was not deemed sufficient. Indeed, this was what Indian development planning of the post-independence period went by: public investment in public enterprises in infrastructure and certain designated industries served to boost private investment. Nevertheless, the implicit policy of live and let live was not abandoned. Nehru made a significant statement in favour of the role of MNCs in India's industrial development in the Constituent Assembly in April 1949, and from then on until the late 1960s government officials seemed to treat MNCs on par with Indian big business. More generally, there was never any anti-private enterprise strategy, even in the nationalization of air transport in 1953, the Imperial Bank in 1955, and life insurance in 1956, for these nationalizations were, in the circumstances, just what Indian big business needed. 31 Indeed, J.R.D. Tata, a pioneer of civilian air transport in India, was appointed the chairman of the new public sector Air India. The private sector simply didn't have the investable resources to expand air transport services throughout India and on the major international routes. The Imperial Bank became the State Bank of India in 1955 when India's central bank, the Reserve Bank of India, bought 60% of its paid-up equity capital, this because the huge expansion of domestic credit and the change in its structure that were necessary for rapid capitalist development was beyond the wherewithal of the then Big Five private sector banks: the Central Bank of India, Punjab National Bank, Bank of India, Bank of Baroda, and United Commercial Bank. The nationalization of life insurance contributed immensely to the supply of long-term credit for private investment. Besides, the industry had to be cleaned up after the public disgrace it had suffered in the wake of scandalous corruption that had tarred its image. As far as industrial finance was concerned, the public sector played a major role in extending long-term credit to the PCS through the setting up of public financial institutions. These, together with public sector investment institutions like the Life Insurance Corporation and the Unit Trust of India, also went on to subscribe to significant amounts of the equity share capital in Indian PCS companies as passive shareholders. Among the major public sector financial institutions that aided the Indian PCS companies in this manner were the Industrial Finance Corporation of India, set up in 1948, the National Industrial Development Corporation, started in 1954, it financed the much-needed modernization of cotton textile and jute mill companies. The Industrial Credit and Investment Corporation of India, floated in 1955, and the Industrial Development Bank of India, began functioning in 1964. 32. Public sector financing of the PCS notwithstanding, there followed another wave of nationalizations from the late 1960s to the mid-1970s, that of a number of Indian private sector banks in 1969, including the Big Five, which, after government takeover, among other things, helped meet the requirements of agricultural credit for the success of the Green Revolution. Chapter 2. The Indian Iron and Steel Company, ISCO, of the Martin Byrne Group that was desperately in need of technological modernization but bereft of surpluses that had been siphoned off over the years through managerial remuneration, sole selling agency, and purchase contracts. A number of textile and engineering firms, and a few British-controlled managing agency houses, all on the brink of insolvency. Companies mining both coking and non-coking coal that had resorted to reckless, irrational, quick profit-seeking practices which had made sections of the resource in the ground irrecoverable at a subsequent date and also had increased the risk of mine fires. 33 End. The multinational petroleum companies, Esso, Caltex, and Burma Shell, inspired by the example of the Middle East oil producers, which had then undermined the Western petroleum MNCs in that region of the world. 34. The initial priority for public investment was the development of infrastructure, electricity, major irrigation, railways, etc., although its outputs were systematically underpriced, directly subsidizing the private sector and thereby boosting its profitability. But in the second, 1956-61, and third, 1961-66, 5-year plans, steel, cement, fertilizer, metallurgical equipment, organic chemicals, heavy electrical equipment, earth-moving equipment, heavy plates and vessels, aluminum, and railway equipment manufacturing companies, and an oil exploration and extraction commission and an oil refinery company were set up in the public sector. The public sector, itself, was the major customer of the products of these companies, but so also was the private sector, and it too was a supplier of some of these products, and so pricing became a major bone of contention. Nevertheless, the period 1951-65, like the one during the 1920s and 1930s, witnessed a notable expansion of industrial output, mainly because of tariff protection and import substitution. However, the 1951-65 period, and especially 1956-65, unlike that of the 1920s and 1930s, was one wherein the economy began producing the means of production, including capital goods, not only for its consumer goods industry, but also for its intermediate and capital goods industry. Indeed, between 1960-61 and 1965-66, around 29.9% and 25.6%, together 55.5% of the growth of net value added in the registered manufacturing sector was contributed by basic intermediate goods, steel, cement, fertilizer, etc., and capital goods, while consumer goods, including consumer durables, 4.8%, contributed only 31%. Such figures for the 1980s and 1990s, however, show a sharply diminished contribution of capital and basic intermediate goods to the growth of registered net manufacturing value added. 35 This was because the process of laying the structural foundations of internally integrated industrial development of a fully integrated production structure within the domestic economy composed of manufacture of consumer goods, the means of production, including the capital goods, of consumer goods, and the means of production, including the capital goods, of the producer goods industry. 36 was cut short after the mid-1960s, and was only half-heartedly pursued thereafter until the end of the fifth five-year plan, 1974-79. The manufacturing sector thus could not attain the central role that the main architect of the second five-year plan, 1956-61, Professor P.C. Mahalanobis, envisaged for it. It is a matter of conjecture, given the class structure of the ruling classes, whether the Mahalanobis strategy would have been allowed to run its course. Much of the mobilization of tax revenue was from indirect taxes such as excise duties rather than direct taxes. And, in registered manufacturing, there was a sharp increase in the capital-labor ratio, a significant decline in the share of labor in net value added, and sluggishness in the expansion of employment. Besides, a widening gap between the value of output in registered manufacturing and the aggregate purchasing power of its employees compelled the managements to rely increasingly on the primary, unorganized secondary and tertiary sectors, along with exports, to sell what was being produced. 37 Much earlier, the Congress Party engineered a split in the All India Trade Union Congress in 1945 in order to defuse worker militancy, and formed the Indian National Trade Union Congress in 1947. Governments at the centre and in the states that the Congress Party led patronized the latter, thus dividing and thereby weakening the working class 38 and adversely affecting the growth of its purchasing power. Moreover, these governments also had a virtual monopoly over public resources that were available for such private patronage. A mention should also be made of the external assistance that the Government of India was able to mobilize because of its foreign policy stance and the advantage it derived from East-West rivalry. The Bandung Conference of Asian and African countries in 1955 and the subsequent flowering of the non-aligned movement paved the way for the hegemony of the ideology of independent, national bourgeois development in a couple of third world countries, prominent among them India, Egypt, and Indonesia, because of the respective stellar roles played by Nehru, Nasser, and Sukarno. Moreover, the United States, UK, West Germany, and Japan seemed bent on ensuring the success of democratic planning in India over authoritarian planning in China. To this effect, an Aid India consortium was constituted in 1958 by the United States, Britain, West Germany, Canada, and the World Bank to finance India's democratically planned projects, but surely the Mahalanobis strategy must have been some cause for embarrassment, for the economics of it had a close resemblance to a model developed by the Soviet economist G. A. Feldman in 1928. External support for the Mahalanobis strategy nevertheless came from the Soviet Union together with Czechoslovakia and Poland when they offered technical assistance and soft loans to India for industrial projects related precisely to its public sector-led heavy industrial development program. However, in the wake of a foreign exchange crisis in 1957, it was the U.S. government that came forward with considerable aid euphemistically called development assistance not only in absolute terms but also relative to the size of India's second five-year plan, and the government began to encourage even more FDI in the form of equity capital in joint ventures. Gross fixed capital formation in the public sector faltered from 1966-67 to the mid-1970s, recovering in 1976-77, although by then the structure and character of such investment had changed, more of it going into coal, which was nationalized in the early 1970s, and electricity, and the services sector. Indeed, the post-1966 industrial stagnation up to 1974-75 as compared to industrial growth in the period 1951-65 has been attributed, among other things, to this slackening of public investment, for it dragged down total investment, both as a proportion of GDP, with it. 39 Private corporate investment, as a proportion of GDP, diminished sharply in 1965-66 and did not recover in the 1970s. The deceleration of industrial growth was, however, mainly in capital and basic intermediate goods industries, partly a consequence of diminishing import substitution opportunities but mainly due to slackening demand in the face of faltering public investment in infrastructure, for example, in the railways. A closer look at interpublic enterprise transactions makes it clear that the slackening in public sector investment affected the order book positions of the public enterprises the most. In addition, over the years, many decisions to import technology and capital goods when these could be supplied by public enterprises marred the process of learning by doing. There were cases when either marginal cost pricing in conditions of industrial recession, non-price stipulations, project-related tied aid, insistence on international competitive bidding, or plain favoring of multinational corporate rivals effectively checkmated the chances of public enterprises bagging orders for capital goods. Large investment projects in the public sector were not evaluated from the point of view of the possibility of the entire public enterprise system supplying the demand for capital goods and engineering services that such investment generated. Even as the public purpose of public enterprise was constantly being evoked, the private interest usually prevailed. 41. The government stake in the equity capital of the Union public sector companies is held by the President of India, and on his or her behalf, the Union government appoints the chairman, the managing director, and the other members of the boards of directors. Besides, the government insisted on a host of approvals of investment proposals and pricing, for example, and even in the awards of contracts to companies and commissions to agents. Ultimately, it was the priorities of the top political authority that determined the objectives with which the public enterprises were run. Economic self-reliance was ostensibly one of these aims, but the public enterprises were not able to do much to help the country overcome technological dependence and technological underdevelopment. 42 In earlier research by this author, it was found that the Indian integrated steel industry systematically relied almost wholly on the adoption of innovations generated in the developed capitalist or the centrally planned economies. The imported technology was not significantly absorbed, adapted, and modified, nor was there generation of a significant set of incremental innovations or autonomous development of imported technology. There seemed to be a structural propensity to systematically rely on imports of technology with little significant adaptation and modification and hardly any autonomous innovations. These facts led to the conclusion that despite the public sector's stated objective of technological self-reliance, it continued to be rooted in a state of technological dependence as far as iron and steel technology was concerned. A certain weakness and lack of development of local R&D, design and engineering, capital goods design and manufacturing, and equally important, their lack of integration with the steel plants in the process of technological development, apart from tenuous linkages among and between the various organizations in the social division of technological labor, was also discernible. This situation seemed to persist over a considerable period, which prompted the conclusion that the integrated steel industry was weighed down in a state of technological underdevelopment. 43. In contrast, Japan imported iron and steel technology without falling into a state of technological dependence. It actively adapted, modified, and further developed the iron and steel technology it imported. Indeed, the import of iron and steel technology in Japan supported local technological development rather than substituting for it. In sharp contrast to their Indian counterparts, Japanese enterprises in the steel industry seemed to have invested considerable complementary resources in the absorption and subsequent development of iron and steel technology. A precondition for overcoming technological underdevelopment was the creation of sufficient demand for the potential outputs of local ferrous metallurgical R&D, design and engineering, and capital goods manufacture. The logic of India's industrial development strategy, rather than nurturing infant technology, seems to have allowed the leakage of this demand through continuous and systematic technology imports. Drawing on other research on technology transfer and development, one finds that technological dependence and technological underdevelopment continued to prevail in other industries too, in which the public sector had taken a leading role. 44 The repeated technological alliances that India's public enterprises struck with MNCs seem to have only perpetuated their technological dependence on these corporations, and in this respect they proved to be no different from their counterparts in the private sector. 45 To what extent, then, did the public enterprises and the Indian private corporate enterprises together act as a counterweight to counterbalance the leverage of the MNCs in India? The 1944 Bombay Plan was against excessive state ownership in counterbalancing the influence of the MNCs. Moreover, the public enterprises, even as they made headway in the second and third five-year plans, failed to generate the required profit income whose retained earnings after dividend payouts would have otherwise significantly financed their capital formation, this mainly because of the pricing policies they were obliged to follow in order to benefit the private sector. Anyway, lack of technological capability, a hard foreign exchange constraint after 1956, and the availability of World Bank and other Western aid with strings opened the pathways for FDI in a number of industries, even as the offer and acceptance of Soviet and East European loans and technology transfer improved India's bargaining position. Keeping the MNCs at bay. Dubious resolve. India's hard currency reserves ran out again in the wake of food shortages in the mid-1960s, necessitating huge imports of grain, and Western governments again came to the rescue, as usual with strings attached. The fertilizer industry was opened to the private sector, including the MNCs. But then came Mrs. Gandhi's sharp populist, left nationalist turn, Chapter 2. The 1967 General and State Assembly elections witnessed a significant erosion of the Congress Party's electoral support base, and then the 1969 split in the Congress Party forced Mrs. Gandhi's Congress requisition to undertake a strident left nationalist turn. In this context, the Monopolies and Restrictive Trade Practices (MRTP) Act of 1969, the Indian Patents Act (IPA) of 1970, and the Foreign Exchange Regulation Act (FERA) of 1973 need mention. The MRTP Commission obstructed the expansion plans of large companies, including MNCs. The IPA stimulated the emergence and growth of Indian companies in agrochemicals and pharmaceuticals, competing successfully with the MNCs, for there were now no product patents in these lines, only process patents with a validity period of 5 years from the grant of patent or 7 years from the filing of complete specifications, whichever was shorter. And FERA obliged foreign branches of the MNCs to convert themselves into companies under Indian company law, and all such companies were required to dilute their shareholding to 40% or below if they were not in priority industries or didn't meet the required export and/or high-tech stipulations. Refusal to do so meant winding up, and as we know, IBM and Coca-Cola opted out. 46. The government, however, didn't systematically favor Indian companies, including public sector companies, over MNCs, as for example, in the fertilizer industry. 47 or in Bharat Heavy Electricals Ltd's collaboration with Siemens. 48 and again, in the wake of a balance of payments crisis in 1980 and IMF loan preconditions, FDI policy moved in favor of MNCs, for instance, in the Suzuki-Maruti joint venture in automobiles, but curiously, the industry was shielded from the entry of other MNCs for a decade. As a correspondent put it, Maruti was simply the auspicious Hindu prefix for the Japanese Suzuki. In the mid-1980s, a consortium of machine tools manufacturers led by the public enterprise Hindustan Machine Tools, HMT, made offers for the supply of machinery to be used by Maruti for the manufacture of auto components for the Suzuki engine, and again for the supply of machinery for the manufacture of auto components for the transmission, but in both instances the offer was rejected in favor of imports from Japan. 49. However, MNC influence in the PCS of the Indian economy diminished in the aftermath of FARA MNC, including minority MNC affiliate. Share in dividends and sales of the PCS fell from an average of 57.6% and 36.5% respectively in 1970/71-72/73 to 47.0% and 28.0% respectively in 1979/80-80/81 only to rise again to 63.6% and 37.5% in 1982/83-84/85 in the aftermath of IMF conditionalities. 50. This does not imply that the MNCs and their joint ventures with Indian big businesses had a field day. In light commercial vehicles, for instance, telcos, now, Tata Motors, indigenously developed models, 206, 407 and 608, did commercially better than the high import content Indo-Japanese joint venture vehicles of Allwine Nissan, DCM Toyota, Swaraj Mazda, and Eicher Mitsubishi. 51. Not for nothing did the 1980s witness a significant decline in the contribution of capital and basic intermediate goods to the growth of value added in the registered manufacturing sector, 13.3% and 18.9% respectively, compared to 25.6% and 29.9% in 1960/61-1965/66. The contribution of consumer durables was, however, 15.6% compared to the earlier 4.8%, prompting some of us to prematurely conclude that an elite consumer durables-led industrial growth pattern had taken shape, based on the booming demand for Maruti Suzuki cars and consumer electronics, geared by the Fourth Pay Commission's incomes policy bonanza for the bloated government bureaucracy in public administration. 52. Certainly, there was a sharp increase in the government's current expenditure, including that on subsidies, but public investment in the electricity and transport sectors also contributed to giving a fillip to private corporate investment. Indeed, the 1980s witnessed the movement of the Indian economy onto a higher growth path, but this was because the tertiary sector assumed an even more important role in the growth process. From around 1980, the services sector began to make a greater contribution to the growth of GDP than the industrial sector, and at least as far as the 1980s go, it was the public sector, and especially the part of it in the tertiary sector, that led the growth process, not the private organized sector. Come the capitalist triumphalism of 1989, however, and the tables began to dramatically turn in favor of the organized private sector, especially its corporate component, in the 1990s and beyond. In December 1989, the World Bank released a report, India, an industrializing economy in transition, that was contrary to the Planning Commission's draft approach paper to the 8th Five-Year Plan, but the bank's, not the Planning Commission's, word went on to lay the basis of India's new industrial policy of July 1991. Looking back at the period 1951-89, it can be argued that it was the implementation of the Mahalanobis strategy, which gave priority to production of the means of production, including capital goods, of the producer goods sector, which brought the economic contradictions between the MNCs and the Indian state to a head. Western foreign aid and collaborations of Indian public and private enterprises with the MNCs sought to ensure not only dependence on imports of the means of production for India's producer goods industry but also over-reliance on imports of the means of production for India's consumer goods industries. If India were to have persisted in implementing the Mahalanobis strategy, not only would it have significantly reduced imports of the means of production for its producer goods industry, but, given its low-wage advantage, it would have emerged internationally competitive in some of these means of production, including capital goods to manufacture producer goods, and would have exported these goods and thereby diversified its export basket toward high-tech items in competition with the MNCs. Worldwide, India's production structure would have then turned auto-centric. The MNCs didn't want this to happen, and there were large sections of Indian big business whose accumulation of wealth was based on their junior partnership with the MNCs that also didn't want this to happen. Perennial dependence on contemporary Western technology, rather than concerted investment in one's own R&D with the attendant risks, was much too attractive for Indian big business on the lookout for quick profits. The state, which in agreement with Indian big business congruity between the second/third five-year plan and the Bombay Plan had earlier confined its investment to both high-tech industry and infrastructure, decided later to restrict its investment only to the latter, this to the satisfaction of both Indian big business and the MNCs. The public enterprise Indian Telephone Industries, ITI, a major manufacturer of telecommunications equipment, for example, was starved of investment for modernization and technological upgradation just when it had to compete with imports of such hardware from Alcatel, Ericsson, and Motorola, and when the induction of wireless telephony was leading to unprecedented growth in the market for telecommunication services. 53. Heyday of MNCs and Indian big business. As events unfolded, another balance of payments crisis in the wake of the Gulf War in 1990 and IMF stabilization and World Bank structural adjustment loan preconditions brought about further FDI and import policy liberalization from the 1990s onward. And, the Uruguay round of the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, GATT, agreements, especially the Trade-Related Intellectual Property Rights, TRIPS, and the Trade-Related Investment Measures, TRIMS, agreements, eventually obliged the Indian government to institute a strong patents law and prohibit the imposition of domestic content and export requirements as entry preconditions for FDI. The spirit of 1989 was in the air, following the collapse of the Berlin Wall that unleashed a huge wave of capitalist triumphalism from which India could hardly remain immune. The stage was set for India's own 1989, providing the setting for weakly regulated entry and expansion of MNCs in India. Today, the MNCs and Indian firms can import final goods, after paying a relatively low import tariff, or produce them in India. If they choose domestic production, in a relatively free international trading regime, they can manufacture the final good with the use of imported materials, components, and capital goods or by buying local. 54 The final good so produced can be exported or sold in the domestic market, and the profits, as far as the MNCs are concerned, can be repatriated or reinvested in India. Indeed, for the MNCs, disinvestment of capital and its repatriation overseas is now a relatively easy option. Looking at the post-independence period of so-called national bourgeois development, which came to a close with the inauguration of India's 1989 in July 1991, it seems clear that the foundations for dependent economic development were laid with the cementing of what eventually became a ruling bloc of Indian big business, the Indian state, and the multinationals in the aftermath of the foreign exchange crisis of 1957. It was then that the Indian state, with the consent of Indian big business, de facto adopted a liberal policy with respect to the MNCs, which needed domestic market access in the wake of India's adoption of an import substitution industrial policy. This phase of public policy toward MNCs lasted until 1970, when the MRTP Act became operational, followed by the Indian Patents Act of 1970, which came into operation in 1972, and FARA, which began to be applied in 1974. The MNCs, however, proved to be remarkably flexible. They met the FARA stipulations to reduce their equity stakes to 40% or below by inducing more paid-up equity capital from the Indian capital market, making sure that the remaining Indian-owned 60% was widely dispersed. Indeed, MNC affiliates having a foreign equity capital share as low as 10% to 25% could ensure management control through incorporation of a stipulation to that effect in the Articles of Association of those companies. Once they came out of the FARA orbit, the MNCs could expand their operations with the same freedom allowed to Indian big business, for they were now entitled to be treated on par with Indian big business, subject to the same set of policies. 55. This only goes to demonstrate the propensity of the MNCs to share the surplus they controlled with Indian investors as long as they could thereby expand their operations to increase the size of that surplus. The bloc of Indian big business, the Indian state, and the MNCs thus weathered the nationalist phase of the 1970s quite well, mainly due to the immense flexibility displayed by the MNCs, for they knew that unlike Indian big business, they have vast alternative business opportunities elsewhere in the world, whereas for Indian big business, India remains its main realm of operation. The MNCs, or for that matter, the Indian state and Indian big business, are no doubt powerful, they make their own history, but they cannot do so as they choose. Their Indian subsidiaries have shaped the Indian economy but have also been shaped by it, so they also have to adapt to Indian economic policy, and indeed they do, quite flexibly, as we have seen. But once again the tables turned, from July 1991 onward, this time in favor of the MNCs. Even before FARA was repealed, MNCs that had earlier been induced to opt for minority affiliates began to acquire majority equity stakes, turning such affiliates into subsidiaries. Indeed, the 1991 new industrial policy brought about a drastic reduction in the number of industries reserved for the public sector, and there was a further pruning of the list when big business began to call the policy shots. Besides, multinational subsidiaries were, in effect, no longer bound by the stipulations that had confined them to priority industries or the ones that had imposed export and high-tech obligations on them. Moreover, the protection provided for the small-scale sector was reduced, and industrial licensing by and large dismantled, even for items of elitist consumption, cars, entertainment electronics, and white goods, what the MNCs particularly have a competitive advantage in, with their brand names now freely permitted to be used as a competitive weapon. The monopolies part of the MRTP Act was virtually repealed. Mergers, amalgamations, takeovers, including hostile ones, soon seemed to be the name of the game. 56. The MNCs began ousting their Indian partners in their joint ventures. For example, Indian Shaving Products, a joint venture of Gillette with the Poddars, became Gillette India, which then went on to acquire its major Indian competitors, two companies, Wilkinson and Harbans Lal Malhotra and Sons, to overwhelmingly dominate the shaving products market. And, TV's Whirlpool, after Whirlpool acquired Kelvin Ater India and bought TV's shares from Sundaram, became Whirlpool of India Ltd. But the Munjals of the motorcycle manufacturer Hero Honda resisted, even though they were technologically dependent on Honda. Eventually they parted ways with Honda, with the latter selling its stake to Hero and focusing on its own subsidiary, Honda Motorcycle and Scooter India. Several MNC affiliates with minority equity share stakes made themselves subsidiaries, so Indian Photographic became Kodak India, Carrier Aircon became Carrier India, and Indian Oxygen became Bach India. But the Indian management of ITC Ltd resisted. BAT Industries, BAT plc, which owned 31.5% of the paid-up equity capital of ITC, couldn't increase its stake to 51%. Soon a Bombay club of some of the patriarchs of Indian big business got nervous and began demanding ways and means to acquire full control over the companies that in the past they had managed with mere minority stakes. In turn, the MNCs that had technical collaborations with Indian companies began to demand equity stakes in those entities. BPL's technical collaboration with Sanyo would eventually metamorphose into a Sanyo-BPL joint venture, and Toshiba India would eventually emerge from what was then a mere technical collaboration with Videocon. Indeed, some consumer goods markets, dominated by Indian firms, overnight turned into MNC bastions. The Indian soft drinks market, which Indian firms had taken over after Coca-Cola, refusing to comply with the provisions of FARA, exited in 1977, was recaptured by the likes of PepsiCo and Coca-Cola within a span of 5 years in the first half of the 1990s. In general, MNCs made huge inroads mainly in a whole range of elite consumer goods, entertainment electronics included, computer and telecommunications hardware, and automobiles. 57. But the Indian auto components manufacturers, which had eventually become internationally competitive because of the government's insistence in the 1980s that the auto MNC joint ventures increasingly buy local, not only profited from supplying parts to the auto assembly plants in India, but also made hay by entering into strategic alliances with the auto MNCs. Sundaram Fasteners forged a strategic alliance with GM, Bharat Forge with Mercedes, and so on, for the supply of key components to the latter's assembly hubs overseas. India, however, still remains poorly rated as an export platform compared to China, Mexico, Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia. The Indian auto component manufacturers' strategic alliances with the auto MNCs notwithstanding. But it was the industrialists who had benefited from such strategic alliances with MNCs that were the ones who were in the forefront in the Confederation of Indian Industries' bid to preserve the Indian big business state multinational bloc. As far as outsourcing is concerned, besides the strategic alliances of India's major automotive parts manufacturers with the automotive MNCs, the other outsourcing big business that emerged was in information technology, IT, and IT-enabled services, ITS. Indian IT entrepreneurs famously made India the back office of the world by adopting a business model based on labor cost arbitraging, pioneered by TCS, Infosys, Wipro, and HCL Technologies. The media hype surrounding these business stars reached a new high when, not long ago, the New York Times' celebrated columnist Thomas Friedman predicted that India's IT sector will flatten the world, meaning, in fact, that the country's young, educated zippies are able to undertake a whole spectrum of Western white-collar jobs at a fraction of the cost. It did not, however, take many years for the large Western software services MNCs like IBM, Capgemini, Accenture, and EDS to move in and emulate the labor cost arbitraging business model pioneered by the Indian IT/ITS majors. The so-called captives, foreign subsidiaries that provide ITS for their parent firms, for example, British Airways setting up its own call centers, or Nokia establishing its own software development center in India, were not far behind. The government, as regards what to do to promote the IT/ITS business, simply decided to cede the policy ground to the National Association of Software and Service Companies, popularly known by its abbreviation, NASSCOM. So far at least, the Indian entrepreneurial aspiration in this field is merely to be the back office of the world. 58 Another instance of successful steering of dependent development by the Indian big business state multinational bloc. Overall, since the early 1990s, both multinational and Indian big business companies have gained enormously relative to Indian state enterprises. FDI inflows have increased quite significantly, from an average of 1% of India's gross fixed capital formation in 1991-95 to 3.3% in 2005, and to 6.3% in 2006-12. But the bulk, 55.9% of the FDI equity inflows in 2012, have been in the tertiary sector compared to 30.3% in manufacturing, almost half of which was through acquisitions of incumbent companies, the most prominent ones in pharmaceuticals and cement. 59 There is some evidence that private equity, PE, and venture capital, VC, inflows may have contributed significantly to the large increase in FDI inflows from 2006 onward. As is well known, PE and VC investors have a much shorter investment horizon than conventional MNCs. Indeed, they invest with an intention to exit with the booking of short to medium-term capital gains. Moreover, round-tripping, RT, by Indian companies/investment funds, the channeling of local funds to tax havens like Mauritius and Singapore only to return as foreign investment must also be reckoned with. Such FDI, namely, Foreign financial investments, not reckoned as foreign portfolio investment from PE and VC funds, and due to RT, has been estimated to be significant in construction and real estate, telecommunications, and IT/ITES, among others, and has come in mainly from tax havens like Mauritius and Singapore. Indeed, some of these overseas PE and VC funds have been promoted by Indian big businesses themselves. 60. A significant part of the overall FDI has been associated with cross-border acquisitions. Most of the mergers and acquisitions following India's 1989, whether in manufacturing or services, seem to have been horizontal in nature, leading to a tendency of increasing product market concentration, and in many a case, the equity capital stakes of the Indian large business houses in joint venture companies with MNCs have been bought off by the latter. There are, of course, instances where the Indian large business house has bought the equity capital stake of the MNC, but these are fewer in number. In the case of the Hero Group buying Honda's stake in Hero Honda, most analysts have not expected such acquisition to have a product market concentration enhancing effect because the Indian partner has lost access to the MNC's technology, which was the major source of competitive advantage of the joint venture. More generally, the picture since the 1990s is one of a few companies of the large business houses and the MNCs coming to dominate important product markets in goods and services. The MNCs seem to be dominant in the markets for cars, refrigerators, a whole range of elite food products, certainly in soft drinks, and shaving products, but Indian big business companies are also significant players alongside the MNCs in other markets, for instance, in soaps and detergents, pharmaceuticals, paints, tea and coffee, ice cream, footwear, electrical machinery, TVs, air conditioners, washing machines, lubricants, and so on. And, indeed, MNCs seem to have largely left the dominance of certain other product markets to Indian big business companies, for instance, practically the whole range of petrochemical products, where the Reliance Group rules the roost, heavy and light commercial vehicles, and aluminum products, where the AV Birla Group calls the shots. 61. In banking, in both deposits and credit, the public sector and Indian private banks together dominated the market, the multinational banks remaining secondary due to regulations that have hindered their expansion. In insurance, the MNCs have been allowed only in joint ventures with Indian promoters. In cellular mobile telecommunications services, the dominant four players are Airtel, Reliance Jio Info COMM, Vodafone and Idea Cellular, the first, second and fourth being companies of the Bharti, Reliance, and AV Birla large business houses, and the third, one of the leading MNCs in that business. More recently, Vodafone and Idea have announced a merger to take on the aggressive new entrant, Reliance Jio. In petrochemicals, after the Reliance Group acquired the public sector petrochemical giant IPCL, and with its takeover of the polyester divisions of other private corporate sector companies, it came to enjoy overwhelming market power in a number of petrochemical derivative products, for instance, in linear alkyl benzene, ethylene glycol, polyester staple fiber, polyester filament yarn, and polyvinyl chloride. So, too, the dominance of the AV Birla Group in some aluminum products, albeit to a lesser extent, after its takeover of the Canadian multinational Alkans subsidiary, Indalco. Competition policy has been given the go-by in mergers and acquisitions that have significantly enhanced market power. However, the virtual market for corporate control that the MNCs wanted, which seemed to be in operation from 1993 for a few years, and which rendered the companies of the Indian large business houses vulnerable to hostile takeovers by the MNCs, shriveled after heavy lobbying against it by Indian big business. 62. But, in the course of India's 1989, with the political swing to the right and consequent relative shift of economic activity from public sector companies to the private corporate sector, 63, the balance of power in government big business relations seems to have shifted decisively in favor of big business. Overall, at the risk of some exaggeration, one can possibly conjecture that a few Indian large business houses, the Tata, AV Birla, and Reliance groups among them, and MNCs have come to dominate not only in important product markets but also in their influence over government decisions related to incentives for investment. Interestingly, however, although Indian big business and the MNCs have stolen a march over public enterprises in the wake of India's 1989, there has been some reluctance on the part of successive governments to go the whole hog on privatization. Early on, Maruti Udyog, in which the Japanese MNC Suzuki had a minority stake, was privatized by selling the government stake to Suzuki. Then, during 1998-2004, a more right-wing BJP-led government did privatize a dozen public enterprises, among them, some major ones, like IPCL, the petrochemicals giant, which was sold to the Reliance Group, VSNL, the long-distance telecom services major, which was taken over by the Tatas, and Bharat Aluminium and Hindustan Zinc, over which the multinational Vedanta Resources Group took management control. But besides these, there has been little else of any significance on the privatization front. The petroleum public enterprises are not allowed to avail themselves of the advantage of international price parity as their private counterparts do, and the main public sector power utilities sell electricity at prices much lower than their private competitors. 64 Overall, although the state gave up its near monopoly of a number of lines of business, for instance, in telecommunications, petroleum, electricity generation and distribution, air transport, and so on, India's 1989 didn't witness the executive of the Indian state relinquishing control over all its major public enterprises. The long view. What then of the evolution of the structure of the ruling classes and the process of unequal development over the long term? Interestingly, in 1956 Paul Baran, reflecting on the long-term effects of imported manufactured commodities invading the markets of indigenous craftspersons and artisans, the rise of wealthy domestic merchant capitalists as junior partners of foreign enterprises, and what he called the regime of industrial infanticide that had checkmated the blossoming of competitive industrial capitalism, viewed the subsequent emergence of native industrial monopolists, interlocked and interwoven with domestic merchant capital and with foreign enterprise, as ultimately leading the way to stagnation. 65. Indeed, development planning by India's Planning Commission didn't alter the situation much. The long-term trend of stagnation in terms of per capita net material product, per capita real value added in the primary and secondary sectors, from 1900 continued to prevail when the time series of such data was extended up to 1975.66. But, of course, the combination of the Green Revolution strategy in agriculture and the Mahalanobis strategy in industry, however flawed in its implementation, did eventually help overcome the stagnation in per capita net material product. Qualitative stagnation: as much as 70% of the total labor force remained in agriculture and livestock in 1971, the same as it was in 1901, however, still prevailed. In fact, in 1971, non-household manufacturing employed just 6.7% of the workforce. Nevertheless, Indian big business, manifesting shrewd political and business sense, allied with the Indian state and ambivalently competed and collaborated with the MNCs to concertedly improve its relative position in India vis-a-vis the MNCs. Indeed, as part of their competitive and collaborative strategies, some of the companies of India's large business houses have even developed the capacity to acquire companies in the developed capitalist countries. In April 2007, Tata Steel Ltd acquired 100% of the equity capital of Chorus Group plc, UK, for $12.695 billion, taking management control of the latter. Another Tata Group company, Tata Motors, acquired the South Korean truck manufacturer Daewoo Commercial Vehicles Company in 2004 and the British premium car manufacturer Jaguar Land Rover in 2008. Or take another Indian big business bloc, the Aditya Birla Group. In May 2007, its Hind Alco Industries Ltd acquired 100% of the equity capital of Novelis Inc., US, for $5.766 billion, placing itself in the saddle of the latter. One should not, however, underestimate the economic and political power of the MNCs. They are not external to the Indian social formation. Besides advancing their interests through their own presence, organizations, and resources, their home states negotiate and mediate on their behalf with the Indian state, and the World Bank, the IMF, and the WTO as organizations also work to advance their interests. The problem of India's long-term qualitative stagnation nevertheless remains. Right from the latter half of the 19th century in the colonial period, India has always had an overdeveloped state and a bloated tertiary sector. Harbours, ports, railways, roads, canals, and the telegraph were public sector infrastructure that was essential for the smooth functioning of the foreign export and import-oriented businesses and those of their junior partners, the domestic merchant capitalists. This infrastructure was also indispensable for the British Indian Army, police, and paramilitary, and for the public administration of the subcontinent. The colonial state was overdeveloped, as Hamza Alavi argued 67 in relation to the economic base in terms of its powers of control and regulation, and the bureaucracy, the military, and the polity in independent India had a vested interest in continuity rather than change on this score. The educated salaried middle class is Macaulay's class of persons Indian in blood and colour, but English in tastes, in opinions, in morals, and in intellect entrenched themselves in the upper echelons of the bureaucracy and the military, and even the polity 68 and later, as managers in the public and private corporate enterprises, including the multinational subsidiaries. Yet, the expansion of tertiary sector activity in the public and private sectors was not accompanied by an increase in per capita net material product, at least up to 1975. And the services sector has grown faster than the rest of the economy since 1980, and in the period after 1995 such growth has been led more by the private organized sector rather than the government, eventually leading to the private organized sector's share in services sector GDP approaching and eventually surpassing the public sector's share in services sector GDP. 69 overall. Over the long term, 1901-2011, India has made the switch from an economy dominated by the primary sector to one in which the tertiary sector is preeminent. Fundamentally, the more rapid increase in the share of the tertiary sector in GDP after 1980, and this led by the private organized sector after 1995, reflects the adjustment of India's capitalist system to an arrangement wherein labor productivity consistently rises faster than the wage rate in the primary and secondary sectors. This bloated services sector is a systemic necessity, essential for the realization of the surplus generated in the primary and secondary sectors. Moreover, backwardness, lack of development of the productive forces, and huge merchant margins derived from buying cheap from the mass of small producers makes for low wages in the advanced part of the economy, even though productivity is high. In a fundamental sense, India's capitalist development strategy over the long term has really been one of non-industrialization rather than industrialization, in that no vast industrial working class, relative to the size of the labor force, has been created. The proto-industrialization of the 19th century, which ruined the traditional craftspersons/artisans with little, if any, reabsorption in modern industry, continues, replenishing the huge reserve army of labor. More generally, vast numbers of people have been left out of the development that was supposed to accompany the growth of modern industry. The capitalist development that was steered by the big business state multinational bloc didn't lead to a distribution of income that would have made it possible for the Indian people to have sufficient food to eat, clothes to wear, houses to reside in, and medicines to take when disease and illness strike. Let alone enabling them to overcome gross misery and have some degree of security and control over their own lives, it led to widespread undernourishment in infancy itself. In fact, such capitalist development merely made way for a prosperous upper middle class and defended the privileges that came from ownership of the means of production, including land and other assets. Labor still massively in reserve. To reprise, data on mass poverty and the huge reserve army of labor relative to the active army of wage labor for 1973 indicated that the headcount ratio of poverty was 51.5% of the population and the reserve army of labor was 2.1 times the fully active army of wage labor. What has happened since then, say by 2011-12? As we have seen, Marx categorized the reserve army in normal times into three components: the floating, the latent and the stagnant, and added on those engaged in illegal activity, more generally, the lumpen proletariat, which will have to be kept out of this estimate because of lack of reliable figures. The floating reserve army of labor was 5.6% of the current daily status labor force of 440.4 million persons in 2011-12, in absolute numbers, 24.7 million persons. 70. What then of the latent reserve army of labor? In 2011-12, a normal year, the proportion of the self-employed has been around 51.9% of the workforce as estimated on a usual principal plus subsidiary status basis, which was 245.3 million persons. Roughly 70% of this number were petty commodity producers/service providers in 2011-12, so the size of the latent reserve army of labor was 171.7 million persons in that year. 71. What is the estimated size of the stagnant component of the reserve army of labor? According to India Census 2011, the proportion of marginal workers in the census workforce, those who found employment for only less than 3 months in a year, was 18.6% of that workforce. Assuming the proportion of marginal workers among all wage laborers and salaried employees to be the census figure of marginal workers in the workforce, 18.6%, in 2011-12, and the proportion of marginal workers among casual wage laborers to be 6 times the proportion of the same among regular salaried employees/wage laborers, we roughly get the proportions of marginal workers among the casual wage laborers to be 30% and among the regular salaried employees/wage laborers to be 5%. The stagnant component of the reserve army of labor comprises those wage laborers and salaried employees who find only extremely irregular employment, at best they are intermittent workers, and the marginal wage laborers/salaried employees seem to fall in that category. The size of the stagnant component of the reserve army is therefore the sum of 30% of the 138.6 million casual wage laborers and 5% of the 88.8 million regular salaried employees/wage laborers, 46 million persons. With a 24.7 million floating reserve, a 171.7 million latent reserve, and a 46 million stagnant reserve, the total size of India's reserve army of labor in 2011-12 was 242.4 million persons. The fully active army of labor in the same year was the sum of 70% of the 138.6 million casual wage laborers and 95% of the 88.8 million regular salaried employees/wage laborers, 181.4 million persons. Thus the size of the reserve army of labor in 2011-12 was 1.3 times that of the active army of labor, a formidable force that restrained the rise of real wages. 72. Assuming that each person in the reserve army supports one dependent, then the size of the reserve army and its dependents would be 484.8 million persons, 40.1% of the country's population. To this absolute number, if the number of non-marginal casual wage workers and their dependents, 2 times 0.7 times 138.6 equals 194 million persons, assuming one dependent per casual wage worker, is added, the figure rises to 678.8 million persons, or 56.1% of the population. Now, in multidimensional terms, that is, taking account of deprivations at the household level as indicated by child mortality, nutrition, years of schooling, child enrollment, and living standards as evident from the cooking fuel used, access to safe drinking water, electricity, toilets, type of flooring, and assets owned, and deeming a person poor if she/he is deprived in at least 30% of the weighted indicators. In 2005, the UNDP and Oxford University estimated that 55.4% of India's population was poor. 73. Assuming that this multidimensional poverty estimate holds for 2011-12 too, then it is likely that the reserve army of labor and their dependents and the non-marginal casual wage laborers and their dependents constitute the multidimensionally poor. And yet, instead of improving and extending public provision, both Congress and BJP, which have been alternating in power at the center, have promoted the privatization of education and Medicare, and the private provision of water, electricity, housing, and transport. Thus, just like in 1973, there is a sharp class polarization in India today. Islands of wealth, luxury, and civilization in a vast sea of poverty, misery and degradation. There are a relatively small number of owner-controllers of the oligopolies, beneficiaries of the skewed distribution of the surplus, at the apex of a steep social class hierarchy, at the bottom of which is the massive reserve army of labor and the remaining casual wage workers. The ratio of the income of a billionaire to that of a casual laborer is of the order of 106. In between, at different distances from the apex and the base of the social class pyramid, are semi-capitalist landowners, SME capitalists, the merchant and money-lending classes, the administrative, professional, scientific and technological sections of the middle class, the labor contractors/jobbers who recruit and manage gangs of unregistered casual wage workers, and the regular wage workers. The huge reserve army of labor in an underdeveloped capitalist country like India doesn't merely circumscribe the wage and other demands of the usual principal status employed regular and casual wage workers, but also moderates the producer prices of the petty commodity producers in the overcrowded and intensely competitive supply side of the markets that the latter find themselves in. Unequal development principal characteristics. What then have been the principal characteristics of unequal development in India? One is that, to a considerable extent, labor in Indian agriculture has not been dispossessed of the principal means of production, land, and has not been free of caste obligations to powerful landowners. Indeed, in the countryside, aspects of caste relations are a part of the relations of production. Also, labor in agriculture has not been free of extra economic compulsion, for example, threat of violence from the landlords or the kulaks hired hoodlums, in the extraction of the agricultural surplus. Indeed, it has been subjected to both economic and extra-economic forms of compulsion in the process of surplus extraction. 2 is that the zamindars didn't have full rights of ownership. Just as the possession of land by the peasant is contingent on his payment of rent to the landlord, so also the ownership of land by the landowner was contingent upon the payment of land revenue of a high order in the initial decades after the permanent settlement of 1793. Moreover, the rents paid by the peasants, the actual cultivators, were much higher than the typical incidence of what would have been capitalist ground rent, the latter, 10% to 20% of net output. Indeed, the incidence of ground rent was, not long ago, as high as the typical minimum rate of feudal ground rent, 50% of the gross output. The high rate of rent was, importantly, also because of subinfeudation, Chapter 2. Both market forces and custom, and the extra economic power of the landowners together seemed to determine the levels of the rent as a proportion of net output. Paraphrasing Paul Baran, one might say that the obscurantism and arbitrary violence inherited from the tributary social formation of the past has been combined with the rationality and sharply calculating rapacity of the capitalist present. 74. 3. There has been mostly a formal subsumption of agricultural labor to capital, the extent of real subsumption of labor to capital, where capital directly takes over the process of cultivation, hires wage labor, reinvests the surplus and adopts new production techniques has been very limited. 75 Further, generalized commodity production has not prevailed, the system of production of commodities by means of commodities with labor power as a commodity has not been the rule. And there has not been any continuous drive toward technological progress in the agricultural sector, which has been the main source of livelihood in the Indian economy, where kisans, peasants, and mazdors, landless laborers, have toiled for the maliks, the landowners, and all they have got in return has been a pittance. 76. 4. Over time, operational holdings of land have split, this in keeping with the cycle of the family, demographic differentiation, resulting in cultivation of very small, almost unviable, plots of land. Besides, in recent times, a host of neoliberal policy measures have adversely affected the economics of cultivation, with farm risk enhanced by capitals, including multinational capitals' control over the new hybrid seeds. The insensitivity of the ruling elite to peasant indebtedness has only made matters worse, leading to thousands of suicides. 77. 5. In the countryside there has been a de facto fusion of political and economic power. The landlord or the kulak has been adjudicating, in backward areas, disputes at the local level and has his own hired armed hoodlums to enforce his writ. Peasant uprisings, even though they have not been endemic and pervasive, have inevitably been violent. Peasant, including tribal peasant, unrest, and even insurgencies didn't cease after 1858. Unlike the elite nationalists, the tribal people and poor peasants took on the sarkar, the colonial state, and its local collaborators, the sahukars, moneylenders, merchants, and contractors in the tribal areas. And, such violent peasant struggles still go on in contemporary India. 6. The proportion of the workforce engaged in manufacturing and the secondary sector in general didn't show a rising trend over the long term, 1901-71. As per the census figures, the industrial workforce remained stagnant over the period 1901-71, roughly between 9% and 11% with no rising trend. Agriculture, in turn, employed the bulk of the workforce in the period 1901-71, 67.5% to 70.4% of the workforce with no declining trend. 78. In other words, most of the working population was engaged in producing food and other primary commodities, and still does so, albeit, to a lesser extent. Development, identified with industrialization and the accompanying technological progress, has not yet brought about the required increase in output and consumption per head so that a small proportion of the workforce would be able to meet society's food and other primary needs, and the remaining large proportion of the workforce would be available for industry and other gainful economic activities. Indeed, the internal class structures that have been impeding such development have not been dislodged. 7 is the phenomenon of economic dependence. India, as we have seen, was once a colony, a non-sovereign country belonging to and under the direct rule of a single imperialist country. In contrast, China was once a semi-colony, formally sovereign, but, in reality, politically, economically, diplomatically, and militarily dependent on more than one of the imperialist powers. A neo-colony is distinctively different. While it is also formally sovereign, in reality, it is politically, economically, diplomatically, and militarily dependent on a single imperialist power. India is neither a semi-colony nor a neo-colony. India is a sovereign country, but it is politically, economically, diplomatically, and militarily dependent, mainly on the world's major imperialist power, the United States. The main characteristics of India's economic dependence are 79. Significant penetration of MNCs in the advanced islands of its economy. Continuous and systematic reliance on the import of technology, i.e., technological dependence, in those islands, which does not raise labor productivity in the rest of the economy. Export specialization in primary and labor-intensive manufactured goods, and, more recently, in ITs. An elite consumption pattern that emulates those of the developed capitalist countries, which has a considerable impact on the kind of industries that are set up. Unequal exchange in international trade with the developed capitalist countries because the difference in the respective wage rates far exceeds the gap in the corresponding labor productivities. The stress on national economic strength or the lack of it comes from an economic nationalist belief that, in the international arena, national economic power is a major determinant of political power. A colonial, semi-colonial, neo-colonial, or sovereign-dependent country can be contrasted in terms of the degree to which each is subordinate to imperialism. A colonial country, the most; a sovereign-dependent country, the least. But whether colonial, semi-colonial, neo-colonial or sovereign-dependent, an underdeveloped country's economic structure and the class structure of its ruling classes are shaped to a considerable degree by the extent and the nature of that subordination. Imperialism here must be understood as a process by which a developed capitalist country's corporations and state team up to expand their activities, their interests, and their power beyond their borders. 80. 8. one can trace the roots of the contemporary big business state multinational bloc to the deals of the East India Company with the Jagat Seths, Amit Chands, Ha Chands, and Gulab Singhs, Indian merchant cum financial magnates, regional political autocrats, and the big landowners. Over the course of the first half of the 19th century and with the British Crown taking over the colonial state in 1858, the metropolitan local ruling class partnership metamorphosed into a bloc of the colonial state with British managing agency house capital and Indian merchant cum financial big business, and the big landowners. But, in the 1930s and 40s, the British managing agency houses had to give way to the modern MNCs. Subsequently, come Indian independence, and with the foreign exchange crisis of 1957, the Indian big business state multinational bloc emerged to pilot the course of unequal development, with the big landowners largely cut down to size, but still part of the ruling bloc at the provincial and district levels alongside the Colocs. The process of unequal development eventually took India from peripheral underdevelopment to semi-peripheral underdevelopment, evident in the greatly enhanced power of the Indian state and the burgeoning wealth of Indian big business. 9. It is not capitalism per se that transforms a non-capitalist region but significant entry of big business that brings this about, for big business comes with all the necessary political support to accomplish the mission. One can think about this in the light of the inroads of the East India Company from 1757 onward, later, the British managing agency firms, and still later, Indian big business and the multinationals. 10. The Indian underdeveloped capitalist social formation, the result of prolonged evolution in a colonial setting with the superstructure conditioning and circumscribing the development of the economic base, has an overdeveloped state and a bloated tertiary sector. Unlike in developed capitalist social formations, the economy in underdeveloped capitalism is not much of an autonomous subsystem. 11 is the monstrous class polarization, epitomized by the emergence of dollar billionaires in the small islands of wealth, luxury, and civilization amidst the vast sea of poverty, misery, and degradation, wherein a huge, non-depleting reserve army of labor and its dependence signifies the irrelevance to which the ruling classes and their political representatives relegate a majority of the Indian population. 12 is the parasitical reliance of Indian big business on the state for its self-expansion. Indeed, historically, the state fostered Indian big business more than the other way around 81, and so the controllers of the state's assets have been part and parcel of the ruling classes. Politics dominates economics, and unlike in the developed capitalist countries, the economic structure is not largely an autonomous subsystem in the social formation. Exploitation, state oppression, resistance. Theory is necessarily abstract, while history and the present as history are necessarily concrete, but theory, even though in this narrative it has been deliberately kept to bare essentials, is essential to a deeper understanding of history and the present as history. As will be evident by now, I am a libertarian socialist. My worldview stems from Marxism and the civil liberties legacy of liberalism. Paul Baran's and Samir Amin's Marxist theoretical perspective and analytical framework that I have drawn upon emphasizes class contradictions, exploitation, and class polarization, ceaseless accumulation of wealth by the ruling classes, the state as a major instrument of class oppression, and the resistance of the victims. All these elements have been a primary part of my narrative. It's time then to turn once more to Maoist resistance, for the struggling and fighting poor peasants and tribal forest dwellers led by the Maoists are the true legatees of their counterparts in the colonial period. As has been stated, Rosa Luxemburg defined imperialism as the political expression of the accumulation of capital in its competitive struggle for what remains still open for the non-capitalist environment 82 within a capitalist country's own borders and beyond, through militarism and war. In this respect, there seems to be a continuity in the development of underdeveloped capitalism in independent India vis-a-vis the colonial period, evident in the penetration of the Indian state, Indian big business and the MNCs into the tribal areas of central and eastern India, and the Indian state's engagement in a war against its own people as part of the land and mineral grabs. Of course, in the tribal areas of central and eastern India, where there is Maoist resistance, the process of capitalist development has turned increasingly more violent and catastrophic, what with the escalation of militarism and war by the Indian state leading to an inevitable cultural and economic ruin of the tribal communities. As Luxemburg wrote, albeit with respect to what colonial capitalism did in the non-capitalist parts of the world, and her passionate account, in parts, might well apply to what is presently happening in the undeclared civil war that the Indian state has unleashed against its own people in central and eastern India. 83. Primitive conditions allow of a greater drive and of far more ruthless measures than could be tolerated under purely capitalist social conditions. The unbridled greed, the acquisitive instinct of accumulation, is incapable of seeing far enough to recognize the value of an older civilization. Force, fraud, oppression, looting are openly displayed without any attempt at concealment, and it requires an effort to discover within this tangle of political violence and contests for power the stern laws of the economic process. With a grasp of India's 1968 as history and an understanding of the process of unequal development that has consolidated the Indian big business state multinational ruling bloc, let's then take the story of Maoist resistance ahead. 4. Naxalite. Spring Thunder, Phase 2. A people's war can be waged only by mobilizing the masses and relying on them. Mao Zedong, Indiana, 19341. Successfully mobilizing and relying upon the people was the foremost challenge that occupied the Naxalite revolutionaries in Phase 2 of the movement. The narrative thus returns to writing about ordinary people in extraordinary circumstances. Despite defeat, a section of the revolutionaries re-emerged, gathering strength once again and augmenting its forces. One would have expected these people, in the face of the lawless brutal power of the Indian state, to give up the fight, but they didn't. Militant politics, in search of a solution to the problems that plagued the oppressed in rural India from colonial times, made a new beginning in the post-emergency period. As the radical Telugu poet Varavara Rao put it too. How long can prison walls and iron bars cage the free spirit? Against the background of the discussions on 1968 India as history and unequal development and the evolution of the ruling bloc, it will now be easier to examine the events that unfolded without losing track of the processes of which they were a part. Further, it will be evident that the forms of the struggles of the oppressed, led by the Maoists, have, among other factors, also been determined by the brutally repressive acts of those who govern on behalf of the ruling classes. Over years of association with the civil liberties and democratic rights movement, I have come to learn that, invariably, chief ministers and home ministers assure the top police officers, off the record, of carte blanche for their lawless actions to contain the Naxalite/Maoist problem. Nevertheless, and willing to face the dire consequences of their radical politics, Kondapalli Sitharamaiah, K.S., one of the Naxalite movement's more accomplished strategists and organizers, and his close comrades in the then province of Andhra Pradesh began to practice the fresh tactical line they had formulated, and the first seeds of what they sowed began to sprout in the peasant movement in Karimnagar and Adilabad districts of North Telangana soon after the emergency was lifted. The accompanying India map will be of help right through this chapter. Map 2, Political Geography, Spring Thunder, Phase 2, 1978-2003. Note, bolder lines indicate state/national boundaries. Thinner lines indicate district boundaries. Map is only indicative and not to scale. Source, map adapted from www.d-maps.com using information in Census of India. The young men and women involved had all read 3 short pieces penned by Mao Zedong, Serve the People, in memory of Norman Bethune, and The Foolish Old Man Who Removed the Mountains. From the latter, be resolute, fear no sacrifice, and surmount every difficulty to win victory conveys the notion that courage and determination in the face of adverse circumstances are the most essential attributes of a revolutionary. From Serve the People, there's this guidance: if, in the interests of the people, we persist in doing what is right and correct what is wrong, our ranks will surely thrive. And, from In Memory of Norman Bethune, 3 there's this ideal: a woman's ability may be great or small, but if he/she has this spirit Bethune's selflessness, he/she is already noble-minded and pure, a man-woman of moral integrity and above vulgar interests, a man-woman who is of value to the people. Disturbed areas. For a significant number of those guided by Mao's thought, among the 40,000 in jail or in police custody in 1973, despite the adversity, those feelings of optimism and resolve, the stuff of revolutionary romanticism, had not been snuffed out. With a new lease on life following the release of political prisoners in the brief interregnum after the emergency, the revolutionaries in the making were back to the countryside. And there were those who had come on board in 1973 and 1974, and during the emergency that followed. Sirsila and Yakshal taluks in Karimnagar district of North Telangana were among the new flashpoints soon after the emergency. Incidentally, the present General Secretary of the CPI, Maoist, as the party is known today, Mupala Laxman Rao, alias Ganapathy, hails from Karimnagar, and it was he who led the Yakshal struggle in Karimnagar district. A teacher and a soft-spoken writer, Ganapathy got politicized in 1974, and later became Karimnagar district secretary of the CPI, ML, People's War, then, Andhra Pradesh party secretary, and, by 1989, was elected as the general secretary of the party. 4. The Andhra Pradesh Suppression of Disturbances Act, passed in 1948 to suppress the then raging Telangana peasant insurgency, was applied in October 1978 to declare the Sirsila and Yakshal taluks disturbed, this because there was organized peasant resistance against the landlords and kulaks, militant opposition against eviction, and insistence on implementation of the legally prescribed minimum wage. Police got the power to shoot at sight, indeed, with a carte blanche to high-handedly do so, for any intended legal action by the victims now required previous government sanction. Frankly, the areas were declared disturbed because there was peasant resistance to their exploitation by the landlords and the kulaks, and all the government wanted was to suppress that resistance so that the landlords and the kulaks could go on peacefully exploiting the peasants. It didn't matter that, in the process, the rights of the peasants to life, to legal remedy, and to freedom from exploitation were taken away. 5. The peasant struggle, however, spread elsewhere in North Telangana, and the Maoist mass organizations, the Revolutionary Writers Association, Virasam in its Telugu short form, the Jananatya Mandali, JNM, the Radical Students' Union, RSU, and the Radical Youth League, RYL, nurtured in the first half of the 1970s, now came to fruition. In the midst of this renewal of the Naxalite movement in Andhra Pradesh, the CPI, ML, People's War, CPI, ML, PW, was formed on April 22, 1980, with the medium-term aim of building guerrilla zones in the countryside of North Telangana and Dandakaranya, the forest area situated in the border and adjoining tribal districts of the states/regions of Andhra Pradesh, the Chhattisgarh part of Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra and Orissa. By the early 1990s, 6 guerrilla zones are tracks where the agrarian revolutionary movement is strong, but where the party and its mass organizations are in power only as long as the guerrillas have the upper hand over the state's forces. Power reverts to the Indian state when the guerrillas are forced to retreat. Worker-Peasant Alliance. With the organized peasant struggle bringing increasing numbers of poor peasants and landless laborers into the Naxalite fold, Aritha Kuli Sangam, RCS, translated as Peasants and Laborers Association, was formed in 1980-81. And workers in the Singarini coal fields in North Telangana were organized in the Singarini Karmika Samakya, Sakeza, translated as the Singarini Collieries Workers Federation, in 1980-81. Underground organizing of the coal miners had of course begun in 1975 itself by radical students and other youth, then known as the Radicals, and continued in the period leading to the formation of the Union. Sakeza was particularly important in building the proletarian base of the party in North Telangana and establishing a worker-peasant alliance, both essential for any party claiming to follow Lenin and Mao. The Singarini coalfields and the adjoining industrial belt spread across Adilabad and Karimnagar districts, the former, where the peasant movement in Telangana got a new lease of life, the latter, where the tribal people were organized to win their rights to the forests. The Singarini workers, or at least a significant proportion, had their roots in the villages of these two districts, so they could not have remained unmoved by the land to the tiller and full rights to the forests struggles waged by the Naxalites over there. We mention Sakeza because it was here in Singarini, more than in any other place in this vast country except in the industrial belt of Bhilet, where the Shankar Guhanayajiled Chhattisgarh Hamudi Morcha did the same, that the workers began to respond to cases of abuse and tyranny no matter which section of the wretched of the Indian earth was the victim. Sakeza took up a range of issues, including those concerning bread, against slum, shanty, demolition, safeguarding the hearth, and the organization of the labor process in the mines. And the rape and murder of Rajeshwari, a maid who worked in the house of a personnel manager, by his son, who hung her dead body in the car shed to hoodwink the people into believing that it was a suicide, aroused the wrath of the union and its members as if she were their own. In a way, she was their own, for she and her husband, part of the millions of footloose laborers, had come all the way from the Rayalaseema region in search of a livelihood, though the only jobs they managed to get were that of servants in the personnel manager's house. State repression of the mass organizations of the CPI, ML, PW, intensified soon after the party's formation in April 1980. Police firing on April 20, 1981, at Indravelli in Adilabad district killed many tribal people. The organized tribal people were attacked when they gathered to attend a district-level conference of the Girijana RCS, Tribal Peasant and Agricultural Labor Union, affiliated to the CPI, ML, PW. At the root of the conflict was the Girijana RCS organization of the struggle for rights to the forest and against money lenders. Indeed, by 1983 the authorities sought to stifle the voice of all the mass organizations of the CPI, ML, PW, and the May 1985 disruption of a state-level conference of the RCS seemed to have driven the message home that no open, legal political work of the CPI, ML, PW, was going to be permitted. The mass organizations were, in effect, being driven underground. But the movement had by then expanded to encompass parts of Dandakaranya, the forest areas in the border and adjoining tribal districts of the states of Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Orissa. Across the Godavari. Party accounts date the beginning of the struggle in Dandakaranya to 1980, when teams of revolutionaries in Karimnagar and Adilabad crossed the Godavari River and entered the then Gadchirali subdivision of Chandrapur district, and later, Bandara district, of the province of Maharashtra to the north. 7 Indeed, one of the first martyrs was 18-year-old Petty Shankar, the son of a coal mine worker from across the border, allegedly killed by the Maharashtra police. Shankar was part of the first team of revolutionaries who had crossed over into Maharashtra. Another team went to Bastar district. The movement was later to extend into Rajanand and Balaghat districts, then part of the province of Madhya Pradesh. Soon thereafter, in 1981, the Dandakaranya Adivasi Kisan Mazdoor Sanghatan, DAKMS, Dandakaranya Tribal Peasants and Workers Organization, began organizing the poor among the tribal people, the Gonds, against the oppressive forest, revenue and police department officials, and the contractors, traders and money lenders. The DAKMS took up the question of pattas, instrument of ownership right, on forest land brought under cultivation, as also the winning of rights on cultivable land in forest villages through bitter struggles against the forest department. The DAKMS also exercised control over the collection and sale of minor forest produce, for instance, the tendu patta, in favor of Adivasi women who plucked the tendu leaves, ensuring them a fair rate per bundle of leaves collected. So, also, the wage rates for cutting bamboo, which is the principal raw material of the paper mills run by companies controlled by the Birlas, the Thapars and the Banguurs. All this activity generated opposition from the landed proprietors, the traders, the contractors, and corrupt forest and revenue department officials. The DAKMS Sanghams, unit of the Maoist mass organization at the village level, nevertheless, eventually displaced the village mukhias and other traditional village headmen, leading the decision-making process on local issues and even settling disputes. It must be mentioned that this was far more difficult than taking on the forest department and the police, for it entailed gaining the affection of the tribes, mainly the Koyas and the Madhyas. The Maoists who had come from North Telangana gradually learned the Gondi language and later even began to compose and perform songs and plays in the local idiom to express their political feelings. The Dockham's flag, though red with hammer and sickle, also carries a drawn bow and arrow. Against patriarchy. The Dandakaranya Krantakari Adivasai Mahila Son, Dkams, which Arundhati Roy refers to in her celebrated essay, Walking with the Comrades, 8 is what may very well be India's largest women's organisation, was also started in 1981. Over the years, it has not only come to grips with gender oppression, but also has linked it with class exploitation and the oppression of Adivasis, that is, on the basis of their ethnic identity. As regards the latter, namely, with respect to Adivasi culture, unlike those who practice identity politics, the Maoists do not think that the traditional is not oppressive. Indeed, they have been trying to persuade the Adivasi community to do away with certain sexist practices. 9 Moreover, as a result of various anti-patriarchal campaigns in the guerrilla zones, men are now increasingly participating in household tasks, including childcare and socialization. 10 One of the visible changes on the ground has been the significant participation of tribal women in the People's Guerrilla Army, PGA, which was formed in 2000, with women leading some of the armed squads, platoons, and companies. The Viplava Mahila Sangam, VMS, the CPI, ML, PW's mass women's organization in Andhra Pradesh, came into its own during the anti-Arak agitation in the 1990s, directed against the sale of an addiction to a local alcoholic beverage made from a palm extract or brewed from jaggery. VMS worked closely with RCS, and in the Singarini collieries areas, where alcoholism was a scourge, with Sakeza. The joint work with RCS led to women gaining titles to cultivable land seized and distributed by RCS. Indeed, in 1995, at a special conference of the CPI, ML, PW, the party included women's liberation as part of the objectives of the new democratic revolution it was fighting for, and so patriarchy had to be fought within the party too. Empirical studies of women who were activists in the Naxalite movement in the late 1960s and early 1970s suggest that they were confined to supporting roles and that their middle-class male comrades displayed much of the same patriarchal morality that is prevalent outside the movement. 11 Clearly, the Maoist movement needed a feminist perspective. The struggle has been an internal one, against oneself, with the deeply personal man-woman relationships, sex, conjugal rights, marriage, family, children becoming the political. The more women assume leadership roles within the party, the mass organizations, and the guerrilla army, the better. The internal struggle against patriarchy has been a difficult one. An undated internal rectification paper of the party titled Fight Against Patriarchal Thinking Within the Party and Promote Proletarian Culture is brutally honest. For instance, our thinking embraces and sometimes champions values, traditions, and habits of the old exploitative society, and these are reflected to some extent in the Revolutionary Party too. Further, looking down upon women, treating them as weaklings and as objects that fulfill the sexual desires of men, abusing and beating wives, making them feel inferior, regarding them as personal property, suspecting wives when they move closely with other men, all these feudal patriarchal forms of thought and behavior are prevalent to some extent among the male members of the party. 12 Clearly, the fight against patriarchy, within the Maoist movement and in Indian society, is going to be a long and hard one. The cultural, social, political, and economic practices that discriminate against women would likely persist even after the revolution. All the more, within the movement, the need for women to form half the struggle, half the party, half the military formations, half of the students, peasants, and workers' organizations, and half of the alternate people's power structures is increasingly being felt by women in leadership positions in the Maoist parties in India, Nepal, and the Philippines. 13 After all, didn't Mao once, famously and evocatively, say, "Women hold up half the sky"? Go to the people. There are many aspects of the mass struggle phase of the Naxalite/Maoist movement, 1978-85, 14 that seem to have been forgotten and need to be brought to the fore. Compared to the establishment left, Naxalites/Maoists have been particularly sensitive to the caste question. The 1970s was a period when, among the so-called lower castes and Dalits in Telangana, it was mostly the first time that young men and women were making their way into higher education, and it was a part of this section of youth that joined the RSU and the RYL. Their grandparents or great-grandparents had been one or the other of the following: carpenters, vadla, blacksmiths, kamari, toddy tappers, gaudas, barbers, mangalas, dhobies, chakalas, potters, kumaris, landless labourers of the Madiga and Mala Jadis among the Dalits, known as Vedi Madagalu and Vedi Malalu, and poor peasants. The CPI, ML, PW, and its mass organizations made a conscious attempt to draw these people into the movement. In the Go to the Villages campaigns, in which the RSU, RYL, and the JNM coordinated with the Rural Mass Organization, the RCS in the making, and later as a full-fledged organization, to win over the rural poor, it was the lower caste and Dalit students that were prominent as activists, and later on, many of these student youth activists assumed local leadership positions within the mass organizations and the party. 15. As far as the struggle went, it was tactics such as social boycott and public hearings, the latter also a feature of the CPI's forms of struggle in Telangana in the 1940s, that were the principal nonviolent means. Refusal to perform certain tasks in the social division of labor could paralyze the rural gentry, and public hearings highlighted the different forms of oppression and exploitation, including usury, evictions, forced labor, usurpation of common property resources, and payment of pitiably low wages, as well as atrocities. The rural gentry organized private militias to break the network the RCS had established with the RSU, RYL, and JNM, and, indeed, to wipe out the RCS itself, and when they couldn't accomplish the task on their own, the repressive apparatus of the state was brought in and the Suppression of Disturbances Act of 1948 was applied to designate the zones of activism as disturbed areas. 16. The movements in North Telangana and parts of Dandakaranya witnessed intense police repression, including combing of the paramilitary forces to eliminate the armed squads of the party, encounter, extrajudicial, killings, Pinochet-style cases of missing, demolition of martyrs' memorials, and so on. Even Dgams was not spared. The mass organizations could henceforth no longer function in an open, legal manner, they were driven underground. But they organized very successful bonds, complete shutdowns, in the adjoining towns and, even, statewide against the extrajudicial killings, against police repression of open, legal political activity. The police, in turn, came down with a heavy hand on such forms of protest. In one such case, a young radical was apprehended in Kamareddy town in Nizamabad district on May 15, 1985, by the police when he was going around asking shopkeepers to pull down their shutters to protest encounter killings. The police took the radical youth to a busy crossroads, and there, in the public view, beat him to a pulp with their rifle butts the way people who are afraid of a poisonous snake crush it to death with weapons readily at their command. Later, a butcher who had witnessed this lynching, deposed before the subdivisional magistrate at Kamareddy describing what he saw, prompting the radical Telugu poet Varavara Rao, then a political prisoner, to pen the following lines that in extraordinarily sensitive verse expresses the anger and revulsion of the witness. 17. I am a vendor of flesh. If you want to call me a butcher, then that is as you wish. I kill animals every day. I cut their flesh and sell it. Blood to me is a familiar sight. But it was on that day I saw with my own eyes the real meaning of being a butcher. I too take lives, but never with hatred. I do sell flesh, but I have never sold myself. To me who kills goats every day, the meaning of the cruelty that combines and conspires to take a life was revealed that day, unleashing state terror. The burning of 46 tribal hamlets consisting of 638 homesteads by the police in the Chintapalli agency area of Visakhapatnam district of Andhra Pradesh in early May 1987 was ghastly and horrendous. The reason? because this tribal community was harboring giving food and shelter to Naxalites. The Indian People's Human Rights Commission set up a tribunal to investigate and adjudicate this macabre case of gross violation of the right to life itself by the state, this when the existing legal machinery had proved to be most inadequate in providing any kind of redress against such atrocities committed by the state. What else could civil liberties activists do to combat the state's growing lawlessness? The police warned the tribals, if you go to the inquiry organized by those civil liberties bastards, that's what the police called the Andhra Pradesh Civil Liberties Committee, APCLC, activists, of course, behind their backs we will break your limbs and burn your houses once again. 18. The political establishment had given the police complete freedom to do what it thought fit to terrorize the mass support base of the Naxalites. First, the police burned the Kan tribals' houses for their act of giving food and shelter to the Naxalites, and then they assaulted them for telling the civil liberties bastards about it. The police organized a mob that fell upon the place where the tribunal was conducting its first hearing, on December 11, 1987, and assaulted the deponents. But what needs to be understood is why, despite the dire warning, the cons still came for the inquiry. It was because these judges and civil liberties persons had taken so much trouble, come all the way to give these wretched folks a chance to express what they had suffered. The civil liberties activist K. Balagopal sensitively expressed what one tribal youth who was deposed before the tribunal felt. For the first time he had been told there was no sin in his existence, for the first time he had not been scolded, not been abused, for the first time the wretched guilt of an unlawful life had been lifted from his shoulders. 19. The tribunal's judgment acted as a voice of the public conscience against the state's growing lawlessness. There were definite limits, nevertheless, to which a civil liberties organization could curb the state's growing criminality. The Maoist movement was forced to resort to the kidnapping of state officials or prominent mainstream politicians as a means of getting their comrades released from jail or produced in court, or just to extract the facts about their whereabouts in the missing cases. On December 27, 1987, an armed squad of the CPI, ML, PW, abducted 7 Indian Administrative Service, IAS, officers, including the widely respected S.R. Sankaran, when they had gone into the interior in Gurthedu in East Godavari district to discuss the tribal welfare programs with the intended beneficiaries themselves. The armed squad, Dalam as it is locally called, promised to set the IAS officers free in return for the release of 8 of their comrades from Rajahmundry jail, and successfully got the state to do its bidding without causing any harm to the government officials. Officers like S.R. Sankaran were truly committed to tribal welfare, and so it seemed odd that the Dalam had picked on them. In fact, KS seemed to have made it a point later to emphasize that the Dalam would never have harmed those officers. Do you really think that we would have killed the IAS hostages if our prisoners were not released? No, we would have never done it. 20. Gurthedu merely reflected the helplessness of the Maoists in the face of the lawlessness of the repressive apparatus of the state and the failure of the judiciary to provide any redress. The police, too, seemed to have viewed it as such and took the cue to further step up its criminal ways of suppressing the Naxalite movement. The unlawful activity of the police thus got compounded, the enactment of the Terrorist and Disruptive Activities, Prevention, Act, TADA, in 1985 only emboldening them to engage in such acts with impunity. The numbers of encounter killings and deaths in police lock-ups of Naxalites went up significantly, and the cases of forced disappearance, Latin American-style missing, of Vilapula Venkateshwara, Gopagani Ilaya and Ravinder widely reported, were simply ignored, even as the APCLC demanded that the missing be produced in the courts. Indeed, a commando force, the Greyhounds, was created in 1989 to strengthen the state's repressive apparatus against the Naxalites, giving rise to apprehensions of an impending major crackdown. However, elections and electoral promises by the main opposition party to relax state repression and restore democratic rights if it came to power led to a change of government from the Telugu Desam to the Congress Party. In late 1989–early 1990, the new Congress government agreed to release political prisoners and allow the mass organizations to conduct open, legal political work. Massive demonstrations and rallies and huge public meetings organized by the mass organizations followed. When the question of peace talks came up, the party demanded the civil liberties and political rights that a regime claiming to be a liberal political democracy should have had no problem in granting, including the disbanding of the notorious Greyhounds, the commando force raised by the Andhra Pradesh police to eliminate the Maoists. But the state didn't relent. In the 10 years since the foundation of the CPI, ML, PW, there had been an unprecedented expansion of the party's mass base. A two-day RCS state-level conference in Warangal in May 1990 attracted about 1.2 million peasants at the public meeting organized on the second day, and the government was afraid to agree to peace talks lest the grant of democratic rights were to lead to a further consolidation and expansion of the movement. Thousands of acres of government land usurped by the landlords had already been seized and distributed among the poor peasants in North Telangana. Indeed, the process of occupation and distribution of landlords' padlands under the leadership of the RCS began in May 1990, and, in some cases, collective cultivation of such plots of land was also initiated. The RCS began running Praja Panchayats, with the Sanghams adjudicating in disputes at the village level. This was the landlord's prerogative earlier. Moreover, Sakeza came into its own in advancing the worker-peasant alliance. The movement was touching the lives of the common people in North Telangana in various ways: in the occupation of forest land, the increase in wages of the tender leaf pickers, diminution in the incidence of atrocities perpetrated by the landlords, and so on. The Naxalites organized the rural poor to grab and occupy the surplus and benami lands of the landlords and, in many cases, got lawyers and revenue officials to register the occupied lands. And they set up people's courts that handed out plebeian justice, this despite all the mistakes and the excesses that could be held against the plebeian judges presiding over these people's judicatures. Listen to the civil rights activist K. Balagopal who, while acknowledging the excesses, has this to say about the people's courts: there have been a large number of cases where disputes have been resolved and justice rendered in a fair and humane way. 21. The state was planning to launch another round of severe repression of the Maoist movement in counter-killings, missing, and the like, and anticipating this perhaps the party had no other choice but to tilt the balance between mass movement and armed struggle heavily in favor of the latter. There seemed to be no other way of defending the gains made over the decade just gone by. Select areas of the countryside of North Telangana and Dandakaranya, in the party's view, had to be turned into guerrilla zones. These generalized observations about the movement are drawn mainly from its practice in Karimnagar and Adilabad districts where it all began, Warangal, where KS began organizing the students from 1966, giving the movement a prominent part of its present leadership and cadre, as also Khammam. In Adilabad and Khammam, the winning of forest rights came to the fore. And in the Singarini collieries and industrial belt, Sakeza, in its heyday, had a membership of over 100,000 workers. The movement had also spread to the forest areas of East Godavari and Vishakhapatnam districts of Andhra Pradesh, and to Makangari and Korapat in the province of Orissa. In Andhra Pradesh, apart from the movement's strongholds in North Telangana, it had also made inroads into Nalgonda, Mahbubnagar, Medak and Rangareddy districts in South Telangana, and in the Nillamela hilly forest range, a section of the eastern Ghats, of Mahbubnagar, Guntur, Prakasam, Kurnool and Kadapa districts. Caste defines the culture of exploitation. The other major state where the Naxalite/Maoist movement made significant inroads was Bihar, where three parties led the way: the CPI, ML, Liberation, the CPI, ML, Party Unity, CPI, ML, PU, and the Maoist Communist Center, MCC, all of which had learned from the failures of the period 1967-75 and launched their respective mass organizations, hoping to gain a mass following. The movement led by the MCC and its mass organization, the Krantikari Kisan San, Revolutionary Peasant Association, first took off mainly in parts of the countryside in Gaya and Aurangabad, both then very large districts in what was then part of central Bihar, and in Hazaribagh and Giridih in the then southern part of the province, now part of the province of Jharkhand, and from there it spread to other districts. The struggles led by the CPI, ML, Pu, got off the ground in the districts of Gaya, especially in the Jehanabad subdivision of that district in central Bihar, and Palamu in the south, now one of the strongholds of the movement in the province of Jharkhand, and from there, they spread to other districts. It was in Palamu in June 1984 that the CPI, ML, PU, lost one of its most able leaders, Krishna Singh. He came from a poor peasant family and made his livelihood as a transport worker, general secretary of the Mazdoor Kisan Sangram Samiti, Worker Peasant Struggle Association, the party's mass organization, killed by an armed gang organized by Rajput landlords when the movement was in its initial stage. 22. The CPI, ML, liberation, had its roots in the heroic Bhajpur struggles of the first half of the 1970s, led by Subrato Datta, Jwahar. The formation of the Bihar Pradesh Kisan Sabha, BPKS, in February 1981 marked the start of the period of mass struggles it led. The following year witnessed the formation of the Indian People's Front, IPF, this when the party was underground, but which created an avenue for party members to gradually come above ground to engage in open political activity. The IPF also engaged in electoral politics, one of its leaders, Rameshwar Prasad, winning the Ara Lok Sabha seat in the 1989 parliamentary elections. In the 1990 Bihar Legislative Assembly elections the IPF won 7 seats, but in 1991-92 4 of its members of the Legislative Assembly defected to the Janata Dal, then leading the government with Lalu Prasad Yadav as chief minister. This was at the height of the political polarization around the issue of reservations for other backward classes in the wake of the implementation of the Mandal Commission's report. Then in 1994, the IPF was dissolved and the CPI, ML, Liberation, came above ground as a recognized political party of the left, similar to the CPM, which marked the beginning of the end of the party's Naxalite character as it finally managed to break out of the old theoretical strategic model of the Naxalite movement. 23 The CPI, ML, Liberation, has since been trying to put together an effective left confederation with the mainstream CPI and CPM, but with not much success so far. As regards the CPI, ML, PU, it was in the Jehanabad subdivision of Gaya district that the party launched its mass organization, the Mazdoor Kisan Sangram Samiti, MKSS, becoming a force to reckon with, this despite the political and economic clout of the mainly Kurmi, backward caste, rich peasants, and, new, landlords, and the support the latter got from the state's administrative and police wings. The Airwal massacre in April 1986 perhaps reflected the state's growing nervousness in the face of the rapid growth of the MKSS along class lines, with landless Dalit militants at the forefront. In the Airwal block of Jehanabad subdivision of Gaya district, a dispute was raging over a tiny piece of government land that was appropriated by a landlord but on which 9 landless households had set up their homesteads. The landlord had evicted them and constructed a wall around the land. The poor households got organized under the banner of MKSS, which, on April 19, 1986, led a morcha, rally, that demolished the wall and then proceeded for a public meeting in the compound of a nearby Gandhi library. But the gathering was fired upon in a highly indiscriminate, unnecessary, and unjustified manner, killing 21 persons. A local leader of the MKSS was taken into police custody and killed. But didn't the poor have a legitimate compulsion to occupy some land for housing themselves? 24 The political establishment and the police couldn't have cared less. The 3 main immediate objectives of the Naxalite movement in Bihar in the 1977 to 2003 period, indeed, the movement's achievements, were the seizure of illegally occupied land and its distribution among landless laborers and poor peasants, the assertion of human dignity, of the Dalits and the most backward castes, and the winning of higher wages. 25 In the aftermath of zamindari abolition, unsurprisingly, with adequate compensation, intermediaries of the zamindars and occupancy tenants, upper caste persons and some upper backward caste ones too, benefited from the acquisition of land ownership, apart from their illegal encroachment on land. The landless, if they were allotted any land by the government, were unable to take possession of it. There was a huge underreporting of tenancy, battery, Sharecropping, perhaps, in the 1980s, 35% of the cultivable land was under some form of tenancy, even though there had been a shift from batatery, tenancy, to wage labor. A person's identity was, however, invariably primarily conceived in terms of caste. Besides the utter economic deprivation of the landless laborers, importantly, they also suffered humiliation at the hands of the dominant castes. The Rajput and Bomahar caste landlords generally have an aggressive mentality, with a callous and intimidating attitude toward the landless laborers, and particularly with no concern for the dignity of women. As Professor Anand Chakravarti succinctly put it, albeit with respect to North Bihar, but valid in Central Bihar too, caste defined the culture of exploitation 26 landless Dalit laborers have, apart from a proletarian consciousness, Dalit awareness, stemming from the reality of their being considered untouchables, there is it, sense of human dignity, being violated all the time. The struggle for is it, including the fight against sexual abuse of Dalit women, has been a protracted one. Many landless Dalit laborers, being Naxalites themselves, had been able to organize armed defense of the Dalit tolas, hamlets, of their villages in the form of local militia with country-made weapons. But the typical Naxalite armed squad had to cover several villages as part of its assigned jurisdiction, in the process leaving many Dalit tolas vulnerable to attack. The upper caste landlords, given their links in the bureaucracy, the police, the political establishment and the judiciary, had openly organized senas, armies, but in reality, armed gangs, that committed atrocities against the Dalits once the latter stood up. These atrocities provoked Naxalite retaliation, in some instances almost matching the cruelty and brutality of the senas. Worthy of note was the Baram massacre of February 12, 1992, in the district of Gaya, by an armed group of the MCC, which came in search of Ramadar Singh, alias Diamond, the supreme commander of a Sena of Bomahar landlords called the Savarna Liberation Front. Not finding their target, the MCC armed group singled out 37 men, note, male adults only, of the Bomahar caste, supporters of the Savarna Liberation Front, and hacked them to death in a most gruesome manner, this in retribution for the main Barasimha massacre of December 1991 in which men of the Savarna Liberation Front killed 10 Dalits who were supporters of the MCC. So intense was the resentment of the Dalits that a prime accused in the Baram massacre, Bihari Manyahi, an MCC activist, reportedly told a journalist, the character certificate of Bara's menfolk should be obtained from the Harijan women of the area. 27 Dalit Naxalites feel the same sense of outrage, the same sense of indignation as ordinary Dalits feel. The need to take revenge for the atrocities committed on Dalits is all-consuming. They share the same set of standards that ordinary Dalits have of what is just retribution in the face of such barbarities, and the MCC seemed to go along with them in such situations. Nevertheless, the Bomahars in Bihar are certainly not all casteist landlords. In the villages, there are Bomahar landlords, but there are also Bomahars who are small landowners. Of course, they consider it below their dignity to labor in the fields, especially plowing the land, and as a result of their caste loyalty, they are politically on the same side as the big landowners of their caste. In urban areas, Bomahars can be professionals, teachers, bureaucrats, judges, factory workers, coal miners, and even loading mazdors. In other words, the caste-class correlation is not a simple one. The MCC should have been trying to win over the poorer sections of the upper castes. Instead, its action only strengthened the caste divide. A sharp division between the poorer sections of the upper castes and the Dalits makes the goal of land to the tiller and legitimate decentralized political power to the revolutionary committees of the poor peasants and landless laborers part of the party's agrarian program non-viable. Caste divides the exploited all along its ranks. Why only the upper castes, even the upper backward castes like the Kermis, the small landowners among them, whom the CPI, ML, PU, SMKSS had brought into its fold, harbored the usual prejudices about the Dalits, and this adversely affected the internal harmony that has been so essential to effective organizational functioning. The Dalits in the MKSS, identified mainly as Musahars and Duzits, resented the influence the Kermis began to wield in the MKSS.28. They, however, wanted the armed squads of the CPI, ML, PU, of which they too were a part, to continue to defend the Dalit Tolas from the landlord Senas. The latter, at that time in the 1980s and the early 1990s, were the Bhumi Sena, of the Kermi landlords, the Lorik Sena, of the Yadav landlords, the Brahmarshi Sena, of the Bhumahar landlords, the Sunlight Sena, of the Rajput landlords, and the Savarna Liberation Front, of the Bhumahar landlords. Many massacres were carried out by the Senas, examples of which include the Baithani Tola, Laxmanpur Baith, and Shankar Bigha massacres. On July 11, 1996, at about 1 p.m., 150 armed men of the Ranveer Sena, formed in 1994 by affluent landlords of the upper castes, entered Baithani Tola, in Bhajapur district, and killed 20 persons, Dalits and Muslims, 11 of them women and 9 children, including an infant. 14 years later, a sessions court in Ara convicted 23 Ranveer Sena men, but on April 26, 2012, the Patna High Court acquitted all the accused, citing unreliable evidence, and almost mocking the witnesses. 29. On December 1, 1997, in the dead of night, around 100 armed goons of the Ranveer Sena entered Laxmanpur Baith, in the Airwal block, after crossing the river Sone, and attacked and killed 58 Dalits, 27 women among the dead, 8 of whom were pregnant, 16 children, the youngest, a 1-year-old, eliminating or seriously injuring almost all the residents of the Dalit Tola. Many years later, on October 9, 2013, the Patna High Court acquitted all the 26 accused in a reversal of the decision of the lower court, this on the grounds that the witnesses were unreliable. Again, on January 25, 1999, in the dead of night, Ranveer Sena men killed 23 persons in Shankar Bigha, Jehanabad district, all of them from landless labour households, most of them Dalits, 5 women, 7 children, including an infant. On January 14, 2015, a trial court in Jehanabad acquitted all the 24 accused members of the Ranveer Sena. It may be noted that the Ranveer Sena had proudly claimed to have carried out the massacre, and all the 49 witnesses, out of fear, had turned hostile, declaring that they were unable to identify the accused. 30. That these massacres took place in the context of one or the other radical left party, the MCC, the CPI, ML, PU, which merged with the CPI, ML, PW, in August 1998, or the CPI, ML, Liberation, organizing and leading the Dalits in their struggle for it must be kept in mind, besides the fact that the Ranveer Sena had friends in high places. The bias of the police in investigating these massacres, in the inadequate evidence it made available in the prosecution of the cases, is also evident. But, more important, a commission appointed in the wake of the Laxmanpur Baith massacre, headed by retired Justice Amir Das, was disbanded by the Nitish Kumar government in 2006 when word came that it was going to name certain politicians who patronized the Ranveer Sena, some of whom were Kumar's allies in the state government, particularly, the then Deputy Chief Minister Sushil Kumar Modi of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and a senior leader of that party, Murli Manohar Joshi. Moreover, a sting operation carried out by investigative journalists of the website Cobra Post has unearthed evidence to suggest that the Ranveer Sena was able to procure sophisticated, albeit rejected, weapons of the Indian Army. It could swing this deal because of a recommendation made to the Indian Army by the then Prime Minister of India, Chandrasekhar, sometime during November 1990–June 1991.31. The powerful upper caste landlords of Bihar thus had not only the police and the courts on their side, but also sections of the political establishment, including a prime minister, whom the Indian Army listened to and made available sophisticated, albeit rejected, weapons that it knew were going to be used against the Naxalites and their Dalit supporters. Moreover, the shift in the power structure of the state at the provincial level from the upper castes to the upper backward castes seems to have not been of any benefit to the Dalits. Despite the concrete tactical advances that the Maoist/Naxalite movement has made in addressing the caste class reality of oppression and exploitation, atrocities against the Dalits have been ongoing. The younger, politically more conscious generation of Dalits has rejected their community's social and political subordination to the upper and upper backward caste landowners and has even refused to be submissive to the leaders of the political parties controlled by them. The upper and upper backward caste landowners cannot countenance such anti-caste, democratic assertion on the part of the Dalits, and they have, from time to time, organized gruesome assaults on Dalits to reassert their class caste domination. Besides the caste Hindu landowners' attacks on Dalit landless labourers in Bihar, the Karam Chetu and Chunder killings of Dalits in Andhra Pradesh, the former, on July 17, 1985, organized, by Kama caste landowners in the village of Karam Chetu in Prakasam district, and the latter, on August 6, 1991, organized, by Reddy caste landowners in the village of Chunder in Guntur district are both reflective of the fact that the various caste Hindu landowners cannot countenance any independent political assertion by the Dalits of their basic democratic aspirations. 32A section of the younger generation of Dalits has been taking pride in its newfound political identity derived from the memory of B.R. Ambedkar, one of the principal architects of the Indian Constitution. Alternatively, another section of this generation of Dalits has been uncompromisingly struggling to win its democratic rights after having joined the Naxalite mass organizations. The caste Hindu landowners have found such independent forms of democratic assertion on the part of the Dalits impossible to stomach and have periodically subjected the Dalits to an unprecedented degree of brutal violence as vengeance against those propagating the goal of annihilation of caste. But precisely at this time when the revolutionary forces needed most to jointly confront the aggressive onslaughts of the caste Hindu landowners on the Dalit landless labourers, the 1990s witnessed internecine clashes between the revolutionary forces, both in Bihar and in Andhra Pradesh. In Bihar, incidents of such internecine hostilities multiplied, between the MCC and the CPI, ML, liberation, and later in the decade and in the early 2000s, also between the CPI, ML, PW, and MCC, mainly due to each of these parties' insistence on carving out exclusive zones of influence in districts where all three or at least two of them were active. Similar clashes over territory had taken place in pockets of Andhra Pradesh between CPI, ML, PW, and CPI, ML, Janashakti, the latter, then led by one of the late Chandra Pula Reddy's followers. Such internecine clashes, in some cases even resulting in loss of lives on both sides, suggest an intolerance unbecoming to parties struggling to bring about a new democratic India, and constitute a black chapter in the history of the Maoist/Naxalite movement in India, as MCC and CPI, ML, PW, have suggested later in a reflective moment of self-criticism. That the Naxalites were engaging in such fratricidal politics must have made the counterinsurgency ecstatic. Full-scale counterinsurgency. In the early 1990s, with the spread and deepening of the movement in Bihar and Andhra Pradesh, and the links that the Andhra Maoists were establishing with their Bihar counterparts, 33 the Union Home Ministry in New Delhi was alarmed. A nodal cell and a joint command of operations were established, and in December 1991 more battalions of the Central Paramilitary Forces were deployed in North Telangana and in Dandakaranya. Even the Border Security Force and the Indo-Tibetan Border Police were brought in. Full-scale counterinsurgency became the order of the day, the encircling and attacking of a village or a group of villages, setting up organized retaliation against the Maoists in the form of vigilante groups masquerading as rival mass organizations, for instance, in Bastar, the Jan Jagran Abhayans, and use of rehabilitation funds to build a network of informers targeting party leaders for assassination. In North Telangana, many comrades were killed in this manner, but their funeral processions attracted thousands, even tens of thousands of people. The party's armed squads fought back, and it was decided that the lands that had been occupied but left fallow would be cultivated again. What followed, as the CPI, ML, PW, had anticipated, was a banning of the party and its mass organizations, this on May 21, 1992, when the government realized that the Naxalites were indeed a political force to reckon with, and if allowed to grow, the movement with its expanding mass base would sweep the ruling politics completely. The open political activity of Sakazas ceased, after 1992, with barbaric repression. Maoist/Naxalite politics could only be clandestine, and even this was crushed with an iron heel. 34. Infiltration of police agents into the party and its mass organizations was also a matter of grave concern, and the fear and suspicion that this possibility aroused also brought on some unintended consequences, very tragic ones that caused deep anguish, not only among the Maoists but also among those who placed high hopes in them. In February 1992, Sarala, a young woman wanting to take part in the revolutionary movement, got in touch with an armed squad of the party in Nizamabad. She was later suspected of being an informer and was killed by one of the party's activists, but upon further investigation, it was found that her intentions were bona fide. She was without blemish. This evoked a sense of deep anguish within the party. However, seeking pardon from Sarala's family and the people didn't diminish the damage that had already been done. The party surely needed to take account of all the consequences, immediate, medium, and long term, of its violent actions, easy to suggest but hard to practice, especially in the face of the state's growing lawlessness. In fact, the CPI, ML, PW, was left with no other option but to resist state lawlessness with its own brand of unruliness and disorder. On January 30, 1993, the party kidnapped a tribal member of the Legislative Assembly and 7 government officials, promising to set them free if the government released one of its leaders, Kranti Ranadev, from Warangal jail. The police put all the pressure they could on the political establishment to treat this as purely a law and order problem. But, given the manner of functioning of the political establishment, expediency ultimately prevailed, and the APCLC, whom the Maoists trusted, was allowed to intervene on the terms set out by the Maoists, to get the hostages freed, even though the release of Ranadev had to await some legal formalities, and the APCLC was left to ensure that these were completed. The police, of course, viewed the swap as a setback, and demanded, and got, more powers, more resources, more infrastructural facilities. 35. But in July 1996, in a High Court judgment on a Tada case involving Naxalites, Justice M. N. Rao commented that even as left-wing extremism is viewed as a problem by the administration, it is increasingly perceived as a solution to their problems by the alienated masses. The judgment, recognizing Naxalites as contributing to a solution of the people's problems, called for an immediate cessation of police encounters and violence by the Naxalites, and asked for a meaningful search for a permanent solution. 36 Subsequently, a committee of concerned citizens made concerted efforts to bring the government and the Naxalites to peace talks. In spite of these developments, however, in December 1999, the government executed the infamous Koyur encounter where 3 Central Committee members of the CPI, ML, PW, Nala Adi Reddy, Shyam, Aram Reddy, Santosh Reddy, Mahesh, and Seelam Naresh, Murali, were picked up in Bangalore, brought to Hyderabad, tortured and killed, and their bodies thrown in a Karimnagar forest to make it appear as if they were killed in a real encounter, the police even killing a militant from a nearby village, to make its version seem more credible. When the CPI, ML, PW, retaliated by killing the state's home minister in a landmine blast in March 2000, the state government offered to initiate the peace process. The preconditions for the initiation of the peace process put forward by the CPI, ML, PW, insisted that the government in office, with whom the party was going to talk, having taken an oath of office to stand by the constitution and the law, must adhere to that pledge made to the people. But the party was castigated by so-called public intellectuals as presenting unreasonable demands and preconditions. Basically, whenever the Maoists have come to talks, they have viewed this as an opportunity to articulate some of the real issues, those relating to land to the tiller and livelihoods. There's liberation, too, which the Maoist movement is fighting for, but this involves the overthrow of the existing exploitative and oppressive system to bring in an egalitarian social order, which, of course, cannot be the subject of talks. 37. Mass organizations and the mass line. The mass organizations, however, cannot retain their mass character when they are banned and repressed. The RSU was virtually pushed underground following the first round of state repression in 1985. A number of its student leaders were murdered in cold blood. Its Go to the Village campaigns, organized jointly with the RYL, ceased. Its successes in student body elections and its public meetings on campus became a thing of the past. The RSU now attracted only the most intrepid. It held its meetings in closed-door classrooms with barely a score of students in attendance. The civil liberties activist K. Balagopal, one of the most insightful analysts of the movement, claimed that it was the authoritarianism of the CPI, ML, PW, that had undermined its mass base 38, but one must also acknowledge that the state's counterinsurgency had instilled the fear of death in the minds of the movement's supporters, and they withdrew from active participation in the party's mass organizations. Balagopal's criticism of the CPI, ML, PW, for its authoritarian mode of functioning, however, needs a different kind of probing. The party makes it clear that the orientation of its mass organizations will be according to the strategy of the protracted People's War PPW. 39. Thus their purpose is to serve the war. The forms of mass organization and mass struggle then have to change in tune with the advance or retreat of the armed struggle. The party stresses how the armed struggle and the mass struggle need each other to mutually advance in tandem, stating that even when the mass organizations were forced underground, people's participation continued to grow, which I think is not the case, for this does not correspond to the reality of North Telangana from the latter half of the 1980s to 2003. State repression ultimately suppressed the mass character of the party's mass organizations. The party policy is basically to ensure that the mass organizations linked to it facilitate and ensure that the political consciousness of the masses is brought to a level where the people accept the revolutionary positions adopted by the party. The party claims that it does this by following the mass line. Still, there are elements of an authoritarian mode of functioning, indeed, of undemocratically controlling the mass organizations, that has been written into the very constitution of the party. We quote the relevant article thus: 40. The party fractions shall be formed in the executive committees of mass organizations. Party fractions will guide the executive committees of the mass organizations adopting suitable method in accordance with the correct concrete situation. Fraction will function secretly. The opinions of party committee/member guiding the fraction shall be considered as final opinion. Emphasis ours. If fraction committee members have any difference of opinion, they will send their opinions in writing to the concerned party committee/higher committee. The concerned party committees shall guide fraction committees of different mass organizations at their own level. Thus, this article effectively gives the party the right to violate the autonomy of the non-party leaders of the mass organizations. Mao had this to say about cooperating with non-party persons. 41. There is an article in the administrative program of the Shenxi-Kansu-Ningxia border region which stipulates that communists should cooperate democratically with non-party people and must not act arbitrarily or keep everything in their own hands. It is directed precisely at the comrades who still fail to understand the party's policy. A communist must never be opinionated or domineering, and lord it over others. Communist Party members should be among the people and with them and must not set themselves above them. Members of the Assembly and comrades, this Communist Party principle of democratic cooperation with non-party people is fixed and unalterable. My emphasis. Setting oneself above non-party persons and, in effect, issuing party directives to them is commandism, and failing to gain the support of non-party leaders of the mass organizations is practicing isolationism. Indeed, the party will do well to remember that during the Cultural Revolution, the Chinese Maoists held that privileges derived from one's position in the party are no less damaging than those originating in private property rights over the means of production. In fact, this failure on the part of the party to adhere to Maoist principle has cost the party dear. Without mass support, an objectively weaker guerrilla army could never ultimately defeat the objectively stronger Indian armed police and army. It is here that the intelligence advantage counts. The party's web of intelligence that derives from forging close relations with the people and infiltrating the Indian state's ranks. If the guerrilla army was able to successfully set up ambushes, concentrate and disperse the guerrillas as and when required, know when to avoid engaging the state's armed police and when to throw oneself into such confrontations, and how to beat a retreat when that armed police launched a mopping-up campaign, all these were largely due to the party's intelligence advantage that comes from being close to the people. But this intelligence advantage can be sustained if and only if the party follows the mass line. Maoism, like Leninism, is skeptical of the efficacy of mass spontaneity. At the core of organization is party leadership. The leadership of the CPI, ML, PW, not only had to embody a superior understanding of Maoism but correctly apply it under Indian conditions, for which it also had to correctly grasp the dynamics of Indian society. It was only then that it could formulate the correct line, a set of programs and policies that prove their validity beyond the short term. The question has been how the leadership should arrive at the correct line. Mao's classic exposition is as follows: 42. In all the practical work of our party, all correct leadership is necessarily from the masses, to the masses. This means, take the ideas of the masses, scattered and unsystematic ideas, and concentrate them, through study turn them into concentrated and systematic ideas, then go to the masses and propagate and explain these ideas until the masses embrace them as their own, hold fast to them and translate them into action, and test the correctness of these ideas in such action. Then once again concentrate ideas from the masses and once again go to the masses so that the ideas are persevered in and carried through. And so on, over and over again in an endless spiral, with the ideas becoming more correct, more vital, and richer each time. Maoism is thus against the imposition of Marxist-Leninist formulae without a detailed knowledge of the situation on the ground. As seems evident, the very formulation of the correct line requires the party to rely on mass participation, and in doing so, avoid the errors of tailism, going by whatever the masses want irrespective what the party has in mind, and commandism, enforcing what the party believes is the right thing to do or achieve irrespective of the level of the people's consciousness. But as parts of North Telangana and Dandakaranya turned into guerrilla zones, and life in these zones turned precarious in the face of intense state repression, what took a back seat was the application of the mass line. At the core of the state's repressive apparatus directed against the Maoists were the Special Intelligence Bureau, SIB, of the Andhra Pradesh Police and their armed hatchet men called Greyhounds. The former have been the plainclothes sleuths and murderers deployed to apprehend and kill Naxalites, their sympathizers, and whoever else is perceived as obstructing the anti-Naxalite operations of the police. The latter, a specially trained and equipped anti-guerrilla police force, had been created specifically to eliminate the Naxalites, not by the process of any known law but by the lawless norms of arbitrary power. The National Human Rights Commission had proved totally ineffective, the executive magistrate's inquiries were worthless, and the authorities heaped nothing but scorn upon the investigations of the APLC. The Naxalites of the CPI, ML, PW, responded with landmines, for these, they felt, were an effective means of retribution. How else could they have come down with a heavy hand on the repressive apparatus of the state that was committing more and more gruesome acts to eliminate them and was doing so as a matter of deliberate political policy? 43. Nevertheless, despite the brutal state repression, and consequent difficulties in practicing the mass line, one of the main achievements of the CPI, ML, PW, in the guerrilla zone of North Telangana was that it transformed class power relations. A section of the workers, the poor peasants and landless laborers, Dalits, and the tribal people had stood up. They now had a voice of their own, with the courage to speak out against the oppression and the exploitation, fight against their domination. The guerrillas and the people. The Maoist guerrillas fought heroically. The Padkal encounter 44 of September 1993 is one instance, the collective memory of it is part of Naxalite folklore. A 5-person armed squad in a shelter in Padkal village in the Sernapalli area of Nizamabad district was surrounded by armed police who initially took 2 of the women comrades hostage but soon killed them in an act of vengeance. The 3 remaining comrades battled it out. One of them was fatally injured, but squad commander Swami and his comrade Kranti continued to retaliate. It was now 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They'd been in combat since last evening. The Director General of Police came and asked them to surrender, promising safe passage. Kranti surrendered, but Swami, nevertheless, single-handedly battled the enemy. The injured comrade, unable to bear the pain anymore, pulled the trigger on himself. It was now 7 p.m. The police set the house on fire. Swami took a dead policeman's AK-47 and with a burst of firepower charged out of the shelter and escaped. He had not had a drop of water in 24 hours, the people gave their Anna, an affectionate and respectful epithet, water but, terrified, asked him to leave. Covering himself with cow dung, Swami hid all night in a garbage dump. An elderly woman found him in the morning, fed him, and then informed him that the police had killed Kranti. She helped him hide all day, then disguised and took him by a safe route into the forest as night fell. We are reminded of what Mao wrote in On Guerrilla Warfare. Many people think it impossible for guerrillas to exist for long in the enemy's rear. Such a belief reveals lack of comprehension of the relationship that should exist between the people and the troops. 45. The close relation between the people and the guerrillas of the CPI, ML, PW, was also evident in the building and rebuilding of the martyrs' columns. There has been a running battle between the police and the people as regards these columns. The people build them, and then the police break them, but the people restore the columns, provoking the police to demolish them again. In the last week of July, Martyrs' Week, Chiru Mazumdar was martyred on July 28, 1972. Public meetings have been held at these memorials, the guerrillas planting mines at the approach roads to the columns to prevent the police from disrupting the proceedings. And, in the wake of encounter killings, when the APCLC brought each of them to light, people marched to the police station to claim the martyr's body, not allowing the police to surreptitiously dispose of it, and then took out massive funeral processions with cries of Amar Ra. The comrade's name, Johar Amare Jeevai. The comrade's name, and comrade, Lal Salam filling the air. Guerrilla warfare in the absence of base areas. With growing armed resistance, the balance between the populist participatory politics of the mass organizations and guerrilla warfare shifted inevitably in the direction of the latter. The beginning of the new millennium witnessed the formation of a People's Guerrilla Army, PGA, in December 2000. Armed conflict between the state's paramilitary forces and the guerrilla army now became the principal front of struggle in the guerrilla zones in North Telangana and in Dandakaranya. The guerrilla forces were now no longer merely organized as people's militia and guerrilla squads, platoons and companies were put together under decentralized command. The counterinsurgency forces now aimed to wipe out the platoons and companies of the PGA with ever larger encirclement and suppression campaigns, and the PGA, in turn, launched tactical counter-offensives. The PGA retreated with the advance of the enemy, raided the enemy and captured weapons when the enemy camped, in North Telangana and Dandakaranya, for it had to rely mainly on the enemy for its supply of arms. But what ultimately determined the guerrillas' staying power in North Telangana and Dandakaranya was the extent to which they could get the support of the people. To what extent did the people keep the guerrillas informed of enemy troop movements, feed and house them, sabotage the enemy's military advantage, join the guerrilla forces? It must be said of the CPI, ML, PW, mass organizations unlike those of the parliamentary left or the other mainstream political parties who organize mass support to bring progressive reform that their popular mobilizations were, indeed, intended to precipitate a crisis of the state, to progressively weaken state power. 46 The state came down on these mobilizations with the kind of brutal insensitivity that successive governments exhibited in Andhra Pradesh over more than 3 decades after. The emergency was lifted in 1977, beginning with the crackdown, as we have seen, in Sirsila and Yakshal taluks in Karimnagar district in October 1978. In response to this, increasingly, in retaliation, the CPI, ML, PW, enhanced its military power. The state, in turn, readjusted its tactics, more brutal and deadlier than before, and thereby provoked a modification of the CPI, ML, PW's response. What ensued was a sequence of moves and counter-moves, where the party anticipated the state's moves in advance, in keeping with its perspective of building a guerrilla zone. Encounter killings and cases of missing went up. The Maoists responded with kidnappings of state officials and mainstream party politicians. Police camped in the villages. The party's platoons raided some of these camps. The combing operations of the security forces were stepped up. The landmines, remotely controlled by the guerrillas, instilled the fear of death in the marauders. More greyhounds and fortified police stations came into existence. Platoons and companies of guerrillas with more sophisticated armaments were organized. The spiral proceeded upwards. In such a situation, what the party desperately needed was the establishment of base areas, self-administered, liberated areas, miniature new democratic republics of the revolutionary forces, albeit under siege, but serving as places of refuge and remobilization for the guerrilla army. What are the ideal locations for base areas? First, the area chosen must have a history of peasant struggles against colonialism and semi-feudalism. Second, preferably, the area chosen should be one where political instability has been the norm. Third, the area must be able to exert political influence over important adjoining provinces. 47 Fourth, areas at the confluence of more than two provincial boundaries are preferred for obvious reasons. Fifth, the terrain must be favorable for the guerrillas from the military point of view. Sixth, the area must be favorable and big enough to practice economic self-sufficiency. Indeed, one can now infer as to why the old Bastar district of Madhya Pradesh was chosen by the CPI, ML, PW, in 1981 as a possible favorable site for the establishment of a base area. The Bumkal rebellion of 1910 might have been an important determinant. Besides the favorable terrain, economic self-sufficiency, the contiguity with Khammam and Warangal in North Telangana, provincial boundaries to the east, the south and the west of the district, and at a part of the southern tip, with both Andhra Pradesh and Orissa. Nevertheless, the problem, from the Maoist perspective of progress in the PPW, is that they have not been able to turn any of the guerrilla zones into base areas. It will be impossible to advance the ongoing guerrilla war or the further spread of guerrilla zones without the establishment of base areas. In the plains areas, which are less suitable for guerrilla warfare and the establishment of guerrilla zones, the higher guerrilla units of the guerrilla army have been unable to continue their operations and have gradually had to move to the forest and hilly areas. Some of the existing guerrilla zones are potential candidates for transformation into base areas, but the enemy must be defeated there and the organs of political power have to then be established, a formidable task in the face of severe repression. The counterinsurgency is, of course, intended to turn existing guerrilla zones back into white areas where the writ of a relatively stable, reactionary government runs. And even if the Maoists were to turn one of the guerrilla zones into a base area, there is no guarantee that it will remain one. That is, it can revert back to a guerrilla zone or even a white area. From the Maoist point of view, if they create and sustain a few base areas, the PPW will be able to sustain itself over a long period. In the absence of base areas, the Maoist guerrilla army will not last long or grow. In guerrilla parlance, the base areas are its essential rear. There has been another aspect of the imperative to establish base areas, the sustenance of mass support. Difficult as it surely is, it has been imperative for the party and its mass organizations to undertake economic development in the midst of the revolution, for the workers, the poor, and landless peasants, and the semi-proletariat cannot be expected to put up with their abysmal living conditions over decades. But this can only take place on a relatively stable basis with the establishment of base areas, which the party has not been able to bring about, and the longer this adverse situation persists, the greater the chances of a withering away of the movement's support base. However, within the guerrilla zones in North Telangana and Dandakaranya, the Maoists have carved out their own domains in particular stretches, which they call guerrilla bases, and it is these that serve as a sort of rear, and where, in a very rudimentary form, new democracy and the Maoist model of base area development has been practiced. The primary unit of people's power in the guerrilla base has been the Gram Rajya, Village Administration, Committee. At a higher level, there have been area revolutionary people's committees. Difficult as it surely has been to undertake economic construction in any guerrilla base in the midst of the class war all around in the guerrilla zone, the rudimentary Janathana Sarkars, people's governments, set up over there have taken up the responsibility to develop the productive forces, the material means of production and human capabilities, in agriculture, irrigation, fisheries, and small industry, and undertake development programs in the areas of health, education, etc., all of this activity through the establishment of cooperatives and mutual aid arrangements. Maoist resistance in retrospect, 2003. How then, in retrospect and in terms of the perspective outlined earlier, should Spring Thunder, Phase 2, of Maoist resistance, covering the period 1977-2003, be looked at? Viewed in this light, there are three distinctive goals: independence, development, and revolution. Independence is not merely what it has meant for Indian big business and its political representatives' expansion of the Indian state's room for maneuver in the world capitalist system, with some bargaining power vis-a-vis the ruling imperialist powers. Development/modernization of the capitalist kind has been steered by the Indian big business state multinational bloc since 1957. But, from a new democratic perspective, both real independence and genuine development require a revolution, defined by the aspirations of the exploited, the dominated, and the oppressed classes. These yearnings were expressed in various forms right from the colonial period in the many peasant and tribal peoples' rebellions, which eventually metamorphosed into an ongoing revolution in the wake of Naxalbari, promising the poor peasants and tribal people equal access to farmland, forests, and the commons to them and the workers, hitherto unparalleled relative equality. In Maoist parlance, what the Naxalites set out to bring about is new democratic revolution. The main targets of such a revolution are imperialism, caste-based semi-feudalism, and comprador big business. Their defeat is expected to make capitalism more compatible with democracy, and thus create the ground for transition to socialism. The path chosen for the struggle to attain new democracy is protracted people's war, involving first a gradual area-wise political winning over of the vast Indian countryside, followed by the same, albeit rapidly, in the cities. In 1995, the CPI, ML, PW, added another target. Patriarchy had to be confronted head-on and overcome in the course of the new democratic revolution. Spring Thunder, Phase 2, was a period when the rebels of Phase I, defeated but still refusing to submit to injustice and exploitation, acquired a level of intelligent, dignified commitment to their cause, becoming thereby more difficult to subjugate. They were now ready to go on even in the face of impossible odds. Indeed, by the beginning of the new millennium, the CPI, ML, PW, had put together a people's guerrilla army. Unlike during Spring Thunder, Phase I, the Maoists now had well-founded, dependable political organizations, the CPI, ML, PW, CPI, ML, PU, which merged with the former in 1998, and the MCC. But the Indian state, Indian big business, and the MNCs, and the political regime were far from being structurally weak, and the international context was no longer opportune. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, the sidelining of Maoist development strategy by the post-Mao Chinese Communist Party, and Washington's resort to naked imperialism, a real revolution in any country in the periphery of the world capitalist system now seemed hard to even conceive of, let alone bring about, compared to the 1968 period when the feasibility of radical change was palpable. Looking back over the period 1977-2003, the retreating survivors of Spring Thunder, Phase I, had regrouped in the form of CPI, ML, PW, and MCC and staged a major resurgence. This renewal came about through the building of a network of people's support in some backward areas where the local structures of the Indian state were relatively more vulnerable. It was the combination of their mass organizations and people's guerrilla armies, to the extent that the two could complement each other while facing severe state repression, which accounted for the sustenance of the PPW, a long, painstaking process that got off the ground in the new millennium. Its viability depended on the unification of the two revolutionary forces, the CPI, ML, PW, and the MCC, which finally came about in 2004 after a resolution of the thorniest issues that had kept them divided. Maoist resistance had bred state terror, which in turn had bred fresh resistance, and unified resistance was slated to bring on extreme state terror. There have been moments of little triumphs interspersed as these have been with the many traumas that the Maoists and their supporters have experienced, and a long, thoughtful and restrained view of history seemed to be now, in 2003, asserting itself. A political geography of the Maoist movement in 2003 would include the following areas, grouped in different ways, keeping in mind that the two main Maoist parties, the CPI, ML, PW, and the MCC, were trying to build their respective areas of influence into contiguous domains of struggle with each area influencing the other. In Dandakaranya, the forest area situated in the border and adjoining tribal districts of the states of Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, and Orissa on the Andhra-Orissa border, parts of the border districts of Andhra with Orissa, Khammam, East Godavari, Vishakhapatnam, Vizianagaram, and Srikakulam, and parts of those of Orissa with Andhra, Malkangiri, Korapat, Rayagada, Gajapati, and Ganjam, and in Maharashtra, parts of the districts of Chandrapur and Gadchirali, contiguous with the districts of Adilabad and Karimnagar in North Telangana, and also Bandara. In Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, especially in parts of the districts of North Telangana, Nizamabad, Adilabad, Karimnagar, Warangal, and Khammam, and, apart from the districts bordering Orissa, in parts of 7 other districts, East Godavari, Guntur, Prakasam, Kurnool, Mahbubnagar, Nalgonda, and Medak. In Chhattisgarh, the then districts of Dantewada, Bastar, and Kankar. In Bihar, parts of the districts of Rohtas, Aurangabad, Gaya, Airwal, Jehanabad, Putna, Nalanda, Nawada, Jamui, and Munger. In Jharkhand, parts of the districts of Garewa, Palamu, Lohardaga, Gumla, West Singhbhum, East Singhbhum, Bokaro, Dhanbad, Giridih, Kodarma, and Chitra, and in Orissa, besides parts of the districts bordering the then Andhra Pradesh, parts of the districts of Sundargarh, Mayurbanj, Sambalpur, Jajpur, Kandhamal, Nayagarh, and Nabarangpur. There was an absence of Maoist politics or little of any significant consequence in Punjab and Haryana, in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Kerala, in Gujarat, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, and in Uttarakhand, Assam, and the rest of the northeast. In West Bengal, quiet underground work, the long, patient organizational work that precedes the firing of the first shots, as Ho Chi Minh would have put it, amongst ordinary Adivasis and Mulvasis, lower backward castes, in the Lalgarh and surrounding blocks of the district of West Midnapore was underway, beginning in the late 1990s. In the areas of feverish activity, with Andhra Pradesh as the fountainhead, the movement went through ups and downs, recovering but again suffering serious losses. A serious setback came in Andhra Pradesh in 2001-03 success of the counterinsurgency from which the movement did recover, but only partially, and then, beginning January 2005, it suffered a devastating reversal. We might well ask, with the party forced to focus more on the military rather than the political, was the entry of new cadre over time, especially after 1990, marked by a lower level of understanding of correct Maoist political practice, the main cause of its added vulnerability? Did this enable the APSUB, the Andhra Pradesh Police's elite intelligence unit, to successfully infiltrate the party's political structure? No one will ever know for sure, but the systematic elimination of the top leadership of the Andhra Pradesh State Committee of the party from 2005 onward suggests that there may be an element of truth in this hunch. What explains, apart from the fear of brutal state repression, the inactivity, the quiescence of the party's mass base in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh? Repeatedly, reformist illusions prevailed in election after election. The electorate seemed to have been time and again building castles in the air that if the government in power had failed, the opposition when it came to power in the next election would serve the people's interests and advance the development agenda. Even now, the Maoist movement is yet to recover in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. 5. India's 1989 financial aristocracy and government up on march. The law locks up the man or woman who steals a goose from off the common, but leaves the greater villain loose. Who steals the common from the goose? 15th century anonymous. Fact of the matter verse. We have broken the hillsides. We have crushed stones. We have built projects with our blood as granite. Whose is the toil? And whose is the wealth? A stanza of the poem Songs of Justice by Sharabanda Raju. Globally, 1968 was a decade of rebellion marked by demonstrations, social unrest, and violence directed against ruling establishments and against established communist, with a capital C, and social democratic parties, and, in the Third World, against parties that had led the nationalist movements. New left revolutionary humanism was in the air, political expediency evoked derision, youth, in political ferment, accused the established left of conniving with the establishment and neglecting the truly wretched of the earth. In sharp contrast, November 9, 1989, the day German Democratic Republic government officials opened the Berlin Wall, marked the beginning of a period of capitalist triumphalism. 1989, a chapter that lasted, internationally, until the great financial crisis of 2008. Regime change had already been accomplished in Hungary and Poland, and the reunification of Germany was formally concluded in October 1990, leading to the disintegration of the Soviet bloc. The formal dissolution of the Soviet Union itself followed in December 1991, inaugurating the reconstruction of Russia on capitalist lines. Principally, 1989 marked the victory of the U.S. ruling class in the Cold War with the Soviet Union, which was the main aim of U.S. foreign policy ever since 1917. The Soviet bloc had barely disintegrated when the Gulf War, August 1990–February 1991, provided the U.S. ruling class the opportunity of repairing the tarnished image of a giant with feet of clay that the United States had received as a legacy of the Vietnam War, and it did this by bombing Iraq, a third world country, back into the pre-industrial age. This was an implicit threat to all other nationalist third world countries to fall in line, for the elimination of the Soviet Union as a source of support for anti-imperialist aspirations one now meant that the earlier Cold War constraints no longer applied. Moreover, with the collapse of the so-called socialist bloc, Leninism, already considerably tarnished by Stalinist practice, stood further discredited in the public eye. In addition, social democracy's anti-communist role in Western Europe became fully irrelevant. In the Third World, the parties that led the national liberation or independence movements had by now been thoroughly discredited, and they quickly climbed onto the new bandwagon in town capitalist triumphalism. Eastern Europe and the countries of the former Soviet Union witnessed a drive to privatize state property. In Russia, for instance, privatization of state-owned industrial enterprises and mines, forests, and a whole range of natural resources, including oil and gas, was accomplished even before a proper bourgeois state and independent judiciary were in place. 2 Overnight, big business oligarchs appeared where just yesterday there were no capitalists, this through a grab-what-you-can-for-yourself process. The capitalists in the making, it seemed, even drafted many of the privatization decrees themselves, eventually managing to legalize the private grabbing of state/public property. A Russian proletariat was also created, overnight. The workers who earlier owned their jobs, and had rights to housing, healthcare, childcare, and education for their children, lost all such guarantees. China, in sharp contrast, didn't suffer such shock therapy. In Deng Xiaoping's now famous phrase, Majishita Guohi, the transition was supposedly about crossing the river by feeling for stones. Not quite, though. 3 China's 1989 began much earlier, in 1978, with the third plenum of the 11th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, CPC, in December of that year, after which, in 1980 the communes began to be dismantled. In 1982, the industry linked to them was turned into township and village enterprises. Meanwhile, in 1979, it was decided that the four modernizations, of agriculture, industry, defense, and science and technology, needed an open-door policy, and this led to dramatic increases in foreign trade and investment, and the setting up of special economic zones in Guangdong and Fujian provinces, close to Hong Kong and Taiwan respectively, and then the turning of all coastal areas into export enclaves. From 1984 onward, the state sought to commoditize all labor services. The Iron Rice Bowl, wherein workers not only had presumptive rights to their jobs, but also rights to housing, medical care, education, child care, and so on, was taken away. In 1992, the privatization of public enterprises took off, and, in 2002, capitalists became eligible for membership in the CPC.4. The contrast with China after 1949 in Mao's time couldn't have been starker. Maoist China had a definite view about how to get to socialism, what needed to be done to meet the basic needs of everyone in a poor country, and how those who had been at the receiving end were to have the liberty to express themselves. It did its best to feed, clothe, and house everyone, keep them healthy, and educate most of them. Development was to be on an egalitarian basis, all were to be in it together and everyone was to witness better times together. In Western Europe and Japan, and in the Third World, 1989 strengthened the trend toward emulation of Anglo-American neoliberal economic policy across the board in greater trade and financial openness, privatization of public enterprises and service functions, strong intellectual property rights, active promotion of financialization, a gravitational shift of economic activity from the production of goods and non-financial services to finance, corporate governance, capital adequacy norms for banks, redefinition of the prudent portfolio of pension fund assets, and an indifferent, often hostile, attitude toward trade union rights, the minimum wage, and environmental standards. In the political realm, money and wealth hijacked elections and violated the integrity of liberal political democracy. So, for example, in the United States, the Republican Party's money from the rich and the corporations beat the Democratic Party's money from the rich and the corporations, or vice versa. For the electorate, it was more than ever a choice between Tweedledum and Tweedledee.5. India's 1989 began in 1991 and has gone on much beyond 2008. The great financial crisis didn't crash the Indian economic apple cart. It was multifaceted, but the importance of the opening of the energy, mining, telecommunications, civil aviation, infrastructure, ports, highways, etc., banking, insurance, and other sectors to private capital needs to be highlighted. So also is the need to emphasize the transformation of the character and composition of Indian big business that was brought about as a result. Money, the standard of all things and the measure of one's worth, has had many more avenues for profitable deployment than it ever had before in independent India. In what follows, I will, among other things, profile the triumphs of the financial aristocracy in India's 1989. This section of Indian big business has been getting its wealth not by production alone, but by pocketing the already available wealth of others, including public/state wealth. These accounts are not intended to disparage individuals. Indeed, in my view, the business behavior of the financial aristocrats I profile, their modes of acquisition and their pleasures, are normal and socially necessary for the functioning of capitalism. I would like to emphasize that the various ways by which India's financial aristocrats have gotten control of public/state assets are mostly legal. Money and finance are fungible, and so I wouldn't even try to make too much of a distinction between their black and white forms. I try to bring out the fact that the present phase of accumulation of capital in India has a lot to do with the pocketing of the already available public/state wealth and the wealth of others, and that the various ways of doing this have mostly been made legal. Monstrous income inequality. The monstrous inequalities of capitalism in India have been plain for all to see in the new millennium. The numbers, at least as far as incomes are concerned, have been presented in a working paper, Indian Income Inequality, 1922-2014, From British Raj to Billionaire Raj, by the celebrated author of Capital in the 21st Century, Thomas Piketty, and his colleague Lucas Chancel. 6 India has the highest recorded increase in the share of the top 1% in national income over the past 3 decades, from 6.2% in 1982-83 to 21.7% in 2013-14. Indeed, the latter figure is the highest level recorded since the establishment of an income tax in 1922, overtaking the British Raj's record of the share of the top 1% in national income, which was 20.7% in 1939-40. While incomes of the bottom 50% of the adult population, above 20 years of age, over the period 1980-2014 grew at 89%, and that of the middle 40%, individuals above the median income and below the top 10% earners, by 93%, those of the top 10%, the top 1%, the top 0.1%, the top 0.01%, and the top 0.001% grew at 394%, 750%, 1138%, 1834%, and 2726%, respectively. Indeed, India has recorded an immense gap between the growth of incomes of the top 1%, a growth rate of 750%, and the growth rate of incomes of the full adult population, 187%. While the incomes of the bottom 50% grew in China over the period 1980-2014 by 312%, those of the bottom 50% in India grew by only 89%. Further, while the growth of incomes of the middle 40% over the same period in China was 615%, the corresponding figure for India was just 93%. Indeed, the growth of incomes at the very top of the income distribution in India, that of the top 0.001%, was 2,726%, the corresponding figure for China was lower, 2,546%. Both China and India have recorded appallingly unequal growth over the last 3 decades, but China's growth process over the period 1980-2014 has been relatively much less unequal than India's. The bottom 90% of its population captured 56% of the national income growth compared to what India's bottom 90% gets, a mere 34%. Indeed, in India, the middle 40% seems to have benefited the least, as compared to China, France, and the United States, from the total national income growth over this period. It is not India's middle class, the middle 40%, but merely the top 10% of the population, 80 million adult individuals in 2014, shining India that has inordinately benefited from the growth of national income. It captured 66% of that growth. India has been shining by and large only for the rich. Data, however, never really speaks for itself. Moreover, in this case, it is largely derived from tax declarations, which, one suspects, are often falsified. And in the case of the very rich who control corporations, the distinction between their income as individuals and the income of the enterprises they control is at least in part artificial. For instance, much of their consumption expenses, and personal ones at that, is passed off as company expenses. So the Chancel Piketty estimates of income inequality may be considered merely the lower bound of the prevailing inequality. As regards the top 1%, much of their income probably comes from profits from business, dividends, and interest from stocks and bonds, rent from land and buildings, and salaries and bonuses deriving from management control in business enterprises, the latter more like property income rather than income from work. Moreover, over the last 3 decades, real wages have fallen relative to labor productivity, thus increasing the share of property incomes over incomes from work in value added. And, even within property incomes, the eschewing of antitrust action to reduce monopoly power has concentrated profits in the hands of the big oligopolies to the relative detriment of small businesses. Of course, the access of big business to undervalued assets of the public sector, of mineral and forest resources, of land, and of the allocation of the spectrum for telecom should not be forgotten. The larger picture is of a financial aristocracy lording over a process of corporate-led jobless growth. As the eminent macroeconomist Amit Bhattacharya explains quite simply, the basic recipe of such growth is that if 10 persons each producing 2 units are displaced from the petty commodity production economy and 5 find employment in the corporate sector with a labor productivity of 8 units, employment and livelihood possibilities have halved, but output has been doubled. To incentivize such corporate investment, natural resources, including land, are transferred to the corporate business enterprises cheap. And there is a tacit understanding that the public sector banks will be lenient in the event of loan defaults by politically influential sections of big business. The corporate business houses return the favor through handsome donations to the political parties that have enabled them to acquire the undervalued assets and even default on payments due to the public sector banks. In the process, contesting elections become prohibitively expensive for persons or parties that do not have access to such donations. Corporate